Where are we with the? We just went. Why didn't we transition into the starting soon or the starting now? Okay, just straight cut to the we're starting soon, or straight cut to the we're starting, or straight cut to the open. Muting them was a bad idea. Um, can you unmute them? Okay. Go ahead. Talk to them and make sure you let them know that you give him a countdown when you're shifting to them, so he knows when to say hi. And we're going to transition into his single. At the start, we'll transition into his single, but make sure you give him a countdown.
Should I go in? Do you see me? You see me? Okay, go. All right. Okay. So as long as everybody else can hear me here, I just need to know that. Feedback, everybody. All right. And 4, 3, 2, 1 for today. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for watching this special edition here of Your Revolution Los Angeles live. Give me just 1 second, as this is our first time doing it, so we have a lot of technical difficulties going on, but we really appreciate everybody's support as we go on, as we are representing Los Angeles and the rest of the nation here one by one, because today is a very, very contentious election night. Everybody is feeling the strain, everybody's feeling the pain, everybody's feeling anxious. And so to go ahead and clarify all that is going on today with us, we have our hosts today, including myself, Chris Rod. We have Annalise Garcia, Celeste Huete. We also are joined by two very special guests throughout the night. We got Chris Smalls, who's the owner, the founder of the Congress of Essential Workers, also known as the Shutdown Amazon guy. And then as well, Omar Fernandez from Vermont, president of AFL-CIO, Postal Workers for Vermont, APW president. So with all that being said, I want to introduce our first co-host, Annalise Garcia. How's it going tonight?
It is going well. If you guys see me looking down throughout the night, it is because I'm looking at results so that I can keep you guys informed. So I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Celeste Huete, thank you so much for coming on. How you doing?
Good, Chris. Thank you. I'm anxious. I'm excited. I'm all kinds of feels, man. That I'm very grateful to be here with all of you guys, with the real people. All right, talking some real shit. So I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
Love it. Absolutely. And Chris Smalls, thank you so much for being here with us. How you doing? How you feeling? What's going on?
Absolutely. Yeah, like Celeste said, I'm anxious, excited, all the above, nervous, just want to get this past us, see where we're going to take this battle next. And I'm excited to be here with you all. Thank you for having me.
Love to hear that. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And also we have with us Omar Fernandez. How you doing? How you feeling? Thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, thank you so much for inviting me. This is awesome. I appreciate it. It's an honor that I'm here, and I'm just here to keep it smooth, chilling out. No matter what happens, we're good. We just got to stick together. Don't let these clowns divide us.
Absolutely right. But that seems to be the whole thing, right? That all this, everything that's been going on this year, ever since Trump got elected, heck, probably ever since, Reagan or maybe even Nixon, it's all about dividing the people up so we don't come together to, basically to fight the power. But, that's what we got to do from now on. And with that being said, YRLA is going to be a huge asset to that. That might sound, a little self-serving, but we know it, and that's what we're here to do. So we really hope that everybody watching right now can tell everybody to check out the stream, like it, even check out our Patreon, support us through there. We're at YRLA. So that's at YRLA. We have really cheap. I mean, we're talking about $2, $4, $6, $8 to be able to become a member, help support us grow, join bigger. And there's going to be a lot of special content for you guys during that time. I also want to mention that we do have a giveaway here, but, and we're trying to get people's support through Instagram. So there's just a couple of easy things that you guys can do, which is follow us at YRLA. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick 5 winners to get a copy of this amazing book that we all need at this point in time right now, which is Why Trump Deserves Trust, Respect, and Admiration. I mean, during a time like this, when we're talking about division and we have a president that, he's always complaining about why Democrats are so much more powerful than him and get things done and always whining. We figured, what? David King came up with a really great scrapbook for you guys that has absolutely nothing because he couldn't find anything on there. So it's a great gift to give to your friends of why he deserves trust, respect, admiration. I mean, plenty of beautiful pages. It's just like all of his policies. It's just right here, is repeal and replace Obamacare, ACA. It's right here. So, you guys want to get that, we'll ship that out to you for free using the post office to, make sure that we, support that. So once again, the things that you guys need to do here is follow us, tag a friend on the post because there's a post for the giveaway. And also you must have a public profile. So, we'll be announcing the winners of that throughout the night. Really, there's no strings attached to it, so we really appreciate it. All right, guys. So what's going on today? So today we're going to go over, important local propositions, things that are on our ballot here, in LA and also throughout the nation. So, important races throughout the nation when it comes, to Congress and especially president, we're going to be going through that. We're also going to have, a great just discussion. All of us are going to be discussing politics as it is, especially as it affects us on the local level. We feel that's going to be a lot of great informative topics throughout, and you guys will be able to get a lot of information. So without further ado, let me go ahead and shoot it over to you, Annalise. I think you're going to give us some results that are already coming in early, right? So hit us with that and, what you got.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So really quick, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we are going to be giving you results. There are already some preliminary results coming in. So stick around with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks so much.
Okay, guys, we're in break right now.
Okay. Whew. Thanks so much for coming back and checking out YRLA today for the election coverage. What we're going to have right now is Annalise, you're going to be letting us know about some of the updated numbers that are going on. And, we're also going to be throughout the night, something I should have mentioned earlier throughout my introduction, that we're also going to be doing it in Spanish too. So Annalise, you got some numbers for us, right? Take it away.
Yeah, guys. So throughout the night, we're going to be giving you results in English and Spanish. So let me tell you guys about some results that we've got so far. So this is projected by the Associated Press, and that's what we're going to be looking at tonight. So far, it looks like Kentucky and West Virginia are going to be going to Trump. We've got Vermont and Virginia, looks like they're going to be going to Biden. And then we've also got Oklahoma, looks like it's going to be going to Trump. Maryland looks like it's going to be going to Biden. Tennessee to Trump. Alabama and Mississippi are also looking like they're going to Trump. No surprise there. Illinois is looking like it's going to go to Biden. Delaware is looking like it's going to go to Biden. New Jersey also looking like it's going to go to Biden, along with Connecticut. Rhode Island has also recently come out that it's going to be going to Biden. And the last electoral count that we have is 85 Biden, Trump 55. Still early in the night. Those are the projections we've got by the Associated Press so far. Celeste, do you want to go ahead and share some info in Spanish for our viewers?
Sí, claro. Ok, muchas gracias. Solo voy a decir los resultados en español. Me voy a tomar un shot cada vez que Trump gana un estado. Nah, ok, pero bueno, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, esos todos van a ir a Trump. Y para Biden, vamos Vermont, Virginia, Maryland, Illinois, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island. Y los resultados ahorita son 85 a 55 Biden, ¿verdad? ¿Dijiste, Annalise? Biden. Sí.
Biden, 55 Trump.
Ok, yeah. ¿Qué dijiste? Pero,
no,
repetir.
85 Biden, 55 Trump del voto, el contado electoral.
Got it, yes.
Okay, perfect. Gracias, Celeste. So it's going to be just like that. When we get results, we're going to be telling you in English and Spanish so that we can give information to our English and Spanish viewers. So now let's talk about, what the last year has been like. We really want to get into this because we're going to be here all night. So we might as well reminisce on what it's been like, not only for the last year, but for the last 4 years during the Trump presidency. So let's start with one of our panelists, Omar. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what your experience has been in the last year and in the first Trump term?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys having me. Just in case nobody knows, my name is Omar Fernandez. I am the president for the American Postal Workers Union in Vermont. I'm also the vice president for the AFL-CIO of Vermont. I represent postal workers. I work at the post office in case you guys and no one has picked up on that. And I'll tell you this, starting in March when COVID hit, that is when usually around March, April, around that time, that's when the post office slows down. And it's actually when we start to take most of our vacation. The senior guys take their vacations during that time because the mail has slowed down, people are on vacation, all that kind of stuff. Well, when COVID hit in March, we have actually been doing Christmas level mail volume since the beginning of all of this. It's been, I know DeJoy came out at one time and said, no more overtime, no more this, no more that. In my plant, we still did the overtime because we just did not have enough people to run the mail. And that kind of reminds me, if you guys want a good job with good benefits, join the post office. We need all the help we can get, especially since March, we've been having Christmas level mail volumes. Imagine what December is going to be like, guys. So if you guys are looking for good work, come on. I tell you this, it's tough. It's very, very hard. These guys up at district and these guys over in Washington, D.C. have these managers trying to do the impossible. And it comes down to the workers, but as long as we stick together, we're going to be able to do this. And that's the secret of all of this. It's the secret to everything that's going on in our country. It's just, we need to come together on things we can agree upon and start fighting for ourselves. Stop thinking that these parties are going to do anything for us, because they haven't in all these years that they've been around. I mean, barely. We get little tiny things here, little tiny there, but we barely get anything. I mean, we got $1,200, and then the billionaires got trillions of dollars. It's ridiculous. I mean, the biggest thing that I want people to look at is stop looking at what others got or this or that, meaning us, meaning the people at the street level. But start looking at your own life. And has your life changed at all while Trump has been in office? Has your life changed at all when President Obama was on there? Has your life changed at all when whoever wins comes up? We need to look at those things and come together, because these guys are going to say whatever they want on MSNBC or on CNN or whatever. We need to look at what's going on with us and come together and have conversations ourselves. We need to cut this stupid thing that we have in our country where don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. Forget about that. Let's talk about everything and anything, as long as we know that it's okay to disagree. But we got to come together on things we can agree upon. And I feel like I've talked already too much, so I'm going to send it right back to you guys.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Omar. I mean, it's been a hard year. It's been a hard year. And we just want to remind you guys, this is why it's so important that you support independent media. So support us today. Go to patreon.com/YRLA. Help us grow. We're here to give you guys news that you can trust. So let's move on. Chris Rod, how has, this last year been for you? And what has been your experience with Trump's first term?
Thank you so much, Annalise, for that. And I do think it's important that we all talk about it. Just same as Omar. I mean, on top of this, I am I'm a mailman in Los Angeles County, as some of you may already know. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I hadn't really thought of that back in March. During the slower times, that then became, a period of time where, our packages went up just like Christmas. But from what I heard, letter volume went down about 50%. And of course, having Trump in office, where he was saying that he's not going to be supporting the post office, for money, like basically the bailout that he was given to other funders of his campaign, other funders of the GOP, and so on and so forth. And he wouldn't give us anything unless we increase our prices. But hold up, we give, or the post office gives stuff to, senior citizens and, veterans and things that are in areas more affordable. So to hell with him. So yeah, he's absolutely made my life, and our lives extra busy, as a result of that. So yeah, we've been working 14-hour days and it's insane. But enough about that, because we'll get into that later on. But if we really think about since the beginning, what was it, 2017, right? He was put into office. It feels like it's been forever. I almost don't even remember what it was like, what life was like during, the Obama years. I knew that during the Obama years that we were challenging him and pissed off left and right. But sometimes you get some good stuff from him, right? And it just seems like every single week of every year, the last 4 years, has all been just a complete crap show, of just hearing things that, oh man, they're doing this, like drilling in the Anwar. They're going to allow, the Trump administration is allowing pollution in water streams because those corporations have spent, so much money. I mean, we're still killing, countless youth, kids, babies. About 80,000 starve every year now in Yemen ever since we started, helping the Saudi Arabia fight them. And when a bipartisan bill comes across Trump's desk and he vetoes it just because of personal corruption, because these the Saudi princes and all that buy out floors in Trump Tower, to hell with him. And he's out there killing babies. And now what I feel has happened when you mention about has your life improved during this time? What my thought really is is maybe for right wingers, it has improved because now they feel empowered to fight against the liberal left or, against minorities. They've been given like steroids essentially under Trump. And now we're seeing, record violence and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's just been a total crap show, and I can't wait for this nightmare to be over. That's what I feel like, Annalise. Like it's a nightmare.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. All right, guys, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we're going to be getting the same question asked to Celeste, and Chris Smalls is back with us after the break.
Break as we're doing YRLA's first election night coverage live. We really appreciate all the support we're getting. We just want to quickly go over that again for those of you that are joining right now, that tonight we're really going to be showing you stuff that you are absolutely not going to be getting from the local news stations. I mean, that's our whole thing, to be, bold, honest, and so on and so forth. So what I want you guys to do is let everybody know about this stream, share it, and we're also even doing a giveaway, a fun giveaway of this book here for everybody to read. Plenty and plenty of pages of absolutely nothing, of why Trump deserves trust, respect, and admiration. Written by David King. It's refreshingly honest, which is something we need during this time. So all we ask of you guys to do is just 3 simple things, and it's through Instagram. So first off, just follow us. We have a Your Revolution LA on Instagram, and we're gonna get 5 winners, in real time throughout the show. And so all you guys have to do is just follow us, follow YRLA at Your Rev. So that's YOURREVLA. And then also tag a friend on the post, because you'll see a post for the giveaway. And you also must have a public profile. And at that point, we'll get in contact with you. We'll send it to you, free of charge, no strings attached. That'd be great. We really just want to be able to get the news out, because besides this, we're always trying to talk about issues throughout the year of things that are important here in LA and throughout the nation. So your guys' support will help us help build a better Los Angeles. With that being said, let's get right back into election night coverage. Right before the break, we were all talking about how we felt about the last 4 years, what's been going on in the election, what's been going on around our families and friends. And so with that being said, Annalise, I'm gonna shoot it right back to you.
Thanks, Chris. And just a reminder, guys, we've had great guests like Chris Smalls, Omar Fernandez on, Ryan Knight, Graham Elwood. Support us. Go to patreon.com/YRLA. Okay. So
actually, hold on. Can I stop it right there? Slash Your Rev LA. It's changed. No worries. Yeah, so patreon.com/Your Rev LA.
All right. So we've got a new count really quick before we move forward with our just chatting. So it looks like a new electoral count, Biden 85, Trump 72. Celeste, you want to go ahead and let people know?
Yeah. Well, I'll let you know what the last 4 years have been for me, right? And I'm going to try my best to be positive, because my older sister's watching and I know she would want me to be. But it's been terrible. I absolutely love politics because I come from a family that participated in the political process and taught me to do the same. But I see now why a lot of people don't. Because not everybody has a guerrillera mom like I do, and a journalist dad like I did also. So not everybody has that. So I see how much hatred the country's in because of Trump. I see how people are openly racist now. I see how terrible just the corruption is even more. I mean, we always knew, that's why a lot of people don't like politics, right? It's the corruption, it's the hypocrisy, but it's in the front of our face. It's like, it's so apparent. It's so obvious what's happening now. I just feel like the positive is that a new party has started, Movement for Our People's Party, because we cannot allow this to happen, because we need to fight back. They want us to just sit back and fuck us in the ass with no Vaseline, but we shall not let them. We need to participate. And that's the positive thing that I can get from this, is that we have to participate, guys. We got to go on the streets. I'm proud of all these young kids, that Black Lives Matter movement. I'm proud of people protesting out, and not just, because there's a pandemic and I was afraid people weren't. I was afraid people were just going to go and just kick back, right? But I'm happy that we have masks on and they're safe and they're actually out there participating. But I see how terrible Trump has been, what a terrible human he is. I mean, he's just a terrible human. I don't understand how, and a lot of people support him. It doesn't make any sense to me how you support somebody who is so evil and so full of hatred in your life. And he's not good at anything. What is he good at? He wasn't a good businessman. He stole from charity. Trump University. He stole from kids trying to learn. I mean, what good? Like, why do we elect this man? He's not a good role model. He's ugly. I'm sorry. He's just a terrible person. I don't understand why people support. I see flags. Like, why are you proud of this? Hey man, if I was a Republican, what I would say, you know what? I would just vote for him. I wouldn't say nothing. I would just vote for him. But these people are proud of him. These people have a flag, tattoos. Like, you're proud of that guy? He was making fun of LeBron James last time because he's back and forth. They can't do anything. He can't shoot with his dumb gesture. Like, you can't even walk. You on the golf course. All right. You know what I mean? Like, you have your little cart all the time and you're overweight. It's not okay to be overweight. Anyhow, sorry. So it's been a terrible year. I think just because of politics, but I need people to participate, man. We can't get discouraged because that's what they want us to do. They want us to kick back. They want us to think that voting and all in politics doesn't matter, but it does, because it's all about staying in power so they can create laws that benefits them, because they don't give a fuck who it is, clearly who the president is. They'll defend and grab him by the they'll defend all the sexual allegations that he's had. They'll go out and vote for him. They support him. You know, they're just terrible people. And it's a cult, in my opinion. They worship this man. Like, it's terrible. So I really just want him out of here. It's not like Biden's the best. I want to not see him on TV anymore. I really want to talk so much mess to all these Trump supporters. I can't wait for another family event with masks on and all that. Be safe. I really can't wait. I want to talk mess, but anyhow, in order for that to happen, he has to win today. Biden, come on. So that's been my year. Just trying to make light of the situation because it's just been terrible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let me get a quick update in Spanish. El nuevo cuento electoral está Biden 85, Trump 72. Okay, Chris Smalls, you've been a busy guy. So why don't you tell me, what has the last year been like for you? And especially the last 4 years have been crazy for you.
Wow, yeah. How did I follow that up? Well, the last 4 years for me definitely has been the worst years of my life. I could say that. I could say the last 4 years has been a downward spiral. Before all this happened with me at Amazon, I was already mentally drained from working there. And the reason why Trump is the worst president to me is because financially, he doesn't represent me. He doesn't represent the class that I represent, the working class. And if you were on the bottom, or if you were part of this working class, you were struggling for the last 4 years. And I definitely was struggling, trying to take care of a family. Can't do it. Living check to check, worrying about getting health benefits, worrying about childcare, worrying about bills coming in on a regular basis. You couldn't keep up and working under this administration, especially a part of the working class. And he doesn't represent the Black and brown community. He doesn't represent the indigenous. He doesn't represent anything but divisiveness. And we all seen that, like Celeste said, we seen it right in front of our face. He's giving dog whistles to these organizations. He's a part of this organization. And we all know it's white supremacy. And capitalism ties right into it. Jeff Bezos and all these billionaires making trillions of dollars while we're out here starving. There's some days where, I have to skip a meal just to feed my family because I have to keep money in my pocket. So why are we doing this? Why are we dealing with this? This is what we're actually dealing with out here. We're unemployed. Everybody I'm talking to is unemployed. So they fired somebody from Amazon today. They fired somebody that's a part of my organization today, right after they dismissed a case yesterday. A federal judge dismissed the case of health and safety. When somebody from Amazon family member have died from COVID-19, how do you sit up there and dismiss that? This is what they're doing to us. The government, the billionaires, it all ties together. Don't matter what president is in office right now. We don't have the right candidates right now that's representing the working class. And all we can do is hold Biden and Kamala Kamala accountable from day one. That's what we have to do.
First
On
100
day
days.
one, soon as they get in office, hopefully, God willing, they do. Soon as they get in office, from day one, we apply that pressure because we can't go through this again. This is not how society's supposed to be. Not how this country should be ran. We can't call ourselves the greatest country in the world and we looking like a laughing stock. And this is why I'm talking to other countries on a daily basis. That's what my last 6 months has been. Been talking to different countries. They're looking at us like, what is going on over here? They stand with us in solidarity, especially the ones that speaked up, the Black Lives Matter movement. They stand with us. They want to see us do better. And we looking like the laughing stock because we got the wrong administration in office. And if people can't see that, they are blind and they are lost. And those that don't want to do anything during COVID-19 and you want to sit out here and act like life is normal right now, you're lost as well. Life is not normal right now. You're wearing a fucking mask everywhere you go.
Yeah.
I know there's times when you're walking out your car or your house and you forget the shit. Why do you want to continue life like this? So do what we got to do. If we got to go back into lockdown, that's what we should have did in the beginning. People got to understand that. Wuhan, China, you talk about China, they got rid of that shit. You know why? Because they locked everybody the fuck down. We want to open up states and party and open up shit and worried about the economy. No, we need to worry about our children, our future. We ain't gonna have no future if we don't worry about climate control and we don't worry about this fucking virus. It ain't no future. Y'all sitting up here wanting to, okay, let's vote, yes. But what are we gonna do after that?
Right.
So we need a party, we need a class that's representing us. Movements for People's Party is that class. I represent them. And we got to stand together in solidarity. We got to combine all these movements, the labor movement, the social injustice movement, the environmental movement. We all need to come the fuck together. Stop trying to have an ego right now because it's not about your ego. It's not about fame. If we about the movement, we about the movement. We need to stand together. Stop putting people against people because that's what they want us to do. We need to put all that bullshit behind us right now because this is life or death. And yeah, my last 4 years, my last year has been horrific, but you know, I have hope. You know, that's what I have. I have hope right now, and I'm just trying to lead as much as I can while I have the opportunity to.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Absolutely, it's been crazy, and just to piggyback off that, peoplesparty.org. Some of you may not know, but probably a lot of you do. Myself, Chris Smalls, and Omar Fernandez, all three of us spoke at the People's Convention. And it's because we believe in forming a major new party to actually represent Americans, not just billionaires and corporate interests. And we're part of the advisory council for the People's Party, because we want to make sure that working class people like ourselves have a say in what this new party is going to be like that actually represents people. So before I go into what my last year and 4 years has been like, we do have some quick updates for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and give them to you in English. Then we'll shoot over to Celeste for Spanish. So North Dakota goes to Trump. South Dakota goes to Trump. Nebraska, Trump. Wyoming, looking like it's going to be Trump. Now we go to Biden with New Mexico. Louisiana going to Trump, it looks like. And Biden looks like it's going to, New York looks like it's going to Biden. So as of this moment, we are at Biden 119 electoral, Trump 92. Celeste, do you want to go ahead and let our Spanish audience know?
Okay, so las cuentas para quién está ganando ahorita en la presidencia. North Dakota is Trump. East, South Dakota is también Trump. Nebraska, Trump. Wyoming, Trump. New Mexico, Biden. Louisiana, Trump. Y Nueva York, Biden.
Gracias, Celeste. And on our live stream, you guys are actually seeing the electoral map that we are so artfully coloring in for you. We thought it'd be fun, crayon style. But that gives you guys a really fun visual of what's currently going on. Do you have something, Celeste?
Sí, el total también para todos ahorita es Biden 190, perdón, 119 y Trump 92.
Perfecto.
Para la última cuenta. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so look, the last year for me, it's been insane. I don't think that anybody, I mean, none of us have ever had to live this way before. So we like to make fun of it's completely unprecedented, but there's a reason people are saying that because it is. We've never had to deal with this before at this scale, and so it's been kind of crazy. I personally dealt with a lot over the last 4 years. 2016 was the first year that I was able to legally vote as a citizen, which was really exciting for me. And I think about, how I looked at things back then and how different that is from how I look at things now 4 years later. I was the person that voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 because I thought, I didn't think she was great, but I thought, oh, at least it's not Trump. And now I'm the person saying, you can't choose between two shitty options. We can no longer be presented with just two terrible options. So a lot in my perspective has shifted over the last 4 years because I started to realize that this idea that the Republican Party is the only party that's corrupt, is the only party that is underhanded, is the only party that is working for the billionaires and lobbyists, it's not true. It turns out the Democrats are doing it too. And in some ways, I almost think they're worse. And hear me out on this, because at least with Republicans, you know the devil you're facing, right? You know what you're up against. They're clear about it, and all the terrible things that many of them believe. But at the same time, most of those people that believe the truly terrible things are really a minority. They're a minority of the population, and they don't even represent most Republicans. In fact, when you really look at it, some of the most heinous, terrible people that you'll find are not your common, Republican and Democratic voters, but the leadership that's in charge in government. So we really need to look at who is telling the truth. And at the very least, Republicans are telling us what they're going for. Democrats, on the other hand, like Nancy Pelosi, will look at you and tell you that they're your friend, and then they'll stab you in the back. So, I mean, pick your poison. Pick your poison. At this point, no matter who wins, we know, progressives know, that we are in for a fight, that we are going to have to not only try to mend everything that's been broken by not only the Trump administration, but the Obama administration and the Bush administration and the Clinton administration. But we also need to figure out how to bring our country together, because we've been so divided and so separated that it's all left versus right now. So to me, what matters is what Omar was talking about and what Chris was talking about. What we're all talking about is bringing people together under the things that we do agree on. And look, we can bicker about the rest, but for so many years, we've been focusing on what we disagree on that we haven't even taken a moment to see where we have common ground and where we can actually work together. That's how pitted against each other they have us. I have a 20-year-old severely autistic sister. She's nonverbal. She wears diapers at 20 years old. She needs everything done for her. And whenever they feel like it, they take her Medi-Cal away, and it's $2,000 in monthly prescriptions. The same medication in a country like India, because we checked, is about $15. So we're literally murdering our citizens through lack of health care, and we somehow think that's acceptable. We somehow think it's acceptable that our government is stealing our tax dollars and putting it towards wars that we don't want to fight, and then telling us that they can't even afford to give us health care. So we're being stolen from. My mother is now having to sell her home of over 20 years because she can no longer afford it. So, I mean, I'm one of those people that we've been talking about that's unemployed. You were talking about that, Chris Smalls. I'm unemployed, and I've been hanging at the mercy of the government, and I'm high risk because I'm an asthmatic. So, I mean, these are just ridiculous things. People are losing their homes, and for me, the last 4 years have been very transformative. I feel like I've educated myself a lot more on what's going on. And I have realized the importance of having a free and fair media, which we do not have a lot of the time, and of getting facts out there. Because we can't even rely on our progressives sometimes to do the right thing. I just saw a tweet earlier today from Pramila Jayapal, who's fine, but the clip was the problem and what it said above it. The clip was about 90 seconds of her and Bernie talking about Medicare for all. No issue with the clip. What it said above it was healthcare is on the ballot this year, vote. That is incredibly misleading. You're making it sound like Medicare for all, which is what you're talking about in the 90-second clip, is on the ballot when you know Joe Biden has said he will veto it. So stop being disingenuous. We all think Trump is a piece of shit. And of course, we don't want him to be president. That doesn't mean that we then turn around and lie.
Mm-hmm.
That we then turn around and lie and cover for Biden, because that is why liberals have lost credibility. That is why Republicans look at them and go, look at these guys. They're total, because they're full of shit. They point the finger when it's the other side. Tara Reid, anybody? Credible rape allegations against Joe Biden. So look, that's what the last 4 years has been for me, has been really understanding my fundamental lack of understanding of politics. Even though I thought I had it all figured out, I'm now realizing these people that pretend to hate each other, they go to the same parties, they have the same donors, and they're buddies. So for me, it's been about getting active, getting engaged, and just getting news out there that people can actually trust. So that's been my last year. So now let's move on to our next topic. So right now we've got results coming in. We're going to wait and see what's coming next. Let's talk about 2016 and what we were told was going to happen that election and how different the reality was from what we were told. So Chris, Rod, why don't you go ahead and lead us off on that and tell us what you think?
For 2016? Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, the strange part about 2016 in relation to 2020 is how Bernie did. So remember, this year, Bernie Sanders came out the gate killing it. Remember the first day that he announced that he was going to be running, he got a record $6 million, I believe it was, in contributions from just the people. And if I'm not mistaken, it was less than what he had in 2016. So in 2016, you know, there was the famous line of $27 was, you know, the minimum or was the average contribution. And, you know, once again, if I'm not mistaken, and you guys can check this yourself, it was about $18.50, I believe, this year. And, you know, so, you know, I want to put that in relation just because every now and then I think about how the hell did this slip away from us? You know, and I really say us because Bernie Sanders, from what he has championed throughout the years, and I really mean throughout the decades, really has been for the working class. And, you know, maybe there might be a couple of things in his record here and there, you know, of course. But, you know, for the most part, his platform absolutely was to help us. And so, you know, so that made me feel so optimistic. And then all of a sudden, I mean, you know, he wins California, he wins, you know, three major states. And then all of a sudden, Joe Biden just wins. And you kind of wonder, like, what, you know, and so to go back to 2016 when we had such a tremendous fight, you know, fighting up against the media of them having the now famous empty podium of Trump when Bernie won 7 different states. And of course, it just went to show you that even legacy media, even the local news stations throughout the United States, who are all a part of the oligarchy, are all a part of the corporate states of America, that they were saying, hell no, you cannot put Bernie Sanders' speech on, because if you do, look what he's talking about. If people are aware of what we've been trying to hide, then we will, I don't know what it is. You know, it sounds to me like just extreme avarice, extreme greed. And that's disgusting. You know, I was just, if you don't mind me going on a little bit more, I was just thinking about how, why don't at least one or a couple of these extreme wealthy billionaires wake up, you know, the ones that donate to campaigns that are trying to do what they can to make sure that we don't have healthcare so they could save a little bit more in taxes, so that we don't have proper education, so they save a little more in taxes and have us keep, slaving away at minimum wage jobs while they take all the profits. Can't one of these jerks, and God damn, you guys are, we could cuss, right? I like to
Cuss, you could cuss.
God damn, they're fucking jerks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck them. Like, why don't they wake up in the morning? How could they look at themselves and, with their like $1,000 watch and just go, man, oh man, I'm so successful. Look at all these people I'm putting down so that way I can make more money. To me, that's despicable. Why doesn't one of these people wake up and go, man, okay, I can have 20 million less, still have billions, but help people out. The country's suffering. It just goes to show you that they do not care about USA, America first. If they did, then socialism would be on the ballot. But like you said, as of right now, we just have two of the corporate puppets. One of them that will give a little bit more to the working class, and without a doubt, that is Biden and Kamala Harris. And they'll just, lie, and we hear Kamala flip-flopping about, Medicare for all. And then we hear the news commentators saying how she's the most progressive. Oh,
it's liberal. Bernie doesn't exist.
Yeah, and Bernie absolutely doesn't exist, nor do any of the rest of that. And it's just so to go to 2016 and how it's affecting today. I remember feeling so crushed then, but now it seems even more crushing and even more of a responsibility for all of us to somehow, as you said, at least somehow for all of us to find a way to come together. Because these people right now that are in Oklahoma and Tennessee that are voting for Trump, they're human beings. They're Americans. Yep. Is the problem that they support Trump, or is the problem that they are, man, for lack of better words, just born intellectually uncurious or stupid, or just, if you think about the majority of the population, there's always going to be a certain number of people that are wolves and a larger amount of people that are sheep. So we are allowing the nation's media to lie to the sheepish part of our population. And I'll just be, plain about that. And then they're out there thinking that they're doing the right thing and thinking that, well, we don't want a socialist America. So absolutely, we have to vote for Trump. Man, if you don't vote for Trump, everything's going to turn to hell. So seeing what happened last year and seeing that, coming along again, it just makes me feel as if this year it can happen the exact same way that it did back in November 2016. And hell yeah, that makes me nervous because who knows if we're legitimately going to be having our democracy with the fact that we have a petulant child that is just too stupid to understand how our democracy works. And as soon as he realizes that it impinges upon his ability to win or to be successful, then that's why we're seeing him subvert democracy. And so in comparison to last year, this is, just, I would say, much more dangerous. And God damn it, one last thing. In 2016, according to Pew Research, only 55.7% of registered voters showed up. So think about it, what the hell? Whenever you have a friend or have a family member that's out there saying, well, I didn't vote and I'm not going to vote because I don't want these two. Look, once again, I'm not saying any kind of voter shaming as far as who you wish to pick for. But since we are in a participatory democracy, you need to participate. And if you want to complain about, hey, nobody's voting for third party, well, guess what? Go out and vote for it. And all you guys that say, well, I didn't vote for Trump, I didn't vote for Biden. Well, why didn't you vote for a third party? Because there are, in most cases, there are more people that do not vote than there are that do vote. So if all you guys that do not vote, go ahead and vote for, Green Party, then guess what? We don't care about what the media told the rest of the people because they are specifically lying to you. Guys, wake up in Los Angeles. ABC 7's lying to you. CBS 2's lying to you. Fox 11's lying to you. KTLA 5, they are lying to you because they want to stay rich and they want to keep you down. And then they want you all to fight for little things that they cannot control and we cannot control. Meaning that if it has to do with your religion, meaning, if it has to do with the way that you look, meaning that if it has to do with your ability, then they want us all to fight. Hell no, it's us against the rich. It is class warfare. And until we wake up and realize that, we are always going to be ran over. So absolutely, I support, what the Movement for People's Party is doing, because somehow, some way, we definitely need to find someone that speaks for the everyday person. And that's what I have to say on that. And at least I'm gonna give it back to you because I'm too pissed. God damn it.
You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/YRLA, right, Chris?
Yes, YRLA is where I get that.
And if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube, subscribe to our Twitter. So really quick, before we continue with this great conversation, we do have some update for you guys. Texas, it has not been called yet, but it is extremely close. So it's neck to neck. We've got Biden at 49.8% with 4,036,895 votes so far, and Trump at 48.9%, just a 0.1% difference, at 3,958,607 votes. Biden is actually ahead by 1.1% right now. But very close. We don't know who it's going to go to yet. Celeste, do you want to update our Spanish audience?
No, I want to say something if I can. I'm actually in Texas right now, and all I see is Latinos. God damn it! Why are you voting for Trump? What the? I don't understand. I'm about to come back because my buddy lives here, and I'm about to recruit all these motherfuckers from Movement for People's Party. This don't make no sense. I haven't seen no white person. I haven't seen a black person. I've only seen Latinos. Y'all are brainwashed, if you ask me. Why are we voting for this person? Let's just not even work. He's not even a good person. He don't even like you. He don't like us. You know, like, why are we voting for? Anyhow, do you want me to update him in Spanish? Sure. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and update it in Spanish. Doesn't make any sense to me. So, Texas, no sé por qué ustedes están votando por Trump, no lo entiendo para nada, porque yo estoy aquí ahorita en Texas con mis compañeros y yo solo miro latinos, no miro nada más, so no entiendo por qué ustedes están votando por ese hijo de la, ok, no entiendo, pero bueno, Texas está bien close, está Biden por 49.8% y Trump es 48.9%, que no lo puedo creer. No. Yo voy a regresar aquí y nos vamos a hablar. Yo voy a ir a cada casa cuando esto se acabe la pandemia y vamos a hablar, porque latinos, mi gente, necesitamos una conversación buena, porque esto no entiendo por qué ustedes están votando por este persona.
Y anuncio especial hacia el final del programa vamos a cambiar a puro español. Y vamos a tener a Omar Fernández con nosotros, Celeste, por supuesto, y yo voy a estar con ustedes hacia el final del programa. Okay, so I was just letting people know, towards the end of the program, we will be switching over to Spanish. It's going to be me, Celeste, and Omar, so stay tuned for that, for those of you that speak Spanish. Okay, yeah, so let's move on. Omar, 2016, we were told Hillary Clinton was going to win. Now, I will say, to be fair, based on what I've been seeing, Biden's numbers are about double what Hillary's were polls-wise, so he does seem to have a genuinely better chance than Hillary did. But, we were told before that corporate Democrat was going to win, and they didn't. And I think that's part of why we all have that pit in our stomachs right now, because we don't know. Right. So tell me about what 2016 was like for you and how that's influenced you to now.
I'll tell you this. One thing that Celeste just said about how the heck are these people in Texas voting for Trump and all that? I'll tell you one way I think why these things are coming out the way they are. And Nico House said it best. All of these voting machines are owned by corporations. These guys can do whatever the heck they want with this vote. Everybody in Texas could be voting for Biden, but then they go ahead and change it over to Trump to get it close or whatever the heck they do it. And to be honest with you, I think the oligarchs do it to keep Biden and Trump at the end of their line. Be like, okay, which one are we going to use? Which one? I love that how somebody likes to say, instead of calling it an election, they call it a selection. And they don't know until the end of the night, okay, which one are we going to select for you guys to do our evil? Because we all know it's the same bird, two wings, and they're the same bird, Republican or Democrat. So I think that's the reason why it looks that a bunch of Latinos are voting for Trump. I think one of the first things we need to do with the Movement for a People's Party is get these voting machines publicly owned. Get these corporations out of there. Now, over to 2016. I remember I have the pleasure of living in Vermont and New Hampshire. I live in New Hampshire. I work in Vermont. Bernie Sanders people actually were talking to all the union guys when he started running, and they wanted us to support him and things like that. I love Bernie. Back in the day when I had problems with my child support, they wouldn't pay me. They wouldn't give me back the overpayment that I paid. Bernie Sanders got on the phone, and in 2 days, I got the money that they owed me. So I love Bernie Sanders. But I remember Bernie when he used to drive around in his rusted up blue bug that he used to drive in. And you could see his big old white fro in this bug.
Awesome.
You can see him driving by in his blue bug, and Bernie, and all of a sudden you see this long arm coming out of the car. Hey! I love Bernie. Bernie is a guy. He's a people's person. That's why I was sitting across the table over at this bar in Montpelier talking to his people. And I'm like, guys, I see the power that Bernie has. I see the people that he has behind him. But Bernie just doesn't look like he wants to be president. Does he want to be president? And the lady said to me, yeah, he definitely wants to be president. He wants to do it from the inside. I'm like, I don't think he can do it from the inside. He's got to do it with his own party. Well, we've been talking to him and all that. And so anyways, long story short, I was like, okay, I'm going to support him. I'm going to believe him. He's just got to go ahead and do what he needs to do. And then all of a sudden, this 40 years just went down the drain. I mean, I don't know what they did to him. I don't know what happened. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if he was just sheepdogging us, if he was just making all of us come over to the Democratic Party so that he can be like, all right, guys, take it away. I mean, this guy, I believe, especially with Nina Turner, especially with Carnell West, especially with all these great people, especially with the people power that he had, how in the world he didn't become president in 2016. And this is, another thing that I want to say. The reason Trump won in 2016 is because Hillary was such a horrible candidate. And President Obama did not do a good job for us. He put us in more wars. He kicked out more Mexicans. He dropped more bombs. He droned more people. Everybody knew about that stuff. And if they would have put Bernie up against Trump, Bernie would have wiped the floor. Because here's the thing that Trump did. Trump made himself look like an outsider. Although he was a billionaire, he made himself look like an outsider. That's how he beat Hillary. And then if it would have been Bernie that would have come against him, Trump would have lost. So I'll tell you this, Trump won more than anything because the vote was against what the Democratic Party was doing. And that's why there's a concern that even though Biden wins, we cannot fall asleep. We need to take those 100 days and put some force on this guy. That way we can show, hey, we asked him to do this, and this. He did nothing, so that people can wake up. And here's the thing. These guys, these two parties are using our own power against us because they go ahead and throw that divide bomb in there. Abortion, boom, divided. Homosexuality, boom, divided. Whatever. Socialism, boom, divided. They're using our own power against us because all of a sudden you hear these words and then they make one camp, they make the other camp. One of the things that we got to do is that we just, again, let's come together on things we can agree upon. We got to start looking at this at the street level. How has my life been? I'll be honest with you. My life, because of my union, has been great while Trump has been in office because we've been fighting our butts off to make sure we can keep what we can keep. Because now it's a tough fight, and I'm glad people are starting to see what's going on with the Postal Service. And I want to let people know real quick that we would not be in this situation right now if it wasn't for what the Treasury Department did to the Postal Service in 2006. We were owed $75 billion by the Treasury Department And what they did instead is pass this stupid law in 2006 called the PAEA, so that now instead of they owing us $75 billion because we overpaid, instead of them owing us $75 billion, now we owe them that money and much more. That's what they did. That's what they did with the books. There's a great article in, I believe it was Vice, that explains exactly, very, very specific on how they did that. But I mean, the biggest thing, and let me talk about racism real quick. I'll be honest with you. I don't care if somebody hates me because of the color of my skin. And this is going to sound stupid. Hate me all you want. Fine. That's all good. But yo, can I take care of my family? Can I go to work instead of be on welfare? Can I go to work and take care of my family? I know you don't want me on welfare because that's all you say. That's all these racists say. These guys are on welfare and they're making money off of me. So cool, I get it. I see what you're saying. But yo, can I go to work my 40 hours a week and take care of my family? One of us, that both of us don't have to be going over there, that I won't go bankrupt if I get sick, that I can pay all my bills, save some money for when I retire so that I can have a dignified life. That hate me all you want. That's okay. But let me make money to take care of my family. That's all I want. The other thing is that, man, I forgot exactly what I was gonna say, but I mean that's the biggest thing. We gotta come together. They're using our own power against us. We need to talk. We need to have these difficult conversations with each other. Hate me, but hey, oh, here's another thing I was gonna say. I don't care if you make $1 trillion a second. That's awesome. Good for you. The American dream. Woohoo! Yo, but let me work 40 hours a week and take care of my family. Is that cool with you? Can I do that? Keep making your trillion. The money is fake anyways. We all know about fiat currencies and all that. Go ahead, keep all that trillions. That's awesome. But yo, one of us, one member in my family, let me go to work my 40, work my overtime. I do 10 hours a day now. I freaking love it, to take care of my family. And 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 you guys keep making your trillions, but we gotta come together. And guys, please stop falling for all these labels: socialism, communism, home. Just stop. Go by the daggone um, important things in our lives. Go by the daggone, what's the word I'm looking for? The man, why the word profile? Go for the issues that run our lives. That's what we need to talk about. Don't let them divide us, guys. Just don't do it. And let's have conversations. Let's have these difficult conversations. I would love to have Zoom meetings where we can just talk to each other so we can come together. And then we can talk about the other things that divide us. But let's come together on things that we can agree upon, and that's it. All right. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks. Omar.
Thanks so
All
much.
right, so we have a couple of quick updates for you guys, and then we're gonna go to Chris Smalls. Okay, so first update: DC has gone to. Looks like it's gonna go to Biden, and it also looks like Colorado is going to Biden. So right now, our electoral count is at Biden 131, Trump 92. Celeste, do you want to give the Spanish update really quick, and then we'll go to Chris Smalls?
Yeah, sure. So para la gente hablando aquí, escuchando en español, nuestro Spanglish episodio. So Biden, bueno, la cuenta total es Biden 131 y Trump 92. Y Colorado se fue a Biden.
Y DC también.
Y DC también.
Falta 270 puntos electorales para ganar la presidencia. So I was just letting everybody know, keep in mind, you need 270 to win the electoral college, which is not how it should be. You should just have the popular vote, but that's another conversation we'll have later tonight. Okay, so now that we've got our update, let's go to Chris Smalls. Chris, we're talking about 2016, being told Hillary was going to win, this unexpected craziness with Trump winning. How did that make you feel, and what do you think happened there?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Like Chris Rod said, a lot of us didn't vote, and I admit it, I didn't. I didn't vote. Didn't believe in Hillary, and that was just me. I just wasn't into politics. I'll be honest with you. That wasn't my focus. I was a family man. Once again, still slaving away, working more than 40 hours a week, just to live check to check. So I was more indulged in my family life at the time, and I wasn't focused on the outside world and the politics and who was better than who, the candidates. I heard about Bernie Sanders. I knew what he was doing, the work he was putting in, and I supported him from day one. The time that I did get involved in politics, because I do support his policies and the fact that he do represent the working class. But like Omar said, he built this amazing foundation. Got millions and millions of followers. You see how they represent. When I got fired, they all supported me just like right off the back. They uplifted me. They came to me. A lot of people that worked with him directly, a lot of his supporters, his constituents, they all came, and that's what we're supposed to do as a community, as the working class. We're supposed to stay together, and an injury to one is an injury to all. We have to do that. We have to represent everybody and uplift everybody when it's the time of need. But when Bernie dropped out of this race, it once again just scattered everybody. We all went different directions. We all speaking about issues, but we're not really having that conversation to get on the same page. And that's what's going on. Now they put Biden in office. We all know that. We watched it right in front of our face. They knew who they wanted to put there. It didn't matter how much we supported Bernie. It didn't give a damn. It didn't matter. They knew who they wanted to represent the Democratic Party. That's it. That's how this system works. And once again, these billionaires have everything to do with it. They have everything to do with it. And yeah, I'm just tired of being in the same situation. I'm tired of seeing this shit unfold right in front of our face. Yeah. We all see the issues, and we all know what we need to do. It's about time that we make this third party an option that we can absolutely go to the ballot for a presidential candidate. There's no reason why the Green Party should be struggling when we're dealing with a global crisis right now. They're talking about 50 years. And 50 years, and we might see some Armageddon shit. What? I don't want to see that shit. I only want to see it in the movies. I don't want to live that experience of Armageddon. I don't want my kids to go through that. So people need to really wake up on the climate control. Are you serious? We gonna really kill the earth on purpose? What? I don't get it. So, in social injustice, we have to abolish this system. It's just insane that we think that there's going to be a candidate, one president that's going to change everything. Biden damn sure ain't going to do it. We know this. We know he ain't going to do it. So what are we going to do about it? That's the question we got to ask ourselves, right? What are we going to do on day one, like Omar mentioned? We got to hold these candidates accountable on day one. We seen with 2016 what happened in 2016. We thought Bernie was going to be that dude, and they said, nope, give me that. Never mind. Got you. This is what they're doing to us. And now we here in 2020 fucking going up against Trump again. And right now it's a close race, but we know what we need to get out of office. We've seen it for the last 4 years. We know we can't do Trump. We can't do it. If we do, we're going to end up in a civil war. That's what they want. That's what's going to happen. And we all know this. So once again, we need to come together. We need to combine our movements. We need to stand up as people. Yeah, don't look at your skin color anymore. We know systemic racism exists. It's about being a human being at the end of the day. A human being, one race. Medicare for all. We all need it. It's a right. It's a human right to live. We need this stuff. We got to wake up. So just wake up, everybody. Let's come together and let's get ready, because it's going to be a long battle. But I'm ready. I hope you are.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
If I could say
No,
something.
go ahead, Omar. Yeah.
I mean, let's think about this. Hillary Clinton literally chose Trump to run against her. The whole Pied Piper thing. It came out in the emails that Mr. Snowden did. And what's going on with Julian Assange? It's absolutely ridiculous right about now. I mean, it literally came out in an email that Hillary Clinton said, let's choose Trump because I'm going to be able to beat this guy. They literally chose this guy to run against her, and look what they did. You know what I mean? The selection group, the electoral college, whomever, the oligarchs said, you know what, we want Trump instead of Hillary this time. That's exactly what happened. And one thing that we need to do, guys, don't let these guys whip us up into freaking violence. We want Biden to win because Biden is going to be a good pause for us to get our crap together. But you know what? If Trump wins, we need to do the same thing. Let's not let them get us into violence or any of that kind of stuff. But we need to do the same. Okay, you're in office, 100 days. What the hell are you going to do? Oh, you're not going to do it? Hey, guess what? We're not going to work until you get it done. Or one thing that we can do, hey guys, guess what? Walmart, they make a lot of money for a month. Nobody goes to Walmart. All right, what are you guys going to do? Oh, cool. You don't want to do that? Hey, guess what? Let's add Amazon to that. Another month. And see what these guys are going to do. What are they going to do? Come into the house and be like, yo, you need to go out and go shop at Walmart. Go do it now. You know, we need to do stuff like that. And what's the great thing about those kind of things is that you can actually stay at home nice and warm and don't buy crap from these guys. But we need to have that conversation. We need to have that so we can figure out what we're going to do. I don't care who it is, black, white, racist, whatever. We need to come together because all of us are suffering. It's not just one. I mean, yep, you hate me, cool. But guess what? Can you afford your lifestyle right now? Can you afford a regular lifestyle? How many jobs do you have? You know? So we need to come together. I don't care who you are, Trumper, non-Trumper, whatever. Let's talk. I want to find out what's up with you. Let's go again. Let's come together on things we can agree upon. And you know what's the first thing we need to think about? First thing, are we able to take care of our family? That's the first thing, because all of us, no matter who you are, there's two things. Either you want to take care of your family or you want to be able to take care of yourself. Let's talk about that.
Love it. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna add to that, Omar. There's so many things that you said that I want actually address, but if I do, what I remember about 2016 is, to your point, everyone thought Hillary was gonna have it, was gonna win. It had it in the bag. Because he was such a terrible candidate. Nobody thought he could win coming down the escalator and shit. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? Cool. Anyway, so nobody thought he was gonna win. Nobody thought this cool. So everyone, unfortunately, took that for granted. It was like, hey, I'm gonna stay home. She's gonna win anyways. It's all good, right? The first female president ever, and it didn't happen. And so whatever I feel, there was a lot of reasons why she didn't win. Not only was she didn't reach out to some few voters, she thought she had it in the bag. I think I definitely think Russia had a little to do with it. I definitely fraud obviously had some. It was a lot of factors, but I think a lot of people did not participate. A lot of people just thought that maybe they thought that some other people were going to go out and vote, right? And they were like, my vote doesn't matter. And I hear a lot of that with my Latino community. I hear a lot that, hey, our vote doesn't matter. And why go vote? But you know what? To my Latino, to my gente, you know what? White people don't say that, okay? White people don't ever say, oh, my vote doesn't matter. White people actually, like I said, they'll defend whatever candidate it is, whatever president, candidate they have selected. They will go out and vote. They will take all their friends. They actually embed that in their kids' culture, okay? We come over here as Latinos, we try to, because we want to reach the American dream, we adapt some of them. Some of our parents don't even teach their kids Spanish because they want to make sure that they don't speak with an accent, or make sure that they're more socially accepted, right? They remove the Spanish culture from us because they want to be more American, but then we don't teach them the importance of voting or participating in the political process, because white people do. They go out and vote because it's about staying in power. So we need to adopt that too. Talk about coming together, man. Can we forget if that we're brown and black and all the Crayola colors? Like, let's just all blend it in. We're one color, because there's a lot of Afro Latinos. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of Blaxicans out there. We're all just one. All right. Let's just pretend we're one color. Whatever shade of brown you want, and cappuccino, and let's fucking come together and let's just fucking participate and organize, and let's just organize, man. And I encourage y'all to go to Movement for the People's Party, because that's what we need to do. We need to forget about color, like Chris said. I think Omar said, forget about color, and we're all people, and we just need to go against white people because they're scared. Don't tell them, but they're scared. All right, they're talking about how minorities are going to be majorities, right? in a couple of years because we reproduce real good. So we need so we need to be able to come together because that's what we're gonna be. If it doesn't matter, what's the point of us being majority if we're not gonna go out and vote? What's the point of us being majority if we're not gonna participate? You know what I'm saying? And you know what? And to Omar's point, we ain't trying to be rich. Like some of them, we're not gonna. Look, one business professor told me, I'm gonna need somebody to serve my fries. Okay, that means what he meant by that is that not everyone is gonna be a millionaire. All right, not everyone is gonna go out there. Some people are gonna be content with just having a 9 to 5 and feeding their family. Right, so these rich Republicans are scared of dividing the wealth because they're scared that we're all gonna. It's gonna be like 1% is gonna be like 1.2%. You know, like the rich. Like it's all good, homie. We just come here to work. We're cool. If you guys would just get to know us and integrate a little bit, Latinos are cool, man. We party. We say hi to each other on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like we're cool people. So like anyhow, 2016 for me. I also was when Trump won, I was in a political depression. I really because I love politics, like I grew up with that. But when Cenk Uygur, who is the owner of TYT Progressive News Channel, actually that's where I met my new friend Annalise. He got me out of that political depression, right? And I was like, okay, I need to get over this shit. I need to go and participate. I need to knock on some doors. I need to talk to people. I need to let them know what's up. I need to talk to my gente, to my raza. I need to let them know. But I didn't think that anyways, I was in political depression and whatever. He ended up winning and now I'm here. But 2016 was terrible. I was so disappointed. I remember being at BJ's restaurant with my brother. I remember my niece, I told her to come. She had to do her homework, but I was like, you have to come because it's going to be the first woman president. And I didn't even do my part. I didn't participate. I didn't make phone calls for her. I didn't do anything because I also thought she had it in the bag, you know? And so we can't do that. We have to continue to participate, to keep these politicians honest. So that was my 16, Annalise.
Yeah. Thanks, Celeste. Yeah, I mean, guys, I think that what happened in 2016 is, like I said earlier, why we have that pit in our stomachs, because it's left a hole of uncertainty in us to where now we don't know what to trust. And even more, like over the past few years, that's been amplified by the fact that you can't even trust the news. Nope. So I personally think the reason that Hillary lost, even though, let's be clear, she won the popular vote, and we need to get rid of the electoral college. Okay. So, yep. But the reason that she lost, in my opinion, is because people are tired of being told to vote against something without being given anything to vote for. Amen. Right? So if you want to actually, go ahead and get those votes, the largest voting bloc in the country is non-voters. Non-voters. Over 100 million Americans do not vote. Doesn't that tell you something? They don't feel represented. And the second largest voting bloc is independence, non-affiliation. So like almost 2/3 of the country is like, no, I don't feel represented. So you want to start actually getting people to vote. You want to start actually getting people engaged. How about you give them something to vote for? How about we finally admit the fact that racism and slavery are a real thing, that there are still repercussions going on, that we stole this land from Native Americans, and maybe it's time to really come to terms with our history in America and finally do reparations for African Americans and for Native Americans. And yes, of course, I'm talking about giving them opportunity to education, this and that, but sorry, also financial reparations. You have to cut them a check. I don't know what you want me to say to you when the country was built on free labor and you don't want to pay those people. Still, when they have not had the same opportunities, they have not been able to accumulate the same wealth, they have not been able to go ahead and make sure that their children and their grandchildren are taken care of. They got to the education game way after we did, because for a long time, we didn't let them get an education. Mm-hmm. And I'm just talking about African Americans. Let's not even talk about, the people that we literally stole this land from. So we need to come to terms with the peoples that we have steamrolled taken advantage of, murdered, enslaved, and stolen from, and finally say, we are going to do the right thing. We are going to pass Medicare for all to make sure that all of our citizens have access to health care and that nobody dies because they can't afford it, just like every other major country has. We're going to make sure everybody has access to a quality education. We're going to go ahead and stop pretending that weed is the same as heroin. And there's that fantastic crime bill that Joe Biden passed. Right. Okay, so let's not lie about who's a monster here, okay? Because they all are. They all are, just on different things. Just on different things. So it's time to really come to terms with what we have taken from people, make that right, and then build a future that we can actually flourish upon, where maybe our taxes don't need to go to the largest military in the world. And instead, we could have a good military that works great, and then grab all those excess funds that all those billions and trillions that we don't need to be putting into the military, and maybe give everybody an education. Maybe get rid of the homelessness issue and build actual affordable housing so that nobody has to be homeless anymore. Maybe pass a basic income so that we can pull most Americans out of poverty. So that's my personal opinion. Democrats continue to lose because they don't give us anything to fight for. They don't give us anything to be inspired by, and they don't give us a future to look forward to. So really quick, we're going to take another break. Go ahead and use the restroom, get your snacks, do whatever you guys need to do. When we come back, sorry?
Shot.
Get a shot.
Shots, yes, get your alcohol. Get your alcohol. So when we come back, we're going to continue here with Chris Rod, myself, Celeste Huete, and of course, our two amazing panelists, Chris Smalls and Omar Fernandez. We'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for coming back to join us here for election night coverage. First one that we're doing here with YRLA, Your Revolution. Let me just go through it again. We got our host here. I'm Chris Rod. We have Annalise Garcia, Celeste Suete. We also have great guests with us right now, Chris Smalls, Omar Fernandez, and we've been talking a bit about the election from 2016 and things about how it's been affecting us throughout the years. And also to give you guys more context, more information that the mainstream media just is not and will not. So with that being said, I'll send it over to you, Celeste, in just a little bit with the results, and then we'll also go to Celeste, who will orate the results in Spanish. And I also want to make sure that we encourage all you guys to like and share the stream. And if you guys have time to get on to Instagram, we're going to have 5 winners that we're going to be selecting live. And we're going to go ahead and give you guys this book of Why Trump Deserves Respect. They're all empty pages. So you're able to, it's a fun talking piece, and you're able to put in your notes of how to go ahead with the revolution forward, regardless of which right winger wins, whether it's Biden or Trump. So with that being said, let me get right back to you. Annalise, take it away.
Yes. So thank you. So we've got an update. Looks like Kansas has gone to Trump. So right now our electoral count is at Biden 131, Trump 98. Celeste, do you want to go ahead and update them in Spanish?
Yeah, sorry.
No,
So, total para el Biden es 131 y para Trump is 92.
98,
Oh.
98.
Is that
98? Okay, gracias.
Are those updates that we got right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I also want to update really quick. I'm seeing here from the Associated Press. They just mentioned that Lindsey Graham, unfortunately, is winning his re-election bid, and actually they're calling it already. That defeating Jamie Harrison. That's absolutely crazy. One other bit of news that if you're listening to any of the other media, they're going to say this is great news that Hickenlooper, the Democrat from Colorado, has now projected to beat GOP Senator Gardner. Let's not get it twisted at all, because if you guys remember from the debates that were going on in the Democratic primary, Hickenlooper, at least he was honest enough to just say stuff like Sanders is wrong and that socialism is the most efficient tack line that Republicans can use. I mean, he even openly attacked Medicare for all and virtually every other progressive policy that would help the people. I'm bringing this up because I want to open up a discussion really quick, if it's okay to get there, about this situation, because with Hickenlooper winning this, it will embolden the Democratic establishment, the ones that take corporate bribes. I think they're going to say, see, look, it won. We got our guy in office, but not realizing, or maybe not even caring, that the majority of the people that voted for Hickenlooper or who are voting for Biden right now, excuse me, they're straight up doing, they're the what do they call it? Hold your nose, close your nose. What's that like? Yeah, you know what I mean? Where like you're about to eat something, like you're about to eat broccoli, kind of that kind of thing. But yeah, they're holding their nose and they're going in and voting. But I'm fearing that this will empower the establishment. So this is why I wanted to open it to you guys. If any one of you guys has something to say about that real quick. Really quick. Because I want to ask.
I think it's the same thing that's always going on. I mean, these guys, they knock out the people that are really the candidates that are really for the people, and putting these 2 bad choices again, and they hedge their bets and put money towards both the bad guys, and then the Hickenlooper wins and they still win. It's the same thing. We got to make sure that these counting machines, these ballots, freaking belong to the people, that they're public, that these corporations get their hands out of it, so that They don't change the count. They don't, do whatever they do. I mean, again, these guys, I think what tonight is all about, in my opinion, is that they're playing with Trump and with Biden to see which one are they going to choose. And I mean, the oligarchs, who they're going to choose to run us for the next 4 years. They're like, all right, I'm going to give it to Biden. Oh, no, here you go, Trump. No. They're playing around with us. That's all it is. They're playing around with them to see who they're going to choose, who they're going to go ahead and make the machines look the best. And that's what they did with Hickenlooper. I guess Hickenlooper gave them a good enough reason to know, yes, I'll be in your pocket. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, I think that this all the fact that they're giving us a false choice is absolutely obvious at this point. And this is where I'm saying that we all need to absolutely come together and still know that we have a fight, even if Joe Biden does win. Because right now it's actually looking promising that Joe Biden will win. And once again, that's nothing humongous to celebrate, but at least we'll be able to breathe comfortably. And here's why I say it, because as I was looking in the early parts of the voting results here between NBC News, who we know has the liberal bias, versus Fox News, which we absolutely know is just a GOP propaganda machine. They have, for the last hour and a half, kept Joe Biden ahead now at 129 versus 109, whereas in the early results, they were inflating Trump's numbers. It was completely obvious. They were inflating Trump's numbers to keep it above Joe's. In other words, they were actually just holding back the states where Joe Biden was leading. But now it's undeniable. So 129 to 109, I think that's a big one. Really quick, one thing that I would actually like to open up a conversation, for us all here, would be about how the right-wing media themselves, they call out the left, but also the liberal media, the left-wing media, let's say, the way that they think of it, but they're also still right-wing media. We're talking about MSNBC and CNN. They also call out the left, meaning that they also go ahead and they talk crap about Bernie Sanders or any other socialist agendas, things for the working people. But then we have us progressives who call out people like Biden and Obama and Hillary Clinton, as we just mentioned, Hickenlooper, because rightfully so. But the thing is that the MSNBC will not actually call out somebody like like a Biden, or Hillary, or any of the rest of them, because they're in on it. And I actually think that is why the people on the right, or people that are voting for Trump, or people that listen to Fox News, like some of the good people, I'm thinking that this is why they are so confused, because they go, well, okay, yeah, well, you're right. Hold on. The Democrats have lied to us, because even though I'm Hispanic, they still deported, a record number of people. Even at this point in Obama's presidency, he still deported, although he may not have been as callous or as criminal, to those seeking asylum here. But he did still deport more than Trump has. So when when Hispanics hear that, hey, Democrats, we're here for you, they're going, no, they're not. But the thing is that I'm thinking that right-wingers are also thinking the same kind of thing, right? They also realize that, well, Democrats are absolutely corrupt, but they never hear on their side that Republicans are corrupt. So therefore, process of elimination, a vast majority of the country is starting to think that Trump and the GOP is right and the left is wrong. Does anybody, have any comments to say about that?
I mean, and here's the thing about the whole Obama Biden, how they got rid of more Mexican than any other president, is that Trump can't even catch up, even if he wanted to catch up.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, that I heard this the other day. I mean, he has tried to deport more than President Obama, but he can't. It's impossible for him to catch up. That's how many people.
Jeez.
That's how many people they kicked out of the country, and it's a shame what they do, especially what they're doing to the little kids that come to the border, and all these kids are missing. Why is no one pissed off about that? They haven't found them. they haven't found these kids. And oh, we're going to bring them together and all this kind of stuff. I mean, they even have senators going to go to these detention camps, and these guys have the testicular fortitude, or can I say balls?
There you go.
Nice. They got the balls to not let these senators go in to freaking to los cojones to let these guys go in. And they won't even let them go look at them. Oh, hold on, wait outside so we can sweep up a little bit and all, and all these kind of things. I mean,
same thing at Amazon. Same thing.
Yep. Exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, even with the post office, you're right, Chris. We have senators waiting outside of the plant, wanting to come in so they can make sure that the ballots have gone out. And by the way, folks, ballots definitely went out. And they're like, no, hold on a second. We need to sweep up a little bit and all this kind of stuff. I mean, and they won't let them in. They won't let them in. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I think I went off topic.
No, that's absolutely right. Chris, you were mentioning there really quick about the same kind of stuff at Amazon. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I know y'all heard about who went out there to visit Amazon in Wisconsin. I think it was Rokana. No, not Rokana. Rashida Tlaib. She went out to Amazon, and they didn't let her in, and then they called the police on her. They did all this criminal stuff, blatantly on live stream. Like, she recorded the whole thing, and it's sad because this is the information the misinformation that they put out there. Always trying to protect the billionaires and the corporations and the politicians as well. They use millions of dollars. They use propaganda. I'm pretty sure if you got your smartphone near you right now, and I mentioned Amazon, you might see an ad pop up on you once we're done with this call. This is what they do. Listening on everything. They control everything. They control the narrative. They control the media. And this is why we're divided the way we are, because we don't get the information. Certain class don't get the information that they need. At Amazon, there's people that work at the same building I was protesting at, and I'm pretty sure they never even heard about my story because they don't pay attention. They're just thinking about, I'm 20 years old. I need a job. I'm going to work, and I'm working 40, 50, 60 hours a week now.
That's the plan, man.
Keep my lifestyle. Yeah, it's my lifestyle. Wake up, go to sleep. It's like a nap. You take a nap, and you're going back to work to do the same thing all over again. You're not worried about the media. And if you do, you're hearing the wrong things. You're not getting the real information. You're not getting the ones that you need.
Project Monarch. Have you guys heard of Project Monarch?
No. What's that about?
Where the CIA literally was hired, and I'm sorry, Chris, I didn't mean to cut you off. The CIA has actually been hired not to infiltrate because it's done openly. They're like, oh yeah, you can be a reporter for our newspapers. There are CIA agents in every single one of the main news media places, and it's not a freaking. I love how people like to call it a conspiracy theory. You know what? It is a conspiracy. It's just not a conspiracy. It's just not a theory. The daggone government conspired to get these CIA guys in there. And there's CIA agents even running for office right now out in the open. Yeah, former CIA agent, blah, 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 running for senator. And people, oh, cool.
Amazon just hired the former CIA agent. Just a couple weeks ago. They just hired the dude that was running with around the Eric Snowden thing. So
Chris, if I'm not mistaken, I remember hearing back in 2016 that Jeff Bezos was given about $600,000 or is given about $600,000 yearly to obviously for what? I mean, the only thing we can think of is him giving up information about what we buy, what we and Lana too. I recently got a Poke audio system only because it was more or less inexpensive for a decent product, but it has that Alexa thing on it with a microphone built in, and in order for me to use it properly, they right from the start say hook up your Amazon Prime and let us listen in on it. I mean, I haven't done that, but I'm wondering, do you know anything on the inside as far as like that's concerned? Like what kind of information they got, like how dangerous that is. Have you heard anything like that, or what's your feel on that?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, I don't know if y'all seen that show on Netflix, Social Dilemma, but that tells you right there what's going on. It's right there. It's true. They're not lying. They're not. Yeah, they're getting a check, but they're telling the truth. They're whistleblowing. They're telling the truth. I'm whistleblowing. I told on Amazon, shit, they ain't protect us.
Yep.
That's the truth. We were getting sick. That's the truth. So, like, people can't listen to the media. The media is trying to spin it on me, like, oh, he came to work. He was quarantined. Everybody should have been quarantined. Wake up. We all got
right.
Yeah. If I didn't do that, what was going to happen? People died. People died in that same building where I worked at. Wake up.
And that's what I do. I mean, I listen. My fault, Chris.
Good.
Oh, I listen to the regular media just so I can see what I need to look up in the independent media, because we got to look at it, all of it. We got to look at all of it. I mean, I look at the main media. Okay, let me see what they're hiding. All right, let me go ahead and go to Jimmy Dore. Let me go ahead and go to Tim Black. Let me go ahead and go to Nico House. Let me go ahead and go to I don't know, the useful idiots. Jimmy Dore is the bomb digs. That man should be running for office. And I'm telling you, we got to look at all of it and bring things together. And then we need to discuss about what's going on, because here's the thing. The reason these guys are getting away with this stuff is because the bosses aren't waking up and doing what they need to do. And who are the bosses? Us. We're the ones letting these guys get away with all this crap, and we need to come together. Like I always say, come together on things we can agree upon. And one thing I always like to say too is nobody's a better advocate for you than you. And that brings me back for the movement of a People's Party. The movement for a People's Party is out there. We got a platform, we got things, but you know what? We still need more people to come and join us, because even though we have a preliminary, say that 3 times real fast, preliminary platform out there, we still need the people to come together, because there's more things we could be missing, and we want to hear your voice so that we can get this platform perfect. All right, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Chris, man. Sorry, bro.
Good.
Yeah.
¿Qué más? ¿Qué más va?
Yeah. The other parts would be about our voting system. What do you guys think about having, a brand new voting system? And I mean, here's something to think about, and I do want to get your ideas. This is something I've thought of on my own. So YRLA exclusive right here of what can the United States do if we start having it work for the people. So guys, hear me out really, really quick, and this might be a little fun. So right now, the way it's set up, right, we all vote for people that are major candidates in a representative democracy where, we're supposed to have choices. But instead now we're given a false choice, right? And we just kind of hope that what they say is what they're going to do. We know that once a politician gets into office, they have to make their calls, right, to donors that will help them with their next campaign or help them understand what policies to put into place. And our Supreme Court has already said that money is speech, and that if money is speech, then that means that the more money you have, the more that you're heard. So anyway, so we know it's an absolute rotting system. It's rotting so much so that it's coming down right now to the pandemic being something that all the politicians and all the media is okay with, them kind of destroying America from the inside to obfuscate from the fact that they have failed that they have failed the majority of us because of capitalism. So with that long-winded bit, what if instead, guys, we started saying, this is how we vote because of the internet. And if you don't have the internet, which first off, that's absolutely wild. That right now should just be something that is given away as a public utility, right? We make, the United States is so damn wealthy enough to be able to do that. So there should be, for every single issue when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to housing, on and on, that each one should be given let's say a time limit of a month for you to go in on these national government polls and put in your vote of how you feel that one thing should be done. And so let's say, do you want universal healthcare? Do you still want private? You want all that kind of stuff? And we go for that. And at the end, there is a rating of saying, well, this politician, this person who's willing to run for office matches that to a T. And so the one that matches the most results of, the majority of the results from the people, that person then becomes president, or that person then becomes somebody that, gets into public office in a local level. And at that point, then we held them accountable. If you didn't do what you could to lead the people towards that thing that we want, democracy, USA, right? We go ahead and we fight we kill other people in other countries because we say they're not democratic. So I feel that if we did that, it's not that that we're not smart enough to come up with that. It's that would actually help put change towards people, and these politicians and corporations that make money off of scamming the American citizens and scamming the rest of the world, they won't be able to have the power anymore. So I doubt it'll happen that way. But what do you guys think of us moving it in that direction? Do you guys think that that's right, or am I totally stupid?
What do you ladies think?
You know what? Hold on. Before we get into that, let me actually just say that we're going to go for a quick break. I want you guys to think about what you're going to say on that. And we also want you guys in the audience to think about it and send some chats to us. And we'll be able to read that out loud so we can get your guys' thought said right on air. So thank you guys so much for watching this right now. We're just going to go for a very quick break. Please, don't change that dial and keep watching us because remember, this is your revolution. Hello, everybody, and thanks so much for coming back here to this live stream, Year of Revolution Los Angeles, special first edition here of a live stream, but also during Election Day. Before we left, we were going ahead and talking to the panelists about, maybe changing up the way that we vote in this country to make it more towards the people. But because right now we don't have that, we still have our electoral politics. I'd like to send it over to you, Annalise, so we can get Annalise and Celeste, so we can get some updates here in English and Spanish about current results. So, Annalise, what you got?
Thanks, Chris. So we do have an update for you guys. So Missouri has gone to Trump. That's not necessarily surprising to anybody. So right now we are at Biden 131, Trump 108. Celeste, do you want to let our people know in Spanish?
Sí. So ahorita tenemos Missouri, acaba de ganar para Trump, y el total ahorita es 131 Biden y 108 Trump. Hay que esperar que se quede así. Pero bueno.
Awesome.
Annalise or Chris?
Well, with all that being said, yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much. Okay, so right now we're voting for the lesser of two evils, or in some cases, like if you think about that, that's then based on your own morals and your own opinions and what information you've been fed. So keep in mind, the right wingers in this country, including Democrats that have wholeheartedly accepted Biden and people like Buttigieg and Hillary and on and on. It may not necessarily be their fault. It could really just be the corruption of the media. But what I'm thinking about in this country is we definitely need a new way to vote. One of them that I was mentioning is very close to, a parliamentary system where we're talking about voting based off of issues and then finding a scorecard of a candidate that fits that, get them out of office if they don't fulfill it, and we just keep on and on. But I'm sure there's other ways. Actually, Omar, do you have some thoughts on that? And what do you think, we should do from this point forward to make our democracy absolutely more representative of the people?
I mean, I think definitely we need to have more People's Party. And I mean, although most of us here, we all talk about the movement for a People's Party and wanting to get a party that really represents labor. But I think the more parties we have, the better, so that the people can actually get their issues met. But as far as that parliamentary system, where actually if the party that you put in there doesn't do what you want it to do, a vote of no confidence is issued, and then the next party can come over and take it over. But I don't know. I mean, maybe we might want to speak to somebody that lives in the UK and see how that system works over there. I think it might be a little bit too disruptive. And if we got some good parties in there, not these two crappy parties, but some real parties for the people, if we won't even have to do that. You know what I mean? We can have good people in there to do what they need to do. And maybe there could be something. I mean, in Bitcoin, there's that security thing that they have, chain something or other.
Blockchain.
Yeah, blockchain currency, yeah.
If we can vote by blockchain online, then everybody can have can go ahead and do the voting that they need to do, and then make sure that nobody messes with the votes. That's another way that we can get this counting and these machines away from the corporations. So
viewers, guys, right now we are live on social media here through YouTube, Facebook. We also are here on Twitter as well. We'd like to hear back from you guys regarding what you all think would be a great way to have a new voting system in America. So please send some messages to us, comment below, and anything that we think is interesting there, we will read it off. Let me ask you really quick, Chris Smalls. Earlier, you mentioned that back in 2016, you said, "Hey, I wasn't even that politically involved." You mentioned that you didn't vote for Hillary. I remember, in 2016, somebody commenting on my Bernie sticker and saying, "Oh, I love Bernie, but the Democratic system screwed him over, so I don't care. I'm going to vote Trump just to give it to the Democratic Party." So in the same vein of me talking about us needing to change, or maybe just let's just discuss the ability of changing the way that we vote. One, I kind of want to get from you what it was that how maybe why you felt that you weren't weren't a voter back then, but knowing that there's still people today that feel the way that you felt back then. How can we reach those people to get them out to vote?
Well, it's easy. You're talking to a lot of us when you're talking to me, because I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people in the Black community didn't vote, and that's what happened. We all came up and showed up for Obama the first term, and then we didn't show up the second term for him, and now we wait until now it's a crisis and we got to do it again, and that's our problem. If we don't see a candidate that represents neither one of us, like Celeste was saying, we don't participate. So that's just what it was. We didn't participate, and that's that huge percentage that Annalise brought up. So this is what we cannot do. We can't do the same thing anymore. We have to consistently participate. Um, we can't wait every 4 years. We have to do the midterms. We got to do our local elections. We got to start with the city and the local officials. We got to start all the way from the bottom. This is our issue here, and it's the Black community. The Black community. That's why you hear all these candidates. They got to say something about us. And every one of their debates, whatever their commercials are about, they got to mention us because they know they need us. And if they need us, then we got to make our vote count. We got to stop just giving it out whenever, oh, okay, we got to get Trump out. No, we got to continue to vote, and we got to continue to participate. I didn't participate back then. I know I made that mistake, and I realize now, no, I can't do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah. If I may add to that, I think that something big has to happen to you in order for you to participate. In order for you to feel like there's a fight in you. Like I mentioned, I was talking about my family who's watching. Thank you so much for always supporting me. That politics is in me. You know what I'm saying? Like they did it, so it just comes natural to me. But for other people, it doesn't. For other people, something big has to happen. Like, for example, Chris, and I'm assuming, of course, but, what happened with you at Amazon, that, obviously built something in you that was like, I need to do something about it, not just sit back. Because you could have easily just sat back and be like, all right, let's go on to another job, right? For me, not only was it my family, but it's also my sister who's battling ovarian cancer, who deserves Medicare for all, who it is so crazy. The one thing that I've gone to doctor appointments with her, and the doctors, the first thing they say, they don't even say hi to her. They're like, you have PBO, right? You have HMO, right? Like, motherfucker, like, say hi. What does it matter what she has? Save her goddamn life. You know what I'm sorry? Save her life. Sorry. So, you know what I'm saying? It's something big has to happen. For me, it's not only positive, but it is. I wish we could have Medicare for all. The number one recipient for healthcare insurance is a Democrat. It's so sad. We thought Democrats were the good guys, But anyhow, we also expect, people of color, we're expecting to vote for Democrats, right? We're just like, oh, it's a status quo. Like we have no choice. Like you're just expected to vote for a Democrat. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't vote or don't participate because what are they doing to get our vote? Like a lot of people voter shame, right? I voter talk shit, but I don't, to each his own. You want to whatever you want to vote for, but I want you to participate. Even though whatever, even if you vote for a Green Party, I just want you to participate. One day, with which I'm helping, we're going to form a movement for a People's Party. And there's going to be somebody that represents it. But until then, just want you to participate. And also local elections matter. But anyhow, so what I was trying to say is that people, again, don't participate for many reasons. Something has happened. The Democrats, politicians are not reaching out to them. Man, if a Democrat, Joe Biden would have said we would legalize marijuana tomorrow, I would have been, I don't give a fuck. I would have been knocking on everybody. I had a whole suit. I would have been knocking on motherfucking doors. I would have been getting everybody to go. I would have gone to clinics. I would have gone to cancer patients. I would have talked to them about how the importance it is about cannabis. If they would have legalized it in the federal level, right, all across, like I would have done. Give me something, Medicare for. Give me something. Give me something motivating for me to go out there and talk to my people. I can't. What am I supposed to tell my people? Like, vote for this weirdo that likes to smell little girls? Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. My bad. Like, I'm not fake. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't do it.
No, you're saying the right thing. And once again, to piggyback off that, people only want to get involved when it affects them. That's just it. Oh, fuck COVID-19. I'm healthy, but their neighbor died, and they're like, oh, I know somebody. Like, it's stupid. Like, just because it don't affect you doesn't mean that you can't help and participate. And it's sad because people are really out here going about their lives, partying on yachts all summer, doing TikTok videos and acting like and wearing a mask and thinking like it's a fashion statement now. Instead of really thinking about COVID-19 that's still affecting your children that are at home, and you're complaining about being there all day with them, because I'm one of them. And like, this is not normal. We had to participate, and we have to get involved. We have to stay together. That's it.
Mm-hmm. And just to remind you guys, go to peoplesparty.org. You can sign up to volunteer. You can donate. You can become part of one of our working groups. You can start a hub in your area to help spread the message. We are already over 100,000 members strong, actually over 120,000 at this point. And we are going to be gaining ballot access next year in 2021. We're also going to have a founding convention. And look, by 2022, we're going to be running candidates in the midterms, and we're going to be running a presidential candidate in 2024. So if you want a party that it actually wants to unite all Americans.
The party's party.
Yeah, the party's party. If you want a party, it's actually going to bring everybody together and forget about labels and just focus on policy.
Yeah.
Like giving everybody health care, like making education free, like having a living wage, like a basic income, like, so many things that we are so far behind the rest of the modern world. And that in order for us to really live up to what we say we are, we really need to do these things because we've fallen behind. So peoplesparty.org, get involved. We have some amazing support. Nina Turner, Cornell West, Danny Glover, Jimmy Dore, Ryan Knight, Susan Sarandon, Rose McGowan,
Chris Moss, Annalise Garcia.
All of us here.
Hernandez.
Everybody. So look, and not to mention all the thousands of Americans that have already joined us. So peoplesparty.org.
I'll say, just give me the office for one day. I'll change all this shit.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Right.
That's one day.
That's
whoever wants to take over.
That's right.
Just really quick, I want to say that's the thing is like what you were saying, Celeste, about if Biden had just given us anything of substance, he could have persuaded a lot of us to vote for him that are now not going to vote for him or didn't vote for him or whatever the case might be, right? But he could have really solidified that if he had just said, okay, I'm going to give everybody health care. Or if he had just said, okay, I'm going to legalize weed, like you said. Or said, okay, we're going to give a basic income. Something to lift Americans out of the despair and poverty that they're finding themselves in.
Instead, he said, if you're black, you should vote for me.
Yeah. No, he said, you ain't black, don't vote for me.
Yeah, if you don't vote for me.
You ain't black.
You ain't black, don't vote for me.
What a white person says that?
Freaking, and then what's his name? Charlemagne the God didn't even correct that. I didn't see it, but he was just like, I was like, yo, what are you doing? Why didn't you say something about that,
Yeah. And Chris Smalls, earlier you mentioned that you said, if it doesn't happen to these people, people in general, not just these people, just say, majority of the voters, it doesn't seem to, if it doesn't affect them, they think it's not happening or something. Right. And one of the biggest things that I want to mention is how I have a really good friend at work, a coworker who's his mom is white, his dad was black. I think he's in his 60s or late 50s. So he said, you know what? I know about racism straight up because, my mom, who was white, chose to date a black guy, back in whenever that was, like the 50s or 60s. And, she got pulled over. I mean, his father got pulled over. So this is while they were dating, in their early 20s, so before he was born. And, the officer goes out and says, oh, ma'am, are you okay?
Are you okay?
She goes, you know what, you racist, who knows what else she said. But like, this is my boyfriend. What the hell? Like, when does that ever happen if it's just two white people or two black people or two Asians, or even an Asian and a white, like, what the hell? So, what he was coming down to was like, look, we know many people in this office, at our office, that that vote Republican are totally fine with Trump, even after the stand by, stand down. But he says, he's like, you know what? It doesn't bop. What's that?
Stand back and stand by.
Stand back, stand by. But he says, you know what? Like the thing that he learned from his mom that was the most important was that, the worst kind of people in the world aren't so much the racists or these like real haters. It's the one that have no character and are ignorant because they could fall for anything. And that for those people, it doesn't bother them because it's not happening to them. And when he said that, it made me think, because even though I am white and I'm half Mexican, but I obviously identify with white the way I look. But my thought is that we're all people. And if that happened to me, what the hell? Man, it bothers me. Whenever I hear anything of injustice, it pisses me off, where I want to stop working and I want to go out there and I want to, inflict pain upon those that are inflicting pain upon others just because of something as little as their skin tone. I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely nuts. But I think he has a point when he says, it doesn't bother them.
It's like what Martin Luther King said. He said our biggest enemy, and I believe it was Malcolm X too, when they were said the biggest problem that we have is not the racists and it's not the outright people that are against us. It's the moderate, the one that won't say anything, the one that is just kind of like, hey, let's get along, let's come along to get along. Hey, I don't want them to come after me. Those are the people that we really have to deal with. Even though they're suffering just as bad as we are.
Absolutely. And we're all in this together. So as we are all in this together too, online, I just want to mention, we're going to be going to a break, Pacific Standard Time. It is 7:56. So for many of you, if this is, dinner time, we're going to take a 15-minute break really quick. Just let you know before we go, I'm going to mention a Fox News poll, only because they would be giving, from our perspective, the worst case scenario. And right now, the update on that is 133 electoral votes for Joe Biden to 115 from Donald Trump. Celeste, if you want to give that short update in Spanish.
Sí. So, ahorita Fox News está dando el total para Biden 133 y Trump 115.
Thank you so much for that. All right, guys. With that being said, we're going to take a 15-minute break to make sure that you all get your time to eat, relax, and get ready for the rest of the night, because it's going to be epic. It's going to be crazy. In fact, we are going to call out, two winners that are going to be getting this book, which is Why Trump Deserves Trust, Respect, and Admiration. It's beautifully written with absolutely nothing on there for you guys to be able to put in notes on what to do to revolutionize this country for the best. We got that. And basically what we want to do is bring out more participation here on Instagram and all throughout. So tell your friends and tell everybody, tell your family members, tell them all to check out here YRLA, as we're doing a live stream to let you know everything that's going on, context is going on in the street that you're not going to hear elsewhere. With that, hold tight and we'll be right back. Thanks so much. Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for coming back here to the live YRLA, Your Revolution Los Angeles election coverage here today for 2020. Once again, I'm your host, Chris Rod. We have Celeste Huete. We also have great guests with us right now. We have Chris Smalls and we got Omar Fernandez here. How about just real quick, for anybody else who's just tuning in, Chris Smalls, can you let people know quickly what it is that you do?
Absolutely. So yeah, I founded my organization, the Congress of Essential Workers, and we've been doing some amazing work against the company of Amazon for the last 6 months, pretty much. We've been traveling to Jeff Bezos' residence. We started off in New York City at his $80 million mansion. Then we went down to his $23 million mansion in Washington, D.C. A few weeks back, we was over there in Beverly Hills at his $165 million mansion. And we're not done. We're going to go up to Seattle on Black Friday. We're going to give a new meaning to Black Friday this year. We're going to go up there to the corporate World Campus, Amazon's World Campus, and we're going to start protesting there as well, bringing it right to their front doors. We want the corporate side to see what's going on with the workers. We want the climate justice corporation and the climate justice organizations to get involved as well. So we're going up there to speak on all these issues. Some of our demands is $30 an hour minimum wage, Medicare to be paid by these billionaires, child care as well, dental care, paid sick time off, hazard pay, $2 hazard pay to be permanent, not just to be some type of incentive for being an essential worker, a decent living wage. So we're going to go up there and we're going to speak on all these issues. Once again, we're going to be in Seattle, Washington on Black Friday, and we're staying until Cyber Monday. We're going to hit him with a double whammy. We're going to go to Jeff Bezos' mansion. We know he over there in Medina, Washington. So we're going over there as well. I don't know how much that mansion is. It's probably millions, 25 or up, So we're going over there, and guess who's next door? Bill Gates. So we might pay him a visit as well. He's next door. They're next door buddies, billionaire buddies. So you might as well kill two birds in one stone while we up there. Well, multiple birds, because we got a lot of shit to talk. And I'm going to try to partner up with Kashama Sawant, who is the councilwoman, who's the only one who's been fighting against Amazon for the last whoever knows how long, few years, and she's made great success when passing that wealth tax against Amazon. Now they are paying a wealth tax only in Seattle, by the way, because of what she did. And Amazon had the nerve to spend over $1 million last year trying to go against her, and she still won her her election. So now they're trying to appeal that as we speak. They're trying to appeal this tax bill that was passed already, saying that there was a miscount and now they want to recount the votes. Are you fucking kidding me? So now we're going up there and we're going to stand in solidarity with Kashama Sawant, and we're going to stand side by side and let them know that the workers stand behind her from Amazon. So I need everybody that's watching and tuning in to sign our petition that I posted up on my Twitter page and on change.org. This petition is for Amazon workers to have the right to unionize and have our demands negotiated. We want to unionize. We want a union-like structure. We're going to use that as leverage with workers' power. We need as many Amazon employees as possible to reach out to my organization, reach out to some of the people that I'm working with. There's a website that's on the petition. Click on that website to get involved on how to unionize your building. We need Amazon employees to learn the information first, to become a union captain and assault. And we're going to all attack them one by one, all across the nation at the same time. And I'm putting it right on Front Street. We're trying to unionize this company. Amazon is continuing to thrive off of the profits of our backs. They're firing people. They just fired somebody today that I know personally. Just fired her for no reason. They've targeted her for weeks. She's been sending me all the things they've been doing to her every time she gets in trouble. And that's what they do. They fire people that speak up. Just because she was speaking her mind and she presented some facts to them, they put a target on her back. And then they waited till after the federal judge from New York, Brian Cogan, that was appointed by the Bush administration, by the way, dismiss this case that can absolutely be a catalyst for workers that's trying to speak up. They deferred to OSHA. And let me tell you about this. They deferred to OSHA, who has done nothing for Amazon workers for the last 7 months. Ever since the pandemic started, what the fuck did OSHA do? Nothing, because OSHA's ran by what? The Trump administration. So we got to wake up. And this is the information that workers don't know. And then on top of that, OSHA, oh, they did something. Let me take that back. They did something. They fined Amazon a few weeks ago for $1,800 in the state of California. That's it. That's all OSHA did. While workers have died, over 20,000 Amazon workers tested positive. That is very watered down, by the way. They only fined Amazon $1,800, and a federal judge deferred to them to put in a health and safety implement. What are you going to do now? We're already 7 months into this pandemic, and they're acting like it ended and then started up again. No, we've been dealing with this shit. So we need to pay attention, stay awake, stay awoke, and then make sure that you get involved. Sign the petition that I have up on my Twitter page. I'm going to be posting it daily because we already got almost 5,000 signatures since I reposted it yesterday. So that tells you right there, there's people that want to stand in solidarity with us. So once again, we're going right to corporate, Seattle, Washington, Black Friday. We're going to give a new meaning to Black Friday this year. Nobody shop at fucking Amazon. They don't care about us. Boycott the company until they do right by their employees. Stand in solidarity with us.
Solidarity. Thanks so much, Chris, for that. I am going to get into the election updates right now, but you mentioned very quickly that they can find that through your Twitter. Can you really quickly let people know that are listening, what your Twitter handle is and how they can get a hold of you there?
Yeah, absolutely. At @shut_down Amazon. No surprise there. And
at @shut_Amazon.
Yeah, and also at TCOEW.
Simple. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to get back into that because there's so much more to say on that, and that's very important. So thank you. All right, guys. So really quickly, the electoral numbers have changed right now. Currently, Biden is at this point at 209 to Trump's 118. Remember, once again, 270 to win. Washington right now has Biden at 12 electoral points, as well as in Oregon. We have Biden at 7, California, Biden 55, of course. Idaho is going for Trump. That's 4 electoral points. Utah somehow is going for Trump at this point. But, that's 6 points, 6 electoral numbers there. So once again, we got the current number is Biden at 209, Trump at 118. All right. So, so with... And Celeste, so I want you to go ahead and give that update to our Spanish audience, if you're able to do that right now.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, le vamos a dar el anuncio para el español. So, ahorita estamos a Washington, Biden. Oregon is Biden. California, Biden. Not claro. Idaho, Trump. Utah, Trump. Y ahorita el total es Biden 209 y Trump 118. And Chris, before I bring it back to you, Chris Rod, I just want to add a little bit because of what Chris said before I forget, because I'm a stoner and I forget shit. I think, again, appointing presidents is beyond, and maybe my progressive friends are going to get mad at me, but it is beyond you right now voting on third party and beyond. I know that it's like you have morals, and I get it. But man, because appointing a president is beyond the person. It's also he appoints judges. You know what I'm saying? So like Trump has appointed so many judges. He stole already, what was it, 3 or 2 Supreme Court judges, man. And he has appointed all little ones all over. You know what I mean? So it's beyond Biden, man. It's the judges too that have control. And to anyone, all of my Latinos, you have to teach your kids to be people to have a role of power. Teach your kids to embed it in their head. Brainwash those motherfuckers. Tell them to be judges. Tell them to be lawyers. Tell them to be people of power, because that's what they are. Because they go be judges to create laws in favor of them. Anyhow, all right, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
Oh, thank you. No, I think that's absolutely right. And you guys have something to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, she's absolutely right. That's what Trump did. No secret, right in front of us again. This is another thing added to the list that that was done right in front of us. And Obama, some part to play for that too. You know, he allowed this to happen, and and he did. You know, Trump throws it in our face when he debates. Like, you guys allowed me to cheat on taxes. It wasn't my fault. I did what you told me to do.
Right.
You know, so this is the issue here. And once again, this is why we have to do something. Like, we can't allow to just sit back and do nothing. You know, I could say that over and over. And you know, it's funny. One more thing, they did say that it was going to be a landslide tonight. You know, what's that girl that worked with Trump? Kelly, whatever.
Kellyanne Conway or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a landslide. Yeah, she's right.
Yeah. The other way. And Omar, were you going to say something on that?
No, I mean, they're absolutely right. I mean, we gotta definitely. I mean, Obama, and I feel like I'm disrespecting him when I say that. President Obama did let it slide, man. He let these. I mean, they always want to say no, it's because of this and because of that. These guys have power, and they absolutely could have filled in those judges. Now, what we need to do when we finally take power, starting in 2022 and then in 2024, now what we need to do to fix this issue is start putting limits on these judges, and in the Supreme Court, put in more judges to at least counteract what these other judges that are already in there, these corporate judges that are already in there. We got to counteract what they're going to be doing, because you know these guys, man. You put anything in front of them,
Yeah,
they're going to be going for the corporations.
Pay them off and everything. That's what they do. Like, it's crazy. And then they talk about, oh, let's just expand the courts.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Expand the courts, right? Easy said than done. It ain't gonna happen. Right. And if it does, it's gonna take years to do that. Stop appointing these judges lifetime term. Why the fuck we gonna give anybody a lifetime position?
Yeah.
Somebody that makes a decision. If we got a bad apple, he's there for life. Like, why would you want to give somebody so much power that they're gonna be there until they fucking die? Yeah. No, give them a 4 years, a 5 years since. Then let's retool, and then let's get them back in. Let's see if they're capable first. Let's see their record. Let's just not be like, okay, that's him. We got this fucking cult leader in there now. Do y'all understand that? Amy Cole, she's a cult leader.
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale, watch it on Hulu. She's in office now for life. We gave this woman a lifetime. That's a predecessor to our. I don't want to get into it. It's crazy.
No, get into it, because I totally agree. And I have to add to that, man. I have to add, because you know what? They fucking fire us, regular workers, right? They fire us if we do something wrong. If we look at somebody wrong, we make one mistake, you know what I'm saying? They'll give us a warning, and they'll start, like you said, your friend that was sending them little warnings, trying to get them prepared, trying to do the right thing, because in HR, right? Because when you want to fire somebody, first you give them a warning. Then after that, you try to work with them. And then just, again, so they can just track, have basically a backup, right? But they fire them because they're doing a terrible job. And we can't fire these people. That doesn't make any sense.
The fucking boss.
Equal, and it's not. It's a systematic issue, man. That's such a good point.
Right. Absolutely right. All right, guys. So we're gonna take a very quick break here, as we're just gonna reset and retool. So it may just be a minute or two. But we have a lot of things that we want to discuss, and we want, your family and your friends to be listening to us, especially if you're, just regular citizens throughout LA, and you're liking what we're saying. Please do like and share. We're going to talk about things where if Trump doesn't agree to accept the results, that he's not going to have a transition of power the way that it normally is. But at this point, labor leaders are actually talking about doing a strike. So, we'll get into that. We'll get into a couple of things here and move forward. Also, as I mentioned earlier, I am going to just name off a couple of names of people that have signed up to help share and through Instagram and through YouTube and all that. But I will do that the second we get back. So please just hold on, and we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for coming back. As from this break, we're back again with election night coverage here at Your Revolution Los Angeles. We got our host here, including myself, Chris Rod, and Elise Garcia, and also Celeste Huete. We also have Chris Smalls and Omar Fernandez joining us today. So we've had great discussions here that are helping out, people to become more informed about electoral politics and what we could do in this country. We are going to get really quickly to some results. Sorry about that. Annalise, you'll be able to let us know. Celeste, you'll be able to let us know, in Spanish as well. But just quickly, I want to go over a couple of entries that we do have. So thank you guys so much for sharing the stream, liking the stream. We're just starting out. The help that we can get, we would love it. So we have a Patreon. Our Patreon's account is patreon.com/YourRevLA. Also on the same note, at YourRevLA, that's on Instagram. And so we're actually doing a giveaway for to 5 winners that we're going to pick at random. I'll just quickly call out 3 people that are up for getting this nice thick book of Why Trump Deserves Trust, Respect, and Admiration, written by David King, who's a political analyst. And believe it or not, it's refreshingly honest because there's absolutely nothing written on there, since he has this is why he deserves trust, respect, and admiration. I mean, it's the best read you can hope for. But really, guys, you guys can use this, for just being able to write down any kind of notes, or just like show it to your family and friends. They will absolutely love it. It'll be a great piece. But really, maybe you guys can write in there what plans that we should do to move forward toward revolutionizing America to make it a place that's more equitable for everyone, and especially the working class. So actually want to give a shout out. Thank you guys so very. What's that, Chris?
I said they can write a healthcare plan since we're still waiting on one.
Yeah, there you go. Because regardless, even though right now it looks like Joe Biden is taking the lead, we still need to fight him at every single level. Quickly, we want to give a shout out. Thank you so much. We got 2 people out in Whittier. I'm just going to mention the first names just for privacy reasons. We got Veronica, and we have Serena. We also got Jessica from Santa Fe. So thank you guys so much. And what do you guys have to do the same thing that these 3 that I just mentioned did? Go on to Instagram right now. So on IG, we're Your Rev LA. That's our title. You can follow us there. Tag a friend on the post that has the giveaway, and then you also must be a public profile. Okay. With all that squared away, Annalise, I want to get to you so you can give us some results on what's going on, some updates on Election Day.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this has not been confirmed yet, but it is looking like George Gascon is going to beat Jackie Lacey. So yeah. Hold your breath. We'll let you guys know if and when that is confirmed.
and George Gascon, if I'm not mistaken, he was the only politician right now in LA that is actually firmly endorsed by Bernie Sanders, right? Or at least he definitely is. I don't know if he's the only one, but he definitely was.
But he's one of. And
okay, one of. Sorry.
So we're definitely keep our and it is looking like we're going to keep the House. Democrats are going to keep the House. I don't know why I say we. I'm not a Democrat anymore, but yeah. Democrats House. The Senate is still a toss-up right now.
All right, great. And so are there any other updates right now on the electoral politics, electoral numbers?
That's all I've got right now.
All right, cool. I want to just mention really quickly that there is great news, and excuse me while I'm pulling it up. We now have the first transgender state senator, Sarah McBride of Delaware. So let's give it up to her. I mean, give it up. Yeah, absolutely. Sarah McBride. So this is what a beautiful thing. Representation in U.S. government is absolutely, what we need more and more and more of. All right. So, before we went to break, we were talking about a lot of great discussions. And I would like to switch it to foreign affairs, because there's a lot of issues that's going on with foreign affairs. Quickly, I'll just give my take when it comes to the presidential candidates. If it comes to either Biden or Trump, like the way it is, whoever wins, you know, I'm not sure what, if any, issues are going to change. But, you know, I'm wondering, Annalise, you know, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think will happen, you know, if either of them, you know, whichever one gets voted in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that honestly, no matter who wins, we're still going to be in the same hole that we've been in for the last 50 years. And that hole is they're talking about a K-shaped recovery for, you know, the pandemic. We've been leading a K-shaped economy for the last 50 years, where, you know, working class and middle class people have been going down, 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 down to the point where now Joe Biden thinks 500,000 a year is middle class. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. Meanwhile, the people that are already rich and wealthy have been going up, 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 up. And so, look, no matter who wins tonight, it's going to be a struggle, and we're going to have to get ready to go to peoplesparty.org. I love this. But yeah, we're going to have to get ready to go to peoplesparty.org. And we're not saying this because anybody's giving us any money or because we've been bought off in any way. None of that. We're saying it because we're part of it, because we believe in it, because it's time to actually build a major new party. So the biggest thing, in my opinion, for people to keep in mind is that no matter what happens tonight, nothing changes, because it doesn't change our goal. It doesn't change our mission. It does not change the action that we need to take to bring about the true social equality that we need to have. Because we're talking about, we want to advance as a nation, as a species. We're not going to be able to do that if we continue to hold a large portion of our people down. We can't do it. The only way that we're going to thrive is if we all do it together. And, you know, for my Latinos, yes, we need to care about Black Lives Matter. Have you ever heard that story of first they came for the neighbor, then they came for the other neighbor, and finally when they came for me, there was no one left? We got to take care of each other. Enough with this individualistic, like, well, that doesn't directly affect me right this second. So no, we're all together in this, okay? And we all need to have solidarity, and we all need to be there for each other and understand each group's unique and individual struggles, and that each of them is important. And so let's come together and help each other, because there are areas where the Latino community is struggling that we need support from other communities. There's areas where the African American community is struggling. They need our support. So let's help each other to build. And one more thing that I want to say is something that I don't hear nearly enough about is foreign policy. And that's sort of understandable to the extent that when people think about their day-to-day lives, they're not necessarily worried about what's going on in Bolivia. You know, they're thinking about, do I have enough, you know, to feed my family? Am I going to be able to, you know, have a roof over my head? Is this job going to give me health care? Because otherwise I might end up bankrupt if I get sick. And it's like, there's so much going on in our day-to-day lives. But I think that, you know, moving forward, for me specifically, and I'm just speaking for myself because this affects me personally, but one of the areas of foreign policy that I'm the most interested in, obviously, because I'm Cuban, is relations with Cuba. And, you know, I am of the belief that we need to end the embargo on Cuba. The embargo is not hurting the Cuban government. It's just not. It's hurting the Cuban people. My aunt lives in Cuba, and she's been eating boiled chicken and potato for like 2 months because that's the only food she has access to right now. That's it. And there's certain medications that they don't have access to. So it's like, look, guys, we don't need to go to either extreme. We can, on the one hand, you know, acknowledge that Batista, who was there before Fidel, was a CIA plant. He was a dictator, and he needed to go. It was not a bad thing that Fidel did the revolution and got rid of him. That's not what made Fidel a dictator. What made Fidel a dictator was when he started taking away freedom of the press. When if you started saying something bad about the government, all of a sudden your neighbors would call the military and you wouldn't be seen again. You know, when he canceled free and fair elections, and that's how he ruled for 50 plus years. Those are the things that made Fidel a dictator, okay? But we can acknowledge that and still understand Cuba has a phenomenal medical system. They have a phenomenal educational system. We have a over 99% literacy rate in Cuba, okay? And we need to acknowledge that if the embargo was going to end communism in Cuba, it would have done it by now. It's not going to. It's not going to. 50 plus years. So, and I know I'm going off on a tangent, but I have to because I'm Cuban. I have to put it out there, you know. And it's like
represent, girl.
Okay. Yeah, like you know,
that's the story of the world.
Yeah, when I hear my mother's sister telling me that she doesn't know how she's going to get food, she doesn't know how she's going to get medicine, and now Trump has decided he's going to close Western Union, so you can't even send money to Cuba. It's closing at the end of this month, and he's going to get rid of Ding, which is a thing that lets you top up their cell phones over there, so they can't even communicate. So it's like enough. Here's my main point on Cuba. I'm not with these people on the left that just want to believe that Castro is some kind of hero and ignore the human rights that he took away. That's ridiculous. We don't need to go that far to think logically, right? Like he did have a dictatorship, get over it. But that does not mean that we get to essentially murder everybody there through lack of resources. Because if we can work with Saudi Arabia, who killed our Washington Post journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, and then we made a billions of dollars arms deal with them and sold them guns. If we can work with China, if we can work with Russia, please explain to me what the fuck the problem with Cuba is. I'll tell you what the problem with Cuba is. It's a small island. And so we're bullying them. It doesn't mean that we have to agree with everything that they do, but we have to stop being such hypocrites and saying that it's okay to work with one dictatorship but not another. Just stop. Just stop. So that's sorry. I had to get that off my chest.
No, and I want to piggyback over that. Just to wake the Black community as well and everybody. They need to remove the sanctions, remove the blockade, get rid of it. Fidel Castro is gone and dead. You know, we understand what he did. We understand that. We have to move past that. Let me tell you about Cuba too. Cuba had a doctor for every last one of their citizens. They have the best medical doctors in the world. This small country in the world. People don't realize that.
Doctors to help all over the world during the
world. The programs that they have, they bring students there from America. They'll take them from America, put them in school there, and then send them back into the world. But we won't supply them with the medical supplies that they need, the funding that they need. We got these sanctions on them still for what? Over a small fucking island so we can have a better military position? Because that's what it's about.
That's right.
Military position.
That's it.
It's greed and power of this country. And we need to stop. Cuba needs to be a part of us. Let me tell you also, when it came to the pandemic, they had less than 2,000 cases. That's it. And they killed us. They're good. They're good now. That's what I'm saying. They are good. They handled that virus in 1, 2, 3 because they have Medicare, a Medicare system, which we don't have. And we talking about communism. Right. They called me a commie for setting up a guillotine in front of Jeff Bezos' house. Really?
And really quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, Chris, but really quick, another thing that they did in Cuba was they didn't play around with the science. Right away, everybody wear a mask. Wear a mask. And when they saw the cases start to spike, and by spike I mean like 50 people. I mean, they did not. 200. It's a small place, you know. They were like, okay, everybody home by 7 p.m. for the next 2 weeks, and like they didn't fuck around.
That's it.
Yeah. And over there, nobody thought, oh, this is going against my freedom for being a person. No, like, which is so stupid. And I'm bringing this up because as you guys are saying this, you're realizing to us, it sounds normal. To anybody else who's out there listening who is getting propaganda that, oh, masks don't work, or your own exhale is going to come back to you and make you even more sick than normal. That's absolutely not true. The thing is that we have to think of it this way. And I think that these individuals who are going, I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm too macho for that. Well, first of all, okay, go ahead and die. Just die. Like, I don't care about you. But the problem is that they are these individuals can have it living inside them for up to 14 days and not even know it. And therefore they spread it to way more people. So one, it is not like the flu because this one spreads at, I think 10 times faster the rate or somewhere around there. But here's the real thing that I think can simplify it for everybody. So all you guys out there listening to this, if you agree with this, here's a new way that you could tell your right-wing friends. And if you guys are right-wingers right now listening, first off, thank you so much for having an open mind. But also realize that this is an entity that's alive, all right? It's an entity that lives by eating humans, like it does. First to start, anyways, before I go into anything else, it does. So we're the ones that we breathe it in and it multiplies inside of us, right? So what do? You got to starve it. You have to starve it. And how do you starve it? One, if it's in you, we should have a medical system that shouldn't allow you to just die, So when someone like, Trump gets it and thinks it's amazing because he can get airlifted and not have to pay for that, and get 20 of the top doctors in the world to be at his service, that doesn't happen to us. Hospitals are going to turn the regular person away, and the average person doesn't even have money to get treatment, which is absolutely despicable. But what I want to say about that is just if you have it, hey, don't spread it. Like, I just saw a video on Instagram where this one girl is just going out to a party in Arizona and saying, I got COVID, it doesn't matter. Now you got it. I'm thinking, oh my God, this should be criminal. But yeah, wear your mask so that way it cannot feed off of another person.
There's a comparison for that because isn't it illegal, for example, if you have AIDS, isn't it illegal to spit at somebody?
Mm-hmm. And that's a virus
too. You don't let them know, and you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Celeste, you were gonna say something. I saw you doing this a couple times.
Yeah, I want to say so much because y'all, I'm so grateful to be surrounded with like smart individuals. I mean, you guys are just made so much good points, and I want to like just talk about a little. I took a little notes because, like I said, I'm a stoner, but there's just so many things I want to talk about. talk about propaganda, dude. Talk about how YRLA and what Jerry Perez is doing for the progressive movement by creating these progressive channels all over the world is how Amazon owns the Washington Post. Okay, so that's fucking propaganda in itself. Look, all the points that Chris has made, it's fucking connected. And there isn't any progressive news channels. When I debate my friends, I can't even tell. I gotta tell them go on TYT. I gotta tell them, now I'm telling them about myself because I'm gonna sell myself. But like I tell them about YRLA now, right? But I can't tell them to go to a good resource, right? Because everything is propaganda that's online is so unbelievable. That's one thing I just wanted to mention. The second thing about Cuba, man, Annalise, when I know you are immunocompromised, but when the coronavirus is over, I need to invite you to my house because you and my mom are going to have a great conversation, which I'm going to enjoy. Because my mom, she loved Cuba. She loved dictatorship. I guess if you're doing something right, is all good. Because the United States is a dictatorship. They just make it seem like it's fucking democratic, but it ain't. It's a fucking dictatorship because the system and the white people and the race and the system owns it. All right, so it's a dictatorship now. They just try to hide it, But anyways, so I can't wait for that one day. That shit, I'm gonna make that shit happen. But anyways, Cuba, you're right. They had healthcare. I mean, they for some reason were, my dad's girlfriend, sister or a relative, actually was battling cancer, and here they told her it was like you're gonna die. She went to Cuba and they fixed her right away. They were like, you're all good, and she's still here, popping, everything's great. She's having the great life. So she's alive. Unfortunately for my sister who also was battling cancer, shit, we're poor. We couldn't do it. We couldn't fucking do it. I'm working class. We ain't rich. And that's sad that we had to like talk about how expensive healthcare is here. For many years, my sister complained about pain, and I know I can openly share this with her, with all you guys. But she complained she didn't want to go to the doctor because she wasn't rich. She was afraid of how much it was going to cost. right? And I know a lot of people struggle with that. Not just how much it's going to cost, but some Latinos don't even have papers, so they're afraid to go get checked, you know. And she was afraid. She never went, and all of a sudden, that pain that she had was cancer. And you know, so all these fucking politicians have blood on their hands, man. Yeah, it saddens me. You all don't have no heart, man. Not you guys, of course, you guys do, but politicians have no heart. How dare they, man? Like and they're actually shitty businessmen because you want to profit off healthcare. You want to profit off a necessity, like that type of necessity. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't think of something else. Like y'all can't think of something else to make suitcases, something else to make money off. You guys got to make money off healthcare, which is it's so sad. And you know what? Talk about the last thing I want to say, because I'm gonna lose my train of thought. Is just how about the mask that Chris mentioned. We are so privileged here. We're like, I will not wear masks. Like you fucking Karens, y'all are so privileged here. Oh my god, we have our curfew because we're so spoiled that people are telling us what to do. These white racist, because there's good white people, like obviously like Chris, right? You're a white guy. But like there's all these fucking racists. Like I will not wear a mask. That is such a great point too about the virus, about AIDS. It's a virus too. You should be considerate. You know, it shouldn't be about race though. I know I talk about that a lot, and we all do, but it should be about being a good person. Like I see all these videos about these Karens coughing on people's face. Forget Corona. That's rude. My mom would have slapped me in the face. I couldn't even speak with my mouth full. And I talked so much shit to my nephews and stuff. That's just embedded in me. And you're all coughing in somebody's face, not even covering your mouth. Like we teach little kids to do that, and y'all don't do that. That's so rude. It's about having manners. It's about being a good person. Y'all are not good people, man. Y'all racists are not good fucking people, man. It disappoints me.
Let's just call it how it is.
I'm so sorry.
100% true.
I just want to give you guys an update. We do have an update. New Hampshire has gone to Biden for 4 electoral points. Our new total is Biden is at 213. Trump is at 118. So really quick, Celeste, do you want to tell our Spanish audience? And then we'll go back to you, Chris Smalls.
Okay. Sí, ok, mi gente. Tengo que decirles un poco de qué está pasando con los puntos de presidencia. Ahorita New Hampshire se fue a Biden y ahorita Biden tiene 213 y Trump tiene 118 y acuérdense que necesitamos 270 para ganar. Okay?
Back to you, Chris Smalls.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's call it what it is. It's these fucking Trumpers, because they believe everything Trump does, and these Trumpers don't want to wear masks, and our own president is a super spreader. All the fucking rallies he done did.
And my cousin said
that. Our own president is just traveling the country, spreading the fucking coronavirus. This is crazy. And once again, we're sitting back like Democrats on TV, on CNN all day. Yeah, Trump is. We know. What are you doing about it? We know. Every day you're going to say the same. Trump just traveled to Michigan. Trump just traveled to Ohio. Yes, he's traveling, spreading the coronavirus, and because nothing is mandated, we fucking spreading it. And they talk about a second wave. We get out the first one. We still we still in the first wave. We never got out of it. Like, what? What are we talking about here? And another thing I want to address is, once again, the separation of, I'm Latina. I'm not with the black community. I'm with the Trump because of this and that. He's taking care of us of taxes or some stupid shit. Like, do you understand? He don't like y'all. He don't care about y'all either. And you gotta ask yourself this. This is black and brown. Ask yourself this. If white people had the choice to leave our asses on Earth and colonize another planet, and you think they're gonna look at you and be like, oh, yeah, they can come with us. No, they're gonna leave our asses here to die. And that's what we're doing. That's what they're doing now. They're preparing us to die, and they're like, you know what? Fuck all the people at the bottom. Fuck all the poor people, the working class people, the people that can't afford healthcare. We're gonna take that shit away. They don't care about us. So if we don't say nothing, we don't do nothing, they're gonna do whatever they want. And we cannot just count on billionaires to just wake up one day, have an epiphany, and be like, no, what? I'm gonna help them out. No.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
gonna add to that. I'm definitely a Latina that would never say that we don't like black people because I love them. So, for the record, but seriously, it's brainwashed. I'm reading these comments right here from Bad Boy, which is actually my cousin Berto Perto. He said that Trump for Latinos is like raid for cockroaches, which is
Right.
so freaking true. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you are brainwashed on a whole new level. But what I've learned about Latinos, if you are for Trump or for Republicans rather, I guess is that you're hella rich because that's the only policy, or it has to be a religion purpose. That because you think that Democrats want to kill your babies, I guess. You know what I mean? Not like I don't know whatever. But it's only religious purposes, or you're hella rich, you're a millionaire, you know, and you don't want to, and then you get all these tax breaks. That's the only reason. Because you're brainwashed on a whole new level. Like I totally understand why Latinos go for Republicans. They don't like you. You're absolutely right.
And you gotta think about what he did to Puerto Rico. He went down there and threw toilet tissue at y'all. Y'all forgot about that?
Beautiful. It was no. It was beautiful, soft paper towels. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And look,
Yeah, he-
still,
I
it's still struck. The island is still fucked up. It's still
Yeah.
messed up.
Oh
And-
yeah,
and
absolutely.
they want to vote for Trump. He don't care about y'all. What?
There's some people saying,
Goya beans? Really? Come on, man. We gotta wake up.
yeah. Look, there's a Stanford study that, and I'm reading it right now. A Stanford study that links Trump rallies to 30,000 COVID-19 cases. That also includes 700 deaths. So, I mean, hey, is this bad of me to say, yo, man, you're doing it to your own people? These were going to be people that were going to vote for you. I mean, hey, but so, I mean, do I really complain about that? But no, the problem is we don't want them to die. We don't want them to get sick, right? Yeah, look, let me go on this, about race, about what you guys are mentioning here, because I was listening to a podcast earlier called Who We Are. It's a really good one. And it goes out right now. There's only 6 stories on there so far. And they go through the history of race in America, like the untold history. But of course, we have documents from journals and so on and so forth. And the reality, just like the reality of West Virginia, everybody thinks that tobacco was their main export. That's not true. It was human capital. At that time, they were thinking, well, it's just property, but human capital. So they were having, they were selling slaves. I thought that was the number one thing. How many of you heard that in your classes? 0, zip. I guarantee you, because if you had heard about it, you guys be awake more for that. Here's another piece too that they were talking to a professor who specializes in critical race theory, and it was really interesting to hear about it. Now, I want any of you viewers right now that are on the fence about, are Republicans racist, and why aren't Democrats or whatever? This must be BS. Trump claims that he has done the most for African Americans than any other president, maybe since Lincoln. Look, in that professor, he said this. He said, "Well,
maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
But look, guys, I really want to share this perspective because it was like an aha moment for me. Even though obviously I know, the lies that Trump constantly spews, especially when it comes to people of other race besides his own white, what is it? The German, as he goes to a foreplan says, oh, you guys come from a good lineage, good bloodlines, because they're Nazis from the past. Anyways, so besides that, here's something else to keep it really simple. So critical race theory, basically anybody who's racist, it comes from blatant ignorance and they're interpersonal, meaning that, if you, just from peer to peer, and so it complicates things when it comes to your political theory, like, who it is that you support, because that becomes a personal identity to you. And when you're being lied to by those that match your identity because of religious, purposes or whatnot, they will tell you, no, of course we're not, of course we're not racist. In this case, he's saying the other part is that it is correctable. And when I heard that, I thought, duh, when you're the leader, so if you're the coach of a team, one thing that I remember from Phil Jackson, he was saying, look, you know, the reason why he was able to help all these people go to championships is that, let's say when he went to the Lakers, Kobe and Shaq were both going back and forth between who has the bigger ego. And you know what happened? Phil Jackson came in and said, you guys have no ego here bigger than me. 6 rings. Goodbye. That's it. End of story. They were like, oh shit, you're right. So what I'm trying to say is that when you're a parent and you have 2 kids that are fighting, the parent comes to both of them and corrects the issue. Who's wrong? Who's right? Let's help them come together. So right now, Mr. President Trump, you happen to have your citizens who are fighting over race right now, all right? Because we know that the systemic racism that's happening all throughout, that's pervasive, from housing to obvious, you know, police brutality. Check it out. It's as simple as this. Listen to the needs. What's that?
It was just funny. You're like, check it out.
Yeah, check it out. Listen to the needs of those that are being wronged. Listen to their needs and tell the ones that are suppressing, hey, you guys are doing this wrong. You guys are out there like killing them just because what? Just because of skin color and because you've been allowed to do it for hundreds of years? Check it out. If Trump would have done that, all of us would be giving him credit. Hey man, you went out there and you told your white racist supporters to get it together, but he didn't, did he? Has he? So therefore, he is not doing everything that he can. In fact, he likes the division because he wants his white supremacist racist to win. They love it. As Cenk Uygur says on TYT all the time, it's not the bug, it's the feature, and I think we should all realize and recognize that.
Absolutely.
That's my thoughts on that.
We have some updates. More updates coming our way. They're starting to come a little more often now, which is nice. Minnesota has gone to Biden. That's for 10 electoral points. Hawaii has also gone to Biden. That is 4 points. Right now we stand at Biden 223, Trump 118. And again, the magic number is 270. So unless you want to update our Spanish audience.
Okay, sí, mi gente. So Minnesota se fue a Biden. Hawaii se fue a Biden, gracias a Dios. Y Biden, Biden es, bueno, el total ahorita es 223 Biden y 118 Trump, ese hijo de la gran... Y acordate que necesitamos 270 para ganar, okay?
And one more thing, did we touch on McConnell's race yet?
Oh, no.
I don't think so. No.
It does look it does look like McConnell's gonna win.
Yeah. Talk about a terrible person. Sorry.
Go ahead, Celeste.
No, I just wanted to say how talk about a terrible human being. This is why I feel like you have to be aware of like voting is not just it's beyond the presidency, it's local elections. Like, how is this guy still in office? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a terrible human being. Like, talk about all the business deals he has done with Russia. His wife is an immigrant, yet he is obviously against immigrants. He's just a terrible human being, and he's still there. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you know, we got Tupac, we got Kobe dead, and this guy's still alive. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Why Tupac? No, but not Trump.
Just like Tupac, man, which I love so dearly, you know,
yes.
He sparked the brain of the one who's going to make this revolution start. So, you know, I think he did that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Look,
I hope.
Right.
Please save us.
Yes. Look, since you're talking about how important voting is, and yet we still have these despicable politicians like obviously McConnell, and I mean, I'll even say it, Hickenlooper, you know, as we see here as a Democrat, these people are still being voted into office. It shouldn't happen. But we should also think about what you know, the GOP has been trying to do to undermine this election because they know how unpopular their stances are. So Omar, since you are, you know, a president and a vice president there of you know, AFL CI, I am forgetting really quick, but you are there, right? for the post office, and you are working at the post office, I want to have that discussion so we can clear it up, because as myself being, a mailman during my 9 to 5, there are hundreds of people from different neighborhoods who would ask me about that and say, do you know what's going on? Of course, I couldn't respond while I'm in uniform. So let's talk about that, because a lot of people have, misinformation from it. So really, what was the effect of Trump putting in Louis DeJoy, and and how do you think that influenced the election and maybe the results that we're going to see tonight?
Well, I mean, this is a great story about how the power of the people can make things happen, because Louis DeJoy, somebody who owns a business that runs against the post office, was made postmaster. This guy wasted no time whatsoever when he got in there. He went in there and started taking machines out left and right. Now, the thing that the post office does is that it does take out machines. And he was also saying, saying that, hey, this happens all the time. I had nothing to do with it. Listen, the thing about it though is that he sped that bad boy up. He made things go out. And the thing is that I think it was like 14 state attorneys, they came together and decided to sue the post office. And then at the same time, the people started coming against what DeJoy was what DeJoy was doing. And because of all that, 2 federal judges, believe it or not, I was totally surprised, came and said, hey, DeJoy, guess what? Everything that you did before you came into power, you need to reverse all of that. And they had to redo it. And that's why all of a sudden DeJoy was talking about the most important thing to us now is to make sure that the mail goes out and this and blah, blah, blah. But when he went in, he was absolutely telling us, hey, you can't have any more extra trips. And what that means is, say that the machine went down because he took out machines. So now you have one less machine doing the work. So the machine went down. Now the truck is waiting at the door for this mail. What we used to do is send out the truck with that mail. And then when the rest of it got done, we would go ahead and get another truck so we can send that mail out too. Well, there was a little bit there where we couldn't even do that anymore. Because of the judges, because of the people, we were able to start making extra trips. Now, the real important thing that I want people to know is that we got to keep this fight going after the election, because he made it very clear that he was going to do whatever it takes to make sure that all the ballots got to wherever they needed to go until the end of the elections. And then after that, he's going to go right back to what he was doing, starting to take machines out, starting to make people go away and all that other kind of stuff, so that people would get pissed off at the post office, because the power is in the people. So if people aren't getting their mail on time, oh, that freaking post office isn't doing what. So we need to make sure to let them know, guys, it has nothing to do with us. We're doing everything that we can to make sure that mail gets out. But if we have less people and if we have less trucks, then your mail is going to take a lot longer. Back in 2006, we used to have overnight delivery. And then what they said is, oh, we're going to save money if you did it to 2 days, and we'll save lots of money. Well, the inspector general already came out and said, hey, guess what? You're losing money. And not only that, but it went from, instead of being a 2-day product for first class mail, it went to 3 days because we didn't have the people that we needed to do. And they did all of this. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Oh, and they did all of this simply because they said that we were losing money. Remember, again, the Treasury Department owed us $75 billion. They passed a law. Both parties did that, passed a law, and it went from the Treasury owing us money to we owing the Treasury money. All of a sudden, we're losing money when we made lots of money. As a matter of fact, if we would have kept going before this law came out, if we would have kept going the way we were going, we would have had 6 years of operational profits in the Postal Service that would have definitely carried us over through anything. But because we had to pay those 75 years of retirement in advance in 10 years, that's what made us go into the hole. It was a law that made us do that. So I just want the people to know that if you guys need a job, come to the post office. We need you.
Omar's recruiting.
I know he's recruiting. I'm about to recruit.
Awesome place to work. We have 4 very strong unions there. that will cover you, that will take care of you. The power's in the people. And then after that, keep fighting, guys. Keep fighting, because the post office needs to stay public. It cannot be privatized, although some of it already is. All of it needs to get public. We need to get managers out of there. They're just kissing the ass of headquarters. I mean, I've literally had postmasters crying because, like, look, I know we need more people, but these guys up at district, these guys up at HQ won't let me do it. And I was able to come up with a plan. Hey guys, okay, do this. Let me know what you need. I can do it through the grievance process, get you the people that you need to have in there. And then at the same time, you can say, hey, look, I'm trying to do what you want me to do, but this freaking guy Omar is over here doing grievances. I can't do anything about it. So that way they have the best of both worlds. I'm trying to do what you want me to do, but the freaking union isn't letting me do it. So guys, come work for us. Come be part of our union, and just keep supporting the Postal Service, because again, the power's in the people, and you guys are the ones that saved us during this whole thing. You are the reason that the judges came out and did what they did. You are the reason that these state attorney generals sued the USPS to make sure that we can get these machines back and go back to the way we were. We're not at 100%. We still need more people. Christmas is coming. We need more people.
Dude, I'm about to recruit for you.
I'm about to say no, and I'm going to either. I'm about to say, to piggyback off of that, Amazon employees, the ones that get fired, go work for the post office.
Absolutely. Come on over.
And then on top of and Jeff Bezos is trying to dig his fingers into that too. He's trying to buy them. We can't allow that to happen once again right in front of our eyes. This is what's happening. This is strategic what he's doing. And we know this. We know it's a part of the system. These billionaires, they got the money to pay the Treasury. 75 billion. No problem. Let's do that, and let's buy the post office as well. This is how monopolizing Amazon is. Like, that's how we have to demonopolize these corporations.
Yeah.
And we need to support the one corporation, the U.S. Postal Service, that works for the people. That's for the people. And that's what it's about.
That's right. Thank you so much, guys.
Oh my God, that is so sorry, Chris.
And Celeste, if you don't mind, because right now we're going to get back into that discussion in just a little bit because we have so much more to say. But thanks, guys, for sharing that. And Celeste, I really mean it. We're going to come back to what you're going to say. So please write that down, because I know that you're, you know what you're doing right now. So really quick, we're gonna take a break. However, Annalise, I want you to go ahead and give us a couple more updates right before we go.
So we've got some more updates for you guys. So Montana has gone to Trump for 3 electoral points. Ohio has gone to Trump, 18. Iowa has gone to Trump for 6. Right now we stand at Biden 223, Trump 145. Celeste, you want to go ahead and share that with our Spanish audience, and then maybe you can finish your thought, and then we'll go on break?
Sure. Okay, mi gente, so ahorita Montana se fue a Trump, Ohio se fue a Trump a 18, que eso no es bueno. Iowa se fue a Trump. So ahorita el total es 223 Biden y no se ha movido. Eso no es bueno. So Trump subió a 145. So otra vez Biden 223 y Trump 145. Acuérdense que necesitamos 270 para ganar.
All right, thank you guys.
My thoughts. Sorry.
That's right.
Sorry. So if I remember, what I wanted to I don't know, there's just so many things that you guys were saying. But I wanted to ask Omar, I don't know if you listened to our episode on DeJoy on how it's another point of how electing a president is beyond the person, I guess you can say, because what President Trump did was just in not only enrich, like what he has done the past 3.5, almost 4 years is just enriched himself and his buddies, right? And gotten away with all kinds of fraud. And he, for example, he appointed DeJoy, right, to be the head of the USPS, and that's the reason he did that on purpose, of course, so he can cheat, right? What are your thoughts on that? Did you see a lot of like fraud or a lot of like, I don't know, I just kind of like, if you can express, of course, if you can share with us, because I know, you know, privacy issues or whatever, but did you see like when he was appointed, a lot of like changes in the system or the way it was managed?
I'll tell you this: managers are told this, according to the contract. The CBA is what we call it. It's the man. Of course, I'm not going to remember what CBA stands for right now.
Collective bargaining agreement.
The collective bargaining agreement.
Chris.
Good job, Chris. The collective bargaining agreement. What that means is that management and the unions got together and said, "This is what we collectively agree upon." Now, that document says that the plant managers and the postmasters have absolute control over their facility or their cluster. They have absolute control. Nobody can tell them what to do. But wait a minute. These guys up in district, these guys up in DC say to them, either do it our way or we'll find somebody to do it our way. So already they're going into their pockets and doing what they need to do. That's when the union can come in and do what I said to do. Hey, blame it on me. Blame it all on me. It's all good. They can't do anything to me because the union's got some serious power in here. I mean, we're falling down because a lot of people like to think that we're lawyers and they don't want to, but thank God right now, the way things are, we can literally tell them, hey, this is what the contract says. You got to follow the contract. But absolutely, yes, there's so many things that happen. And let me let the people know. Have you ever, and I'm saying this not as a postal worker, I'm saying this as a president of the American Postal Workers Union, so I don't get freaking hit on the Hatch Act because they like to throw that on us. But if you ever get a package that you have on your way to your house, and all of a sudden it says that that package has been delivered to your door, but you have no package and it doesn't appear at your door until maybe a day, 2 days later, it's not that the mailman was doing something or whatever. It's just that most likely the manager saw your package. It didn't get it there in enough time so that the carrier can take it out, and they went in there and said it was delivered so that they can look their numbers. To them, it's all about the daggone numbers. Chris, I bet you can tell you the same thing over in Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a crap about the mail, man, about the mail getting delivered. The crafts, the unions are the ones that want to make sure that your mail gets to you. The managers, all they care about is that their numbers look good. There are a few managers that still have some power in there where they're untouchable and they can be like, yo, go fuck yourself. I need to make sure this mail gets to wherever it needs to go. But most of them don't have that pull. And it's like, crap, I don't want to lose my job. So I got to do what these guys do. But then if they get together with the union and blame it on us, we can still do what we need to do. Because, I mean, I'm telling you, we got to get the post office out of because the contract says that management controls it, but they have to follow the contract and the laws that are present. And we just got to make sure that we make them do that to the point where it's like, crap, I got to do what they tell me to do. And it's working. We just need more people to be able to do that. And I'm sorry, I hope I answered your question.
Here's the thing I'm going to say really quick, because the postal system absolutely has its infrastructure. It's one of the most important parts of the United States. So there's a lot more to talk about that. However, as of right now, we are going to get to break really quick because we are running out of time. But we'll be right back to continue this discussion. Thanks for continuing to watch, guys. Welcome back, everybody, to YRLA, Your Revolution Los Angeles. Host here, Chris Rod, Annalise Garcia, and also Celeste Huete. We got also Barry's two special guests with us right now, Chris Malls and Omar Fernandez. And we're going live throughout the day, you know, talking about issues as it pertains to the election, as it pertains to the working class, as it pertains to the environment, so on and so forth. So let your family and friends know about all this. Share, like the stream, subscribe to us. Also, for anybody who really wants to help the cause, you know, our whole thing is to get the big money out of the nation's media and be able to tell the truth to you guys, bold, honest news. Check out our Patreon, patreon.com/yourrev, R-E-V, like revolution, YRLA. All right, guys, with that being said, I want to go ahead and give you guys the updates. So, Annalise, what do you see here today? What's going on right now?
Yeah. So we've got some updates, and it's not looking great. So Florida has gone to Trump. That was 29 electoral points. And we are now at Biden 223, Trump 174. What's really concerning about this is, as Celeste mentioned earlier, Biden's been kind of at a stalemate and Trump keeps going up and up and up. So, yeah. Celeste, you want to do the Spanish report?
Ok, mi gente, ahorita no se está viendo bien. Biden todavía está a 223 y Trump está a 174. Florida ganó 29, ganó a Trump y esos son 29 puntos, que es mucho. Y otra vez no entiendo. I'm going to talk a little bit about socialism, you know, really fast. I'm sorry. Because people are so scared of socialism, and in Florida, they're so scared because you fled socialist party. But I want y'all, anybody listening, and repeat this: if Trump wins and you have a debate with anybody that's a Trump supporter in your family household, is that it's only socialism for the rich. And that's some bullshit, man, because they never talk about how they're always scared about that word socialism. But goddamn it, how many times did these corporations get bailed out, or even most recently now? And it's all good. We don't talk about how much money they get. We don't talk about how they talk about how poor people, how like people on unemployment don't want to go back to work. So we first gave them $600 for each kid or whatever. Now we're only going to give them $300 or whatever the case might be, because, oh, these people don't want to go back to work. How about the corporations don't fire their damn employees because of this pandemic or what other reason? You know what I mean? Like, they had to mandate not to fire these employees in order for them. And then after that, when they removed that, they were like, oh, I'm gonna go fire all the employees. Like, we have to force people to be a good person, a good corporation, good people. You know, we have to force them. We have to create laws. We have to create hate laws, you know, against LGBT, against people of color. Like, we have to force these motherfuckers to be nice. It doesn't make any sense. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in mi gente. I'm disappointed in Raza that vote Republican. I mean, I get it if you're rich or whatever. If you're, I mean, I don't know. There aren't any Raza Latinos billionaires, you're right, and there ain't, you know what I mean? So, like, don't tell me you're that rich that you have to vote Republican. But anyhow,
well, thanks so much for sharing that. Okay, so also here in California, the results are starting to come in where we're getting about 55% reporting throughout the state. And so I want to give you guys just updates here. We got 12 different props, so I'll go through them. Let's see. I'll go through them as quickly as I can. So Prop 14, the medical research bonds for stem cell research. That one right now, with 55% reporting saying that 52% are saying yes to that. Prop 15 to change commercial property tax. That's a no, 50.4% so far. I'll cut out the percentage and just let you know where it's leaning. So for Prop 16 to end the diversity ban, that's going to no right now. That's falling in favor of no. Prop 17 to restore former felon vote, that's going towards yes. California, the Proposition 18, which is allowing you to vote at age 17 if you're going to be 18 by the time the general comes. That's at no. Didn't expect to see that. Prop 19, that's to change the property tax rules. That's right now at a yes. Prop 20, it says for stricter parole sentencing, no. It's going towards no with 55% reporting. Prop 21, local government rent control. That's going towards no right now. So last election cycle, we had that as Prop 10 to try to actually get some rent control here, but apparently it's just not working. The rich and the wealthy, the propaganda is really working on the average citizens. So there you go, LA. Anyways, so Prop 22, app-based drivers as contractors, not employees. That's going towards yes right now. Prop 23, no, that's dialysis clinic standards. 24, expand consumer privacy. That's yes. And Prop 25 is leaning right now towards no. That's to approve replacing cash bail to try to make that equitable. All right, guys, want to go ahead and give that to you guys. Okay, so there's also some results coming in for local candidates. And I will just say right now that for district attorney, between George Gascon, who is the progressive, going up against Jackie Lacey, he's having a quite sizable victory at 10%. So as of right now, that's some good news coming out of LA, and we'll continue with that later as the results come in. All right, guys. So yeah, let's continue the discussion. I'll just have an open floor because there's so much we can talk about. We did mention before about going into more about.
Oh,
They cut his internet.
What's that?
there you go. You're back. You're
Oh
back.
no. Okay, cool. Where did it cut out at? What was the last thing I said?
It just
I said,
started.
Omar, you're a mother.
Let me just tell you guys really quick, and that when it comes to the post office, and of course DeJoy being added in there, I didn't get to say too much of my piece on that, but I will now. Right away we at the station where I work at, they did get an email that mentioned, yep, absolutely, we are not picking up mail after 10 o'clock to be delivered. So what that did was that affected our first class, our priority, and especially Express. So a lot of the money that we get comes from Express, and that means next day delivery, of course. And when it for anything to be considered good or profitable, it's got to be something that's reliable. And so the post office has been reliable on that until DeJoy got put in. Of course, he spends millions towards the GOP and including Trump's campaign. In 2016, he put in 1.2 million. And just recently, as has been reported through Money Watch and CBS News, which is the article I'm looking at right now, they mentioned that DeJoy just approved a $5 million deal with XPO Logistics, which he actually still has financial stake in. And it's one of the biggest contracts ever given, or that is currently out there. And they actually deal with a route of delivering mail from one place to another, obviously. So it's not house delivery, but we're talking about for the next 18 months, this private company that Louis DeJoy is still a part of and has gotten, I believe, let me get the number right now, $2.3 million a year is what he's receiving from this company that he now just hooked up with one of the biggest contracts. The route is roughly about 700 miles apart. So now who knows what's going to happen to that mail? This is something that absolutely should be illegal, and he should be ousted for it. So that's the part I want to say. And it's obvious that the person and the party that's in charge of making that happen, once again, is the Republican Party, is Trump, and Democrats for not doing not doing much to fight back. They, to give them some credit, they actually did do a couple of things, as Omar mentioned earlier, that we got some pushback from different courts, and people, of course, really trying to reach out to help them out. But that's what I had to say on that. If any of you guys want to add to that discussion, we'll do that now and then end that here. Omar, were you aware of that?
Absolutely, yeah, definitely was aware of that. I mean, these are called. I'm an expediter. My job is to make sure that the mail gets on the truck and leaves on time. And if we need more trucks, I'm the guy that makes sure that we get more trucks in order to get the mail out there. And so these guys are called highway contract employees. They're not even part of the Postal Service. Thank God the unions do force their companies to pay our union rate. They don't get any benefits whatsoever, but they do get $25 an hour. There's one company that actually takes $5 away for their 401k and their health benefits, which is bullshit that they do that. But most of the companies give that money to the contracted employees. These guys are working 18, 19 hours a day. And basically what they're doing is they're taking those routes away from postal employees. They're part of the drivers. I can't remember the name of the craft right now. It's part of the APWU. I can't remember their name right now, but it's part of like the motor pool for the Postal Service. And they do have postal employees that take mail from one plant to the other. But most of the times now, it's these contract employees that don't have any benefits. They do have the union rate, but that's it, no benefits. And there's one other thing that I want to bring up. One other thing that they started doing, Dianne Feinstein, the lady up in California, her husband is in charge of the real estate company that has sold our beautiful buildings, postal buildings, and have given them to their friends, sold them for like next to nothing to their friends. And actually our president has a hotel, I believe it's in DC, that used to be a United States Postal Service building. That now it's his hotel where he runs it as a private company, and who knows, how we all know how he is when it comes to money. He loses money left and right, and probably it's not even profitable. But he got a beautiful building for next to nothing. And Dianne Feinstein and her husband have been doing that left and right, taking beautiful, beautiful 150-year-old buildings and selling it for nothing. And these guys take these buildings, either destroy them or turn them into like crappy things and stuff. I mean, they've been privatizing us left and right, and the people need to have control of those decisions. There's no way in hell why a senator or a senator's husband should be involved with selling off our buildings. It's like what the cable companies do. They borrow money from the government or not borrow money. They get grants from the government to go ahead and lay down the cable and all that kind of stuff all over the streets and all that kind of stuff. And instead of giving some of those profits back to the government because you just got a grant from us, which is taxpayer money, what they do is like, okay, thank you for the grant. All the profits come to us now. They don't even have to pay anything back to the companies or anything because they got a grant. They got a grant from us. We're the ones that paid for that. The infrastructures and all that kind of stuff. It's ridiculous as to how we're being stole from. I mean, it's our taxpayer money. And some of these people that have put themselves into the matrix have become part of the matrix. We all seen that movie where all they say was like, well, how are we going to pay for this? Man, if we took the trillions of dollars that our military uses and just take 1%, we'll be able to pay for most of everything that we need. Just 1% of it. That's how much money the military complex gets. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. I'm glad you said that. I mean, like I said, open discussion. Chris Miles, it looks like you're thinking about what he's saying.
Oh, hell yeah, and I agree. Or we can. Here's another solution. We can tax the 1%.
Yes.
Can we?
And they'll still be billionaires and trillionaires.
Yeah. So like they're never gonna spend that money.
Yeah.
Can we tax Jeff Bezos, who makes almost $4,000 a second, $9 million an hour, $13 billion a day? Can we tax some of his money, please, and give it to the working class?
Right.
Just 1%. You know how much money you get?
Yeah, and I said it on break. You know, like I want to say now in front of the audience that I was capped out at $25 an hour, working for the richest man in the world. $25 an hour, capped out, meaning I couldn't get any more raises hourly, and I'm doing just as much work as a regular salaried manager, if not more, because I was experienced enough to train the manager who they bring in from college, which is no knock on that, but it's at the same time, I'm on the same level as this person. And a piece of paper is the only separation. That's it. They had to learn from me. I had to train my own boss for them to make more money than me. See, what system are we in? And this is, man, I just checked my Twitter an hour ago and somebody tweeted like, oh, go to trade school, you'll make more money. Let me tell you something. I went to trade school and my broke ass is still unemployed with no health insurance right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what school you graduate from. It's a system. It don't matter. And that's what they understand. Amazon has over 1 million plus employees worldwide. 1 million plus. And only 8% is black or brown that's upper management. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that. For the first time in 26 years of Amazon's existence, because of all the shit that happened with me, for the first time in Amazon's history, they put a black woman on Jeff Bezos' senior team. And we supposed to sit back and be like, oh my God, they care about it. No, she is a token. You think that woman gonna be able to make
probably sold out? Most likely sold out.
Gonna be able to make some decisions, some real systemic. No, that she is a token. She's gonna sit there and make her 1 million plus salary and sell open a win and be like, you know what? Thank you for giving me the opportunity. No, she ain't kicked down any barriers. She ain't knocking down no walls. She ain't making no decisions that's going to benefit us at the bottom.
That's right. So same thing President Obama did. He didn't do anything for us either. Didn't do anything. That's why that's how bad it is. It's so bad that the people are like, okay, Democrats, you're not going to help us out. Let's vote in Trump. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
I'm going to push back a little bit. I think DACA was big. I'm just gonna leave it at DACA, okay? So I think he did do one thing. I'm just saying. But anyway, but I think it's beyond that. It's just a systematic problem that we live in. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that Jeff Bezos is not paying any taxes. Like, talk about greedy. Like, y'all are never going to spend that money. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to go. And then plus, y'all want us to buy your shit because we're so spoiled Americans that we need things 2 days and we need to overwork these people, you know, because that's how spoiled Americans are, right? Yeah. Even Latino American, Mexican Americans, you know, Chicanos, whatever, you know, Central Americans, we get all bougie right away and shit. Like, oh, I want my shit like tomorrow. Like, bitch, like if you lived in El Salvador, you wouldn't have shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you didn't have there's no Amazon in El Salvador. Calm down. You know what I mean? So we're just, it's so sad. This system that we live in. It really is.
And, you know, and let me speak to that because I've been in some of those rooms with people, you know, with business people, especially people that have been, you know, starting a business and go, well, look, this is why taxation is theft, because you're spending all this time and you come up with an idea and you're making money and that money is owed to you. It's not supposed to be up to the government to do X, Y, and Z with it. So my challenge to that is, well, okay, so what are you going to do with that money? You know, and what are you doing to the people that are making you that money? So to your guys', to everyone's point here, and just like Chris Miles, what you're saying, you're like, hey, look at all this work that I'm doing. You know, I mean, trust me, I'm out there 14 hours a day going, 18 miles a day and, carrying 40 to 50 pounds with me. It's exhausting. And what's that?
I don't know how you do it. I'll stay my butt in the plant, carrying all those phone boats and stuff.
And that's nothing. I mean, I know so many, other people who have 2 and 3 jobs And we think that that's the American way. So the one challenge I would say to people that go like, listen to these lefties right now going over there, tax them, tax the rich again. Well, then see, now all you're going to do is have a poor country. No, hold up. We have a poor country right now. The thing is that if they, so if these people that hold all the wealth that from the money that we make for them, and they don't give back to us, that's when it's up to the government to step in and say, okay, check it out. You're working under capitalism. That means that you are in the pursuit of profit and making as much profit as you possibly can. Okay, good job on you. However, look at these people that are dying. The 500,000 people that go bankrupt. You know what I mean? On and on. And I can go on. And that's where it's up to the government to protect us.
Chris,
yes, sir.
We've actually done that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We've done that. FDR has done that. As a matter of fact, during the Great Depression, 1929, when everybody was hungry, money, and plus it was the rich guys that made the Great Depression, but that's a whole nother subject. During that time, the unions, the AFL and the CIO, there were two different entities back then, told the president, you either get your crap together or we are going to vote you out. That's the power that they had. And during the Great Depression, FDR said, you know what, we're going to start a guaranteed work program where all the highways that you see that are created and all that kind of stuff that we have in our country now was created during that time. FDR put people to work and the government was the one that paid them. Back then, rich people were getting taxed anywhere from 70 to 80% of the money that they made. And they were still making out like bandits. I'm not saying that we need to do that now. And what I'm saying about that whole thing is, you know what? If you're doing things by yourself, okay, awesome. You can keep all the profit. But if you got labor that's helping you make all that money, then labor should be getting part of those profits too, because you can't do it without them. You know, this whole crap about let's pay them as least as possible so that we can make the most. It's not right, because without them, you wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do it without the people. Wouldn't be able to do it without labor. And here's another thing that labor needs to be proud about. Our production is so awesome in our country that if we would keep production up with salaries, we make so much things for these rich guys that we should be getting paid anywhere from $25 to $30 an hour is what we should be making because of the production that we put forward. Minimum. So, I mean, people need to stop doing that crap. They need to stop that shit with the, oh, well, you know, who's going to pay for it? And who's that? Let them pay for it. Let the government pay for it. The same way that the freaking Pentagon lost $1 trillion. They just lost $1 trillion. Nobody said where did it go, where it went. No, they just lost it. Oops is all they said. Yeah. And nobody got in trouble, but $1 trillion freaking dollars would just disappear.
And you know that's lost. You know that's not lost. It's in someone's pocket.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. In Iraq, I had friends of mine that would say when they were there, they would see pallets and pallets of cash arriving in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. And where that money went, nobody knows where that money went. I mean,
I see that you want to speak to that. Let me let you do that in just a second, because I want to go ahead and let you know that I got old school too on paper. Yeah, got some updates here. They're not necessarily. What's that?
What's that white stuff?
It's I know, yeah. What is? Oh yeah, paper. So unfortunately, not the kind of paper I want. But it's paper anyway. No, but here's some news that is not necessarily good. All right, so here at YRLA, you know, obviously we really like to, or not like to. Our whole thing is to prop up. Prop up sounds like a bad word. So we support obviously local politicians in Los Angeles County that are actually part of the real progressive movement. And so I have an update here. Right now, there's a close race for David Kim, who's the true progressive, going up against Jimmy Gomez, who's been, you know, a lifelong establishment corporate Democratic hack that isn't doing anything for Los Angeles. And unfortunately, right now, he has the edge, 52% to 47%. That's in California District 34. In District 29, Angelica Duenas is 41% to Tony Cardenas 58%. That's not good news. I would like to open up the panel to that in just a little bit, based off of the neglect from Our Revolution National, and so that's important. So also in the state assembly, we have Santiago, who's winning over Santos Plata, which isn't good. That's 43% to 57, and Fatima Iqbal Zubair, she's at 36% to Gibson's 64. So Fatima Iqbal Zubair really fought a really well-ran campaign. She's part of her community. She is she's a Muslim American who knows the prejudice of that goes on, and all the systemic racial issues that happens in her district, and including pollution that disproportionately affects areas that have more communities of color there in her district. And so to see her losing fairly decisively, to me, is that's such a terrible hit, and makes you realize the power of the media, because nobody sorry,
or those ballot boxes that are corporate owned.
You never know. Yeah, that too. And also, I mean, yeah,
on that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was we reported on that before, about how there were illegal GOP boxes here throughout California, and so who knows if those ones were thrown away. But either way, the true numbers show that the people once again are voting against their own interest, and most probably not to their own knowledge or awareness. So I think that's sad. What do you guys have to say about that?
Really quick, can I do some updates? Because we do have a lot of updates right now.
Oh, sure. Yes, go for it.
Let me have Celeste go ahead and answer that, and then when you're done, throw it back to me so I can do some updates.
What, update in Spanish?
No. Say what you were going to say, and then when you're done, send it back to me, and I'll do that.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I have so much to say. Yeah, go ahead.
I can imagine. Okay, guys. This is not good. So remember how it was going to be a runaway Biden win, landslide victory?
Oh no,
that is happening right now. Texas has gone to Trump with 38 electoral points. That puts Biden at 223, Trump at 212. I'm also going to give you guys some information that I've been gathering from my notepad from CNN. First of all, CNN is calling this a nail biter election, which I'm sure is not what they wanted it to be calling it, right? They wanted it to be, for sure, Biden is winning all the way. It looks like it's coming down to Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I have percentages current, not done. Current percentages for 4 of those 5 states for you guys. Arizona is 11 electoral points. Currently, Biden is at 52.6. Trump is at 46.1. Georgia is 16 electoral points. Currently, Biden is at 46.6. Trump is at 52.2. Michigan, 16 electoral points. Biden at 44.8. Trump at 53.4.
Oh, geez.
Pennsylvania, 10 electoral points. Biden at 42%. Trump 56.6. So these states are not done yet. They're too early to call. But if they stay on this trend, Trump will win. Yeah. So we will keep you guys updated, and I apologize for interrupting you, Celeste. Please go ahead and go on.
Celeste is like, I won't start no more.
Yeah, I'm pissed. No. I mean, I think this is, when Cenk Uygur lost, I guess this is my little speech prematurely, but I'm pretty sure Trump is going to win. But when Cenk Uygur won, who is the founder of TYT, a progressive news channel, which was beyond my political awakening and just getting, got out of my political depression. Anna Kasparian was like, all right, I know you guys are disappointed, but get over it fast because we've got a lot to do. And I was like, all right. Then I met Annalise. We started doing so. I have to get over it, and because this fucking sucks. Because obviously we're not rich, and this is money. I don't trust the system. I don't really think he honestly won. I think that if he cheated. I think, you know, to Omar's point about the machines, you know, they're owned by the corporates. So I mean, that support political Republicans. So of course they're gonna cheat, you know, because that's the only way Republicans cheat. I honestly don't even know how Obama won. To be, I guess it was just because everybody showed up, right? Like I guess they were so hard for them to cheat. You know what I mean? I don't understand now, you know, because I guess, you know, I guess I do, because if it was, to be honest, if it was if it was Bernie Sanders, you know, motherfuckers would have showed up to vote. You know, they would have sacrificed their health to go out and vote for that man. You know, this guy sold out arenas. Like, you know, this guy was a movie star. You know what I mean? So I like, but they didn't want that. They, you know, because the establishment, because the status quo, because the political system is all this is why people say it's all the same shit. This is why people don't participate, right? Because of this. But we can't continue. We can't, I just, like I always say, man, is my line very explicit, but we just can't let them fuck us in the ass with no Vaseline. We just can't do it. We have to continue to fight. And I'm very disappointed. You can see it. My vibes change, but I'm gonna get over it. Take me a few days and get over it, but I'm gonna continue to fight because we gotta get information. Sometimes we get good ones though. We get AOC, we get the squad. You know, sometimes we get good ones. All right, like so fuck it. Let's just move on. Let's continue. Then we got Chris Moss, you know, that's out there, you know, doing good work for, you know, for his community. You know, so good things could come out of this. And me and Annalise are going to continue doing this. We're going to continue, you know, educating the Latino community. But we can't get discouraged, man. Even though this sucks, it really does. And also, I campaign. Yeah, sorry. I campaign for. I campaign for Angelica. Man, I guess money wins, man. Money wins every time, you know? And I guess sometimes we get good ones. I'm just at loss for words because they're good. I went out there, knocked on some doors, made some phone calls. I'm just disappointed that they're not winning either.
And really quick, I just want to let you guys know, Pelosi has also won her race. So yeah, she was not able to unseat her, unfortunately. Celeste, do you want to give these updates really quick in Spanish?
Yeah, but I don't see the numbers. Where are they?
Just do the Texas and yeah.
Go ahead and just do it yourself. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, le voy a dejar saber. Texas ha ido a Trump. Recuerden que el número mágico es 270 y ahora los dos números están mucho más cerca de lo que hubiéramos pensado. En este momento, Biden tiene 223, Trump tiene 212. También les quiero dar cierta información de unos estados que todavía no han sido llamados para uno o el otro, pero estos son los porcentajes en este momento. Arizona, que es 11 puntos electorales, Biden 52.6, Trump 46.1, Georgia 16 puntos electorales, Biden 46.6%, Trump 52.3, Michigan 16 puntos electorales, Biden 44.8%, Trump 53.3%. Pennsylvania 10 puntos electorales, Biden 42%, Trump 56.6%. Estos números no son finales, pero si siguen así, es muy posible que Trump gane. Yo voy a seguir mirando a ver qué sale.
Look,
that's the thing that I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I'll say Goño, because I'm tired of this.
Goño, that's right.
Goño.
I don't know what I just don't understand it. And this is an example of a two-party system, you know, like that's what it is. It's a two-party system. I don't understand it. I have to take some time to digest this shit because I don't understand it. But you know what? Like Celeste is saying, you know, maybe some good will come from this because maybe we're at that point when we like, you know what, the hell with the Democratic Party. You know, that's what the American people are trying to say this time. And maybe this is absolutely perfect timing for this third party, peopleparty.org.
Anything to come out and vote for.
You're
not fucking giving people, like, dude, I'm just trying to stay in the numbers right now so that I don't get into my emotion. Because right now I don't feel angry because I'm just going through numbers and I'm trying to get work done. But I know that as soon as I stop, I'm going to be pissed off. And it's
Yeah.
not like I wanted Biden to win. I didn't vote for him or Trump. They're both fucking shit. But the fact, this is a fucking layup. This is a fucking layup. You can't even do this in the middle of a pandemic with no help being given to Americans. Nancy Pelosi held our fucking stimulus, try to get Biden to win, and this race is closer than it should ever have a right to be. Than it should ever. So what the fuck does that tell you? It tells you people are sick and tired. It tells you we want some fucking health care instead of you having fucking Boeing make billions of dollars of our tax dollars. And then you have the testicular fortitude, as Omar would say,
Nice.
to come and tell us what the fuck we can or cannot do with our money that we paid into it with our taxes. I'm going to give it back to you guys while I look for some more.
If Biden would have just said no, Medicare for all,
he would have won.
That's it. That's all.
Let me just say the right thing. Just lie to us one more time. Lie to us.
Right.
For real, just lie to
Lie
me.
to us one more time.
Yeah.
Think about these areas right now where Trump is winning when he really shouldn't be, and we say he shouldn't be just because we know how terrible he is. But the problem that is actually happening in these states is what I was talking about earlier. This is definitely a dereliction of our media, or maybe it's a part of what the media wants to do. As I've been saying here, we all, as on YRLA, we all know that, in the 60s when the Republicans were doing their Southern strategy to try to get Dixiecrats, the Democrats of the South, to say, hey, we're Republicans, we're the racist party now. And then, of course, that got solidified further under Reagan. They all got the message. They changed. And I think it's the same kind of arch that we're seeing for the Democrats, but they've now changed to becoming right-wingers. But they realize, well, we got to keep up this facade. So let's just act and let's say that we support Black Lives Matter and that we support immigrants and, LGBTQ and, on and on and on. Whereas they really don't care. They are absolutely just there to, if they win, okay, cool. But if not, they're there to help the Republicans because essentially they are, because they're on the exact same side. And I bring up this point about, these states right now that are up for grabs, quote unquote, up for grabs. We have Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, as you were mentioning. I mean, this is a sizable lead with, right now, Wisconsin showing a 86% in, and there's 100,000 more votes for Trump as we speak, 200,000 more, 700,000 more in Pennsylvania. What the heck are they doing voting for this guy? But if you talk to the average person that's not paying enough attention, they may not know what's wrong with Trump, but they sure as hell know that Biden hasn't done anything for student debt, has actually helped make that 10 times worse, where people cannot declare bankruptcy or get out of student debt. They also know that he was, part of that whole NAFTA bit, which got rid of all their jobs. So, if we're, trying to say, hey, why are they voting for Trump? Well, they're thinking, why the hell would I vote for Biden when he's directly associated with why they have a lesser quality of life? And that goes to the part of what you're saying, that give us someone to actually want to vote for, instead of some two garbage people that absolutely are essentially the same and don't give a crap about us. But to me, the maddening part is just knowing that Trump doesn't care about the rule of law or the Constitution. And I think that makes him infinitely more dangerous than Joe Biden.
But I would say this regarding that whole thing. I mean, one of my biggest concerns, I did vote for Biden because we can't play around with that here in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
So trust me, if I could, I would have voted, actually the Green Party even too. They choose their candidates the same way that the Democrats chose their candidates. Because I think not Howie Hawkins, the other gentleman that was running would have been a better candidate. Or even if they would have let Jesse Ventura get in there, that would have been freaking awesome.
Right.
But I will say this, that one of my biggest concern with Biden winning is that people were going to probably fall asleep again. I hope they wouldn't have, but maybe people would have fallen asleep. With Trump winning, people are going to stay awake. I'm hoping people are going to stay awake and be like, you know what? We got to make sure that we force this guy. Okay, you got a second 100 days. Let's go ahead and make sure that you get this thing done. And then that way they can prove, hey, they ain't doing anything. They ain't doing anything for us in these 100 days. And because, I mean, Fox, I was watching Jimmy Dore in our break. Fox did some polls regarding Medicare for all, Green New Deal, all the questions that we want answered correctly towards us. And more than 70% of the people that were polled wanted all the things that we want. It was 70%. 7 out of 10 people said yes to that. And this is Fox News that reported this. Fox is against us, but they still reported that. It was funny because Jimmy Dore said, somebody's going to get fired for this, because they had it up on the thing and all this other kind of stuff, what the people really want. So I'm hoping that what ends up happening, whether Biden or Trump, we need to make sure we get these things that we want. And if they won't do it fairly, then we need to start freaking staying at home. We're already at home, and saying, you know what? No more Walmart for a month, or no more Amazon for a month, or no more whatever, to get these guys to start doing exactly what we want them to do.
I think I'm gonna say what I think really quick. I think there's just, actually, it's not gonna be real quick, but we live in a world that's so terrible that people like Trump, people like Kylie Jenner, who are rich just because of popularity, right? Just because of how they look or whatever, just because of how they act, like people that don't have any type of brain or mentality, right? That are just rich because of their family, are popular people, or get a lot of follows or likes or retweets and all that good stuff. We live in the world where people are famous because of their likes, right? That's the conversation that I have with my nephews now. Is, oh, how many followers do you have? Or TikTok or whatever, and it's so sad. And that's one of the reasons, not only did Trump get elected because he's racist, but because of that. It's so funny. I used to always hear people say about him, like, oh, I like him because he's not a politician. But it's politics, right? What do you want? You want a NBA player to perform heart surgery on you? Like, you need a doctor to be you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make it. You need to be a politician. Like, you need to be somebody, you know what I mean? Like, a politician is to serve your people. It's not to get rich, right? I understand that back in the day, political process, government was formed for corporations. I understand that, and I'm not even greedy. Like, I'm just trying to even out the playing field.
That's all we
Why does
want.
it have to all be about y'all, like about corporations? Like, it doesn't make any. So when people are dying out here, and you guys are just okay with it, and it's so, it's like they make it so impossible. The system is so crazy, so broken that, in the words of an awesome activist, Sean King, he's like, the system is not broken. The system was made this way. The system just continues to suppress us. They continue to just not, they don't want us to succeed. Look at, like, it's just, and it's terrible. And like, Trump is like, just like what this white racist country like wanted, was like feeding for so many years. Like, he's like the perfect politician, like like this guy can go on TV and just lie and brainwash his people, and nobody pushes back on him. Nobody's over here. Like, sure, one person will report on it here and there, but he says so many lies that's like they can't keep up. But he's like really good at PR. It's like good, that's one thing he is good at. He just goes out there and just says shit, best words. He has the best words. Like, he goes out there and says all kinds of bullshit, and nobody presses him. Like, it's so crazy. Talk about propaganda. I think that's another reason why YRLA is important, and what Jerry Perez is doing, creating all these progressive channels, because we need transparency. We need to tell you how it is. It's so crazy the amount of propaganda that's out there, and how, like, he got coronavirus, guys, when he was the one saying it was a hoax. Okay, he was always a hoax, and he got coronavirus. Like, and all his people got coronavirus. But only the rich survived. Clearly, you know what I mean? Like, because I know one person that died that wasn't rich.
Brother.
Yeah, and he
What
didn't
they cover up, by the way. they covered up. We don't know what he died from, but I'm pretty sure he got the damn virus and died. But
Are you talking
He had
about the
I think Trump's older brother, right?
oh yeah,
his
Trump's
brother
older brother.
died, but we talking about that.
Yeah.
What was his name? Herman
might be
Cain.
right.
You know, Herman Cain,
Died.
who was
Herman Cain died.
died of coronavirus. And he didn't tweet about him. He was his supporter, guys. Like, talk about brainwash on a whole new level. These people voting for Trump, like, yeah, he was just a mole there. Like, he's like, hey, I like black people. See, Herman Cain. See, I like him. I'm not racist. No, like, this is so crazy. Like, talk about being brainwashed on a whole new level. Like, wow, he died and he didn't even talk about him, guys. He didn't even acknowledge. He didn't give a crap.
Yeah.
How sad is that? Like, you know, and did anybody call it was like one day of news update and moving on to the next thing, moving on to the next lie, you know?
The only thing I've
there's-
heard from Herman Cain was on Jimmy Dore. That's the only thing. And it's because the guy who does all the voices does the voice of Herman Cain every once in a while. That's the only thing.
All right, guys, we actually have a couple of updates here that I want to, Annalise, I wanted to be able to swing over to you if you have that ready for us right now.
Yeah.
Or do you want us to give you a second?
No, I've got it. The only one I don't have a totally updated number for right now is Pennsylvania. But I'll give you my latest number that I've got from that. Okay.
Okay.
So again, nothing new called, but I am going to give you guys some updates. Actually, one has been called. Corey Bush won. So yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Good.
That's awesome.
Something good.
Something good at light in my night.
And George Gascon is still looking like he may be Jackie Lacey, but that's not 100% yet. All right, let me give you guys some updates on these states that have not been called yet. These are just updates. These are not final numbers. Wisconsin, 10 electoral points. Trump is at 51%. Biden, 47.2. Arizona, 11 electoral points. Trump is at 46.1%. Biden, 52.5. I'm actually kind of surprised that Arizona's not going red. So it's the only one that's not so far. But Georgia, 16 electoral points. Trump, 50.6%. Biden, 48.1. Michigan, 16 electoral points. Trump, 53.4%. Biden, 44.9. And Pennsylvania, I will come back to you guys shortly with an update on that.
You know, yeah, and as far as Vox is concerned, from their information, even though they're still having Pennsylvania as you know, that there's still strong enough blue areas, but they have now put that state as red at 56%, you know, for Trump, and so that does become
is 20 electoral points. So
yeah,
out of these 1, 2, 3, out of these 5, Trump is leading in 4, and if he gets those 4, he's gonna have 274.
Oh man, that's
electro.
and
Hey,
so as I look at all these red areas, and sorry, Omar, I'll get right back to you.
it's all good, bro.
Look at all these red areas, you just realize this is America. This is who they are. These are people that absolutely love the racist rhetoric. You know, I mean, you know, on top of the fact that they probably don't care. They would probably jump off a bridge just for Trump if they could see Trump living. You know, it's. I mean,
let me push back, bro, because this is not just racist people. This can't be. It's way too fucking many. So
I mean, it might be
here that people just don't feel like they were offered anything. They don't feel, because not every single person who voted for Trump is a racist. So it's like there's something missing. People,
but they don't care.
That's something that makes them go out and vote for you. So it's crazy. This is crazy.
I mean, I think people went out and voted, but me being the ex-military guy, man, maybe I shouldn't say ex-military, former Marine, because they hate it when you call them an ex-Marine, but and being all that, knowing the government, knowing the history of of our government and all that kind of stuff. I think it's these freaking machines that aren't counting it. I mean, and here's the other thing. I bet you anything.
I think we've seen an
because
explosion of
Pennsylvania is the
technology
one that they've been
into
talking
sports
about
and
for
movement
like
industry.
ever.
We
I bet
engineer
you anything.
devices
It's going to
that
get
change the
crazy
physiology.
close, and it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. It's going to go to the courts, and then that's where Trump is going to win.
Like
Oh,
Bush
man.
did.
Because they're playing with us. Because they're playing with us. Say again?
Like Bush did. Bush took it to the courts.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know, to your point, and at least when you were like, not all racist people vote for Trump.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was like, oh, really? I don't know, but I guess
I've known people who voted for Trump who
that are not racist.
weren't racist, but they're just
No, yeah.
They
And
like-
I get
they
that.
like
What I'm
Trump.
saying is that it's just that they're brainwashed on a whole new level, right?
They like Trump.
I think
They
it's a
like
lack
Trump.
of information out there.
They like Trump tax plan. That's what it is. Oh, I'm rich.
Yeah.
So I don't want to get my taxes. I don't want to give any more to my community. You see these stupid ass rappers coming out here endorsing
Yeah.
Trump.
I was about to say that.
Really?
But just 4 years later, you were saying, you know, fuck Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden, your taxes gonna go up. And now I love Donald Trump. Little pump. You know, like Lil Wayne.
Make
Are
a
you
song. Yeah.
selling out your own people, your own. Boy, you can't. What has Trump done for the people in Louisiana and for the people that's down there in your own community? What has he done? It's crazy to me how all these rappers are coming out endorsing Trump because they don't want to pay taxes. They're rich out their ass. Oh, systemic racism doesn't exist because look at me.
Oh.
I'm a rich black dude. This is the problem. If it
Yeah.
don't affect you, you don't care. You don't give a damn. Just because you rich and you're able to take care of your family, systemic racism doesn't exist in America. What? But they shooting. But you want to be the first one to tweet whenever one of us get killed by the police and say you stand with Black Lives Matter. No, you don't. No,
Right.
you don't. You can't stand with us and then say you endorsing Trump.
Mhm.
It
Trump-
doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. You're clout chasing, and this is the problem right here. That little disconnect affects so many people because we're being misinformed by our own damn people, and we don't have people that speak up like a Oprah Winfrey who been a billionaire that be like, you know what, you rappers are stupid. What are you talking about? Instead, we got Jennifer Aniston, 50 Cent. Really?
Yeah. We just don't have a sense of community in this country. You know what I mean? Like we don't have a sense of community. Like, you know what? Y'all have the resources, 50 Cent. You can do some shit to get more money. You can make another motherfucking 21, whatever the fuck song again, because I can't think of it right now. You can fucking you can rap. You know what I'm saying? Like you can make money because you have the resources to do it. Unfortunately, we do not. We do not because we're not for whatever reason. But like, because if we all even it out, we all prosper. Because you don't want to go, you know, like talk about going to some cities and you see homeless people on the street. Like that's a representation. Why not help, right? Like I get it. Like there's some people. There's always gonna be. I feel there's always gonna be homeless people, you know, for X reasons. Okay, but like it doesn't have to be like in LA on Skid Row. It doesn't have to be that. You know, that's your city. That's your hood. You should be able to help it and give back whatever city you want. Like why would you want to see that out there? You know, there. And then again, it's all because of the money in politics. That's what it is. Because their solution, for example, in LA was to build, instead of building like more affordable housing, was to build like portable washers in the alleys or under the bridge, the freeway bridge, right? That's their solution.
I mean, the other thing too that I think is getting people to vote for Trump, you got these one issue voters. Trump is against abortion, and that's my guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you even have people talking about that Trump is God because he's against abortions, and you got these Christians. Now, I used to be a minister. I was a missionary. I went to Bible college, and you got some of these guys that say they love Christ and all this other kind of stuff, and you see these guys talking about Trump like he's the second coming of Christ. It's like, are you freaking kidding me with this BS? There's no freaking way that Trump has anything is even close to our brother Jesus. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just ridiculous. But, you know, but here's the thing. This right here, and I always tell my members this. The reason your union is the way it is because you let your union be the way it is. My union isn't perfect. It isn't perfect. But whenever there's a meeting, you're not there. Whenever something needs to be done, People are talking by themselves. Whenever something needs to happen, the people are standing alone. That's why we as Americans, if Trump wins this, we're the ones that need to come together and get the shit that we need to get. I've always told Trumpers this: I don't care who fixes a country. I don't care if it's Bernie. I don't care if it's Trump, as long as my damn country is fixed. But we need to come together and get it done and stop being divided over stuff. We need to stop doing it so we can get the things we need to get.
And we gotta once again just look at all the signs. They boarded up all the stores all over the damn country because they knew they predicted this. We really was putting our eggs on Biden. We really did this. We did this. We're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go vote for Biden, and they're like, you know what? Gotcha. No, you're not. It doesn't matter. Vote for Biden, but we still gonna rig this election because that's what it looks like. I mean, I don't know how the hell out of all the shit that we've been going through, just in this 1 year alone, that this man is about to win again. And this, and it's crazy. When's the last time America had a one-term president?
Yeah, it was George Bush Sr.
Right.
Yeah, but it was taken over by his son, which pretty much was the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then his son got 2 years. I mean, look what they did to Bernie.
We keep these people in office for 8 years, no matter how fucked up they are.
Right.
Yeah, they don't get fired. Dang.
But look what they did to Bernie in Nevada. They were saying that Bernie lost Nevada, that Biden won Nevada. Then all of a sudden, Bernie came out and said, wait, hold on. We got an app too. And our app says that we actually won it. Wasn't it in Nevada that it happened? And they were like, our app said that we won it. And so they finally changed their mind and they were like, oh crap. Okay, yeah, Bernie, you won it. Biden didn't win it, but it was close. And then all of a sudden, that's where North Carolina came. And then you start talking about that with this app that they created to say that Biden won, that Pete Buttigieg was part owner of this damn app. He's a CIA plant himself. It came out. Jimmy Dore was talking about it, how Pete Buttigieg was educated by the CIA and he was going to be the chosen one. I don't know what ended up happening where all of a sudden Biden was the one, but that happened exactly after Nevada. And I loved Bernie for it because Bernie was like, guess what, guys? We have an app too. Our account says that we won.
That's right.
And I was like, yes, Bernie's going to do it this time. But all of a sudden, here comes North Carolina. And I don't know why Bernie was like, yeah, Biden won. They made everybody drop out. All of a sudden, the 200 candidates for the Democratic Party all of a sudden dropped out. And then they all, for some reason, started supporting Biden. And I don't know, but they did that. They cheated. They came straight out and cheated. And none of us did anything about it because Bernie said, no, wait a minute, I got this. But then all of a sudden, it's like Bernie was like, I don't know, like, yo, Bernie, either play along or guess what? Your grandkids aren't going to be around.
Exactly what it was. That's exactly.
I don't know.
Could have been.
It's bullshit. Because like, we're about to lose an election over one thing. Once again, I said, all fucking Biden had to do was say Medicare for all.
That's it. One thing.
Or Green New Deal.
Or Green.
Or basic income. Yep. Or really a plethora of things.
Or some shit. What did he say though? Like, what can you like?
I'll bring the minimum wage up to $15 an hour.
I'll create jobs. The same shit they always say. I'll create jobs.
He said Biden cared. That's what he said. Like, what did he really like? It's all like it's brainwashing. You program people, right? Like you tell them, like, hey, this is what I want you to do, and you and you embed it in their head, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's what I want. Hope and change. Yeah, I want hope and change. Oh, you're different. Oh, you look like me. Oh, okay, I want that, right? And so it's over and over, and it brainwashes you, right? And they didn't even give us that. They didn't even do any of that. You know what I mean?
And one of the things that Biden did say was that he's like, fundamentally nothing will change, and
that's
people are aware of that.
Yeah.
So Annalise, I think we have a new an update here from you, right?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So I just want to give you guys some updates. The numbers have changed a little bit, and I do have a few more details, including how far along the voting is, what percentage it's in at. So let's go to Wisconsin. That is 10 electoral votes. The vote is 78% in, with Trump at 51%, Biden 47.2. Next, we have Arizona. That's 11 electoral points. It's 80% in. Trump 46.3, Biden 52.4. Next, we've got Georgia. That is 16 electoral points. It is 91% in. Trump 50.6, Biden 48.1. Just making sure I'm not missing anything new here while I'm saying this to you guys. Michigan is 16 electoral points. It is 63% in. Trump is at 53.4, Biden 44.9. And finally, Pennsylvania, this is the one with the most electoral points. This is 20 electoral points. It is 68% in. Trump has a huge lead here. He is at 56.5, Biden 42.1. That's my update for right now.
Right.
So I'm going to do in Spanish.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Para mi gente en español, tenemos números nuevos en los 5 estados de lo que hemos estado hablando. Y también tenemos el porcentaje de cuántos votos ya han sido entregados en cada estado. Primero tenemos Wisconsin. Wisconsin es 10 puntos electorales y tenemos el 78% del voto ya contado. Trump 51%, Biden 47.2%. De nuevo, estos números no son finales, pero ya estamos llegando cerca. Arizona, 11 puntos electorales, ya han contado 80% del voto. Trump 46.3, Biden 52.4. Georgia, 16 puntos electorales, 91% del voto contado, ya casi terminado el estado. Trump 50.6, Biden 48.1. Michigan, 16 puntos electorales, 63% del voto contado. Trump 53.4, Biden 44.9. Y Pennsylvania, 20 puntos electorales, 68% del voto contado. Trump 56.5, Biden 42.1. En 4 de estos 5 estados, Trump está adelante. Y si gana esos 4, va a pasar los 270 y va a llegar a 274.
Now, quick question for everybody. Is this counting the mail-in ballots? And do we have a number for the popular vote?
That's a good question.
Yeah. And that's the thing I was going to ask about was, how much of this do you guys think, was a lot of election tampering? Like how much of that actually did have an effect? And of course, we'll never exactly know. But at the same time, what we do know, let's say in somewhere like Texas, where right now it's where Joe Biden has 600,000 less votes with 83% reporting. But we do know that despite the fact that there were a lot of lawsuits about the Republicans, the Republican legislators that are in charge, obviously, limited the drop boxes to 1 per county. And especially in those areas, they made sure that they were not in areas that are, poorer and communities of color. They made sure that it was not in those areas. So that for sure should have something to do about that. It's just what number is it really? I don't know. There may be different numbers, but the one I'm seeing here, unfortunately, right now I'm looking at Fox News, but I like to see what they're getting at. And they're still showing Biden at 238. So I guess the other ones are too close to call. Who knows what else they'll get because there is record voting. And yeah, a lot of it's probably going to come in later with the, with the absentee ballot, mail-in ballots, et cetera. But they're showing the number for Joe Biden is 65.4 million votes. And this is for, the total tally. And Donald Trump 63.6. So he's at 48.5 to Joe Biden's 49.9 is just where it stands right now. So to answer your question, that would be the number for what is that? For the popular vote.
I actually have a few more updates, Chris.
Oh, go for it, Elise.
So Alaska, Trump is leading 60%. Maine, Biden is leading 53.2.
Okay.
North Carolina, Trump is leading 50.1. Nevada, Biden is leading 50.3. And popular vote, we actually have it is the numbers that you said. I'm just going to go into the whole long number. Popular vote, Biden is leading by about 2 million. He's got 65,425,086 votes. Trump has 63 million, excuse me.
I wish.
63,692,289. 63 million people decided to vote for Trump instead of Biden.
Yeah.
You got to give people something to vote for. Anyway.
Also too, and then like, can I speak on just like the voter suppression? I know, like, we didn't talk about that all day. I mean, I guess we did, but there's, the voter suppression. Like, this country makes it impossible for you all to vote. I think like if they really wanted us to vote, they would give us the day off, like Salesforce does, who is a company in San Francisco. My buddy actually works there. He got the day off, so he can go out and vote. No excuse, right? I think that they should be shuttles for people that don't have rides. It should be free shuttles. It should be polling everywhere. You should be able to everybody, or it should be mandatory. You want to fucking mandate all kinds of fucking bullshit? Because don't tell me it's a fucking free country. You know why? Because then that means that I can drink and go and drive. I could go under the influence and go and drive, right? No, but there's rules that you have to follow, just like wearing a goddamn mask. It's a rule, okay? God damn it. I mean, sorry, darn it. So I'm just disappointed with the political system. I know it's going to take a while for us to change it. And maybe I'm just keep saying this just to give myself therapy, but we have to continue. We have to continue to fight. Unfortunately, that's how the system is, that we have to fight. Like, it's not just like, it's beneficial for all. Like, we should all have a sense of community. We should all help each other. It should all be good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, over here is like, we're fighting amongst each other. The poor needs to stay poorer and the rich needs to be richer. Like, it doesn't make sense.
At this point, you absolutely tell, we're all we're all tired, and just like seeing this news come in at the end, realizing that it's all a bunch of BS. It's really disheartening. It's so disheartening to see this time and time again. Because as I'm looking at the map, as anybody looks at the map, it looks the same that it has been my whole entire life. We're like the same. What's that?
We've seen this before.
That's
what I said. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it's like nothing new. And you just realize how is it that there are that many misinformed, I mean, I'm just going to say it. How are that many stupid people in the United States? Like, it's despicable. Like, do we really, like, who are we amongst right now? I don't get it.
Back. I'm going to keep pushing back on that. I really think
what?
Serious. I'm going to keep pushing back on that. I really
go ahead.
I really think that they're cheating us. I mean, I think Trump promised the guys in charge that I'm going to do exactly what you want me to do. He convinced them the most. I mean, I don't know how they don't think they have a good puppet in Biden, because Biden is not really there. He's got some good drugs that are helping him out, which is kind of messed up. We all know that he's got some cognitive issues, but yet every once in a while, it's like he wakes up, you know what I mean? And maybe, who knows? Maybe they don't want Kamala Harris to be the first Black female president.
Ah, man.
Maybe that's what it could be. Who knows? But they don't know that the first Black female president is going to be Nina Turner. But
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. See, Nina 2024.
I hope that happens. I really do. And it's crazy because people are like, let's defund the police, but at the end of the day, Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. So
yeah, I mean, right?
And look at all the things that she did.
And I'm not gonna get into her background either, but once again, I would like to have held her accountable. And this is just a part of a two-party system. Once again, even when it comes to like Celeste said, if you want to talk about voter suppression, then make it a national holiday for us to have the day off to vote. This is what we were protesting for, even some Amazon facilities. We were protesting for the right to have the day off today to go out, or yesterday, to vote. Like, we had to fight for that, and they still didn't give it to us.
Ridiculous.
They gave certain states, whatever the state regulation is, the minimum 4 hours. You wasn't gonna be online for more than 4 hours. Like, are you kidding me?
Oh,
So
yeah,
why can't you give your 600,000 employee workforce a day off to vote? And it's only happening. This is the biggest the general election once every 4 years. You can't do that. This is another way they put profits above a basic human right, using your right to vote. And that's voter suppression right there. I don't know what type of incentive Jeff Bezos got with Trump, but he has something. They could put it out there like they really frenemies, but that's what they are, frenemies. They're friends first, and it's like, oh, who got the biggest penis? Who got more money?
Well, it's professional wrestling. It's professional wrestling. That's what it is.
When our president was literally, he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame.
That's right.
So sad.
Oh,
what a fake.
he won like a Nobel Peace Prize too. Donald Trump.
Oh no. Yeah, he was nominated for it by a couple of judges.
Oh, he got nominated.
Shout out to
No.
everybody.
Like, really?
You
This
know,
is what we live in.
and my thoughts too. Right, and my thoughts too is, they, people that are voting for Trump, thinking that he's an actual populist or that he's not a politician. Which, first off, that blows my mind. But hey, MAGA, like if the rich are in favor of somebody, run the other way. And this guy is the biggest rich elite con man there is. He's lying straight to you, and you don't care. They just don't care. I don't get it. And it's so obvious that the guy does not care about the people. His policies for the last 4 years have not shown any regard towards the people. But of course, they just eat it up, like all the BS that they hear from any of the right-wing talking shows. Tucker Carlson, on and on. What are their names? Ben Shapiro, right? And Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro that's never made his wife's pussy wet. Yeah, because
right.
He had to like read the lyrics because he was like, "What is this?
I can't believe this is happening."
Yeah. And you know what? To Omar's point, I think Omar, what did you say? Like people vote on just one policy. I don't know what you were.
One issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right about that.
They vote on Christianity, right? Or vote on religious purposes because Christians are pro-life,
Against
right?
abortion.
But yet they're only pro-life after the baby comes out, right? But anyhow, that's not the point. And don't talk to me about Christianity because God was the biggest socialist ever, and he was a nice guy. Actually, he actually wanted to help people. Okay, he gave out his money. And don't talk to me about Trump being a good Christian. Don't ever talk to me about that because that fool had 3 wives, cheated on all his wives. So don't tell me about look, man. People make mistakes, but 3 times.
Right.
Like, come on. Like, are you learning? I think you're only stuck with Melania because now you can't go and have sex somewhere else, adultery, because you're at the White House. It's kind of hard to get fucking prostitutes in and out of there because of security. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure now you can't fuck motherfuckers. This is my opinion. Sorry. So anyway,
I have an idea. Maybe that's why he went down to the bunker.
Yes. That's what they're all.
No. There's no proof of that. Just saying that.
Hypocrisy. They're such hypocrites. Like, you guys are such hypocrites, and people are so brainwashed. It disappoints me when Latinos are brainwashed. Like, poor white people are brainwashed. Like, he doesn't care about you either, man. You're poor. Like, you're poor. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
And Omar and Celeste, more to your guys' points here about them being if it's Christianity, what is it? Sorry, my mind is starting to go blank here, but as far as like the pro-life issues of anti-abortion, all right. Well, we also know that in the Bible, they say that no sin carries more weight than another. And all the GOP is about is greed. Less, they want less taxes. They want to give, less welfare. They want to keep all the money. They want to get rid of your jobs and send them out to other countries. And what part of that is Christian? Zero. They hold up greed. They hold up the dollar before they hold up Jesus Christ. So it's all a game, and I'm surprised that they don't see it. I don't know if they want to see it.
They don't. They're hypocrites.
The scripture literally says, I am God. I put life and death before you. You choose. God literally said, and then he says, choose life, but I still give you the choice. So God is even a God of choice. So I don't want to hear all this stuff about, no, God is against abortions or any of this kind of stuff. You have no idea. Most of these women that go through abortions end up being in depressed for a big part of their life because of it.
Yeah.
It's not like they have wanted to do it. I mean, some of them, just so many issues, so many things that come into it. And then how these guys turn that into a damn business where, they gotta see if how many women they can bring in there. And wow, you did 50 this month, but now you got to get up to 100 and all this kind of stuff. I've seen it. I've seen the movies. And it's just, you just look at the person, look at the people, not, you want to go ahead and save the baby before they come in. But then what about raising the baby? What about the mom being able to have money or the dad being able to have money so that they can raise that baby, so that the baby won't be on welfare, so that you won't, how about giving them a living wage, so they can live the life that they want to live? You care before they come to life. What about after they come to life?
Yeah, or what about the kids in cages? If you are so pro life, those are kids too. Those are life. That's a person out there. You know what I mean? Like, you treat people like so terrible. And you know what? Don't tell me that you're all Constitution and we have to follow the Constitution. I'm patriotic and all this bullshit that they talk about, because you know what's part of the Constitution is protesting, and they don't even allow us to do that. They're over there so scared, pepper spraying people that are protesting, right? That's the First Amendment, right? You're allowed to do that, and they're not even letting us do that in peace. You know what I mean? Like, you should be able to allow us to protest and keep us safe, not run us over like they did in New York. You know
look what happened when they started protesting. It was proven, came out in the regular media, that these guys had agent provocateurs, literal people, that people were peacefully protesting. They had cops come in amongst the people and start throwing rocks at all these businesses and things like that. They left bricks outside so that they can have something to throw or something like that. They had these literal agents that were coming to try to start trouble, to try to make it look like these protesters weren't being peaceful. And
I seen it firsthand.
See?
When I was in the streets in DC, we were peacefully protesting right in Black Lives Matter Plaza. And it only took two white guys, come out, start all this commotion, because they're going to get on the bullhorn and say, respect your president. This was the night Trump was giving the speech. And this is what they did. They got protected by the police. They ran into the crowd, start some shit, and run behind a wall of police. So now we're on the front lines where police everybody want to kick everybody's ass now. And this is what they're doing all across the nation. Then they're calling us Antifa and Black Lives Matter is violence. No, we're not violent. No, we're not. It's the other groups that are coming there antagonizing things. And the media is spinning it that way. They're controlling the narrative, making it seem like this is the reality of the situation when it's not. I've been out there, and other activists will tell you, we be peacefully protesting, and it only takes one person. I seen a guy literally run all around this protest, trips on purpose. Nothing was there for him to trip. He did one of those white girl moves, like scary movie type things. He just tripped over nothing. Cops came and started going crazy, and then everybody ran to protect him, but he was just a pawn. He was just a pawn for us to like get riled up. And it's crazy. This is what's really happening out here.
That's why we need to be issue-based, because even the words themselves, they change the definitions totally. Antifa literally means anti-fascist. And these guys make it sound like it's a freaking Muslim terrorist group. You know what I mean?
Y'all Antifa.
Right.
And progressives, they make it sound like communists. So, I mean, they change it. That's why issue-based is what we need to be about. The issue. Are you making enough money to take care of your family? Period. Yep. That's it. That's it.
Yep. And so speaking of the issues really quick, Annalise, hit us with an update of what you got now.
Yeah. So we've got some for you guys. Nevada is also starting to be counted now. So let me tell you guys, Wisconsin, actually, I'll come back on Wisconsin because I wasn't able to get an update on that. But Arizona, 11 electoral points, 80% in. Biden, 52.4. Trump, 46.3. Georgia, 16 electoral points, 91% in. Biden 48.1, Trump 50.
Cheaters there though. They stole they're such cheaters over there. They stole the governor's seat. Anyways, go
ahead. Michigan, 16 electoral points, 65% in. Biden 45.2, Trump 53%. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral points, 71% in. Biden 42.4, Trump 56.2. Nevada is 6 electoral points, so that's a pretty small one. Biden 50.4, Trump 47.7.
Now, isn't Georgia right next to North Carolina?
Are you testing my geography on live television?
It's got to be somewhere.
They're geographically close.
It's like right there, right? But wasn't it because of North Carolina that Biden was chosen as our candidate? So how in the hell is Biden losing Georgia? You know what I'm saying?
It goes to that whole thing of, when you have somebody like Joe Biden or any other Democratic establishment hack that's just a corporate welfare queen, those people are Republican light. And I'm sure you guys have heard that before, but it really goes to show right now that they're like, great, of course we wanted Republican light versus somebody that's legitimately on the left, but it goes to show where their priorities are, so they will get the real person on the right over the Republican light. Once again, another point to why Democratic strategy to try to claim Republicans or go placate to the right is so stupid, the dumbest strategy ever. Here we go again. This proves it.
And it was South Carolina that's right next to Georgia, and it was because of Jim Clyburn that endorsed Joe Biden. Remember, that's how we got Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Jim Clyburn is actually the #1 recipient of healthcare insurances. The reason why we don't have Medicare for all, because he blocks it, because they're never going to create a legislation, because he, of course, is going to block it. He's not going to vote for it. And he's actually the leader of something. Let me check what he's the leader of. But anyways, I'll get back to you on that.
Biden his cabinet was going to be Republican. President Obama, his cabinet was chosen by Citibank. Right. And that's what came out in the Snowden emails, that Citibank literally wrote him an email and said, "This is your cabinet." And President Obama said, "Okay, you got it, boss. This is it."
Two-party system.
I say one-party system.
One-party system, it seems like,
like there too.
Yeah, one-party system. And
that is one-party system.
The two-party system is for the one.
Right. Exactly right.
And this is another prime example. Jay Carney, Obama's former, what was the administrator or whatever he was to him. He works for what? Amazon. And it's like really
in and out.
Carney is now in the retail business.
Mm-hmm. Right. He was the former White House press secretary under Obama.
Right. Yeah. And it's like, come on, really? And he was the first one when I got fired. He was the first one to say I violated something. Like, Jay Carney, you don't know shit about a warehouse. What do you know about a warehouse?
Right. He was the first one to say what? I'm sorry?
He came on CNN.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't fire Mr. Smalls for discrimination or because he violated social distancing when they didn't even know shit about this virus. Really? If I violated, what about everybody else in your own damn management?
Yeah. Management violated it. You were the one advocating for people to not be there. You
and no, what blows my mind is it's like 5,000 people go to that one facility. 5,000.
Wow.
And I was the third person to be quarantined. The third person out of 5,000. But I'm the third person, because when I've been there the entire week organizing workers, telling them the truth, after the management told me not to tell our supervisor, by the way, not to tell my employees that somebody tested positive 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks prior. So they already been in the building spreading this shit like wildfire. My colleague is sick, my workers are sick, but I'm not supposed to say shit. I'm supposed to be quiet, be a good boy until we go to individuals. What?
Yep.
This is what we were doing. And I couldn't stand with that. But I'm the only one that violated social distancing policy, really.
Right.
So
that's ridiculous.
The system is. It's with the corporations, it's with this damn country. It's right in front of our face as we speak. It's right in front of our face. It is rigged. The system is rigged. It was never built for us. There's so many reasons why Trump is going to be the president for 8 years, 4 more years. And
Chris,
it's sad. It's really sad.
Now that you say that, CBS News is doing the same thing that they were doing in 2016. They're showing an empty podium saying that Trump is about to come out to speak. CBS News.
That's
right
ridiculous.
now.
And let me say one more thing. I'm sorry.
All good, brother. I just want to let you guys know.
Yeah, one more thing. I just watched, when we went on our last break, I was watching CNN, and they had Biden out there speaking like, oh, it looks like we're looking pretty good. And he lost track of what he was talking about at one point. And his wife had to come over there and whisper in his ear, oh, don't forget to shout out the government. Are we going to be really dealing with this if he was to win? Like, this is who we voted for. Somebody who has a plethora of what they call gaffes, like these videos where he just literally just rambles and say some crazy off the wall shit. I'm like, what the hell? He thought he was running against Bush, or it's crazy. He has a mental decline. It's obvious, and we're going to deal with this man for 4 years, or possibly 8 years, because we give everybody 8 years now. That's what America does. It's crazy. Like I don't understand it. How we should all be sitting here saying Bernie should have won. Bernie
100%.
should be here.
Guys, really quick, Trump is going to be speaking, and we are going to be transitioning to that speech so we can watch shortly.
I want to watch that shit.
People are actually giving this guy votes because he's such a small, insecure. What do we do
The
to
results
be,
tonight have been phenomenal.
legitimately?
All right, guys, I'm so sorry, Chris, to interrupt you, but we're going to go to Trump speaking live now.
Get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted, sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration.
My mic on.
The administration.
All right. So that was Trump's speech, and I have some updates for you guys. But that was before I give you the updates. I mean, was anybody surprised? We knew he was going to declare the race won, and now, if by any grace, Biden is somehow able to win, but the votes aren't counted until later. Now we know what Trump is going to do. He just said he's going to go to the Supreme Court. So let me give you guys some updates really quick, and then I'll throw it back to you guys. Wisconsin, which is 10 electoral points, is 79% in. Trump is leading that at 51.1. Arizona is 11 electoral points. It's 80% in. Biden 52.4. Trump 46.3. Biden has a healthy lead there. Georgia 16 electoral points, 91% in. Biden 48.1. Trump 50.6. Actually, I'm so sorry. I actually think I might have even more updated numbers. Let me just make sure.
Cool.
Okay, yeah, Wisconsin is 81% in, not 79% in. I apologize. Biden 47.1, Trump 51.1. Arizona is the same. Georgia is the same. Michigan, 16 electoral points, 67% in. Biden is at 45.1. Trump 53.1. Nevada is 6 electoral points. It is 78% in. Biden 50.4. Trump 47.7, and Pennsylvania 20 electoral points, 73% in. Biden 42.7%, Trump 56%. And breaking news right now, Trump says he's going to the Supreme Court to stop all vote counting because according to him, the counting is done. And
That's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, when he said we won, he was like, oh, we won this state and we won that state. And I'm thinking, no, you haven't. Not all the results are in. And so this is absolutely ridiculous. And then to say that we don't want ballots to come in at 4 a.m. and for those to be counted. Dude, you're just completely saying that you are against democracy, that you are against people voting, that you are against Americans. Why the hell can't people see this?
I don't understand why. And his speech was so annoying. He's over there just talking about numbers, or instead of like trying to unite or trying to be presidential, which unfortunately he can't. He can't. He just can't be presidential. He can't even be a good like person. He can't be a good human. I just it blows my mind.
You know, my thing at this point is just count every single ballot. That's all. Simple. Who cares? And the fact that anybody who voted for Trump. So let's just imagine if Bernie were there and he was to say, guys, I got the lead so far. We only have 30 minutes left. Okay, let's stop it now. And that's it because I'm in the lead.
We're done.
I think even we would be like, dude, no, that's cringy. Come on, man, just get them all. You're in the lead. You're probably gonna win it all, right? But the fact that these Trump supporters are probably like, yep, he's right. Yep, he's right. It is sad. It is just like Michael Scott in that one of those first episodes of The Office where he's playing basketball down in the what was it? What's that? Yeah, he was down in the warehouse playing basketball, and as soon as he had to leave, he acted like he got injured and said, "All right, yeah, we're done. We're done." Like we call it. They're like, "What the hell?" Because he knows that he can't win. He's terrible.
That's how Republicans win, is by cheating.
Yeah, but Trump did that in 2016, didn't he? Didn't down in Florida, I believe it was. They were counting the ballots still, and then all of a sudden, his people went in. Scared the shit out of everybody there. I think it was Florida. Scared the hell out of everybody there, and they were like, "Yo, we gotta stop the ballot count because somebody's gonna get hurt." And then they declared him the winner. Didn't they do that already?
Right. And we also know that there are 3 judges now that are on the Supreme Court that were on George Bush's side, who led to the fact that Florida did stop counting based off a Supreme Court ruling, and of course, lawyers of George Bush who made that happen. And we know in the end, afterwards, when the votes were tallied, that George Bush did lose that. So the fact that he has those same 3 goons now at the highest court of the land is just disheartening. And I mean, I guess our democracy is completely done. I mean, like you said, is this a surprise? Like, are any of us really surprised?
No. I mean, I guess I just had some hope, I had some faith in the American people. I would think that because of this pandemic, how he managed or mismanaged this pandemic, I would think that people would realize that there's so many people that died, I think I would have been an eye opener, right? But I guess not. So,
Thanks, Nancy Pelosi.
Huh?
Thanks, Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Thanks for offering actual relief to see. This is what political games get you, because the whole goddamn reason that she didn't allow that stimulus to pass before the election was because she didn't want it to help Trump in any way.
Right.
Okay. And so you put the people's lives in the back burner and said, I don't care if you're out on the street. I don't care if you starve. I don't care if you don't have diapers for your babies.
Yeah, they don't
because
care.
I want to play this political game because I'm a 100 millionaire and I don't understand what the fuck people are going through. So this is, and of course,
people still think they're Christian.
The Democratic Party, they're not going to blame Nancy Pelosi. You know who they're going to blame? Bernie Sanders, Susan Sarandon, us.
Progressives, so don't fucking come at me like that. Blame me, blame us or the non-voters. You know what I mean? I could hear it now, and I could hear some of my family members, the non-voters, the people that whatever reason. Like, first of all, what did he say? Did he even say anything to get us to vote? Like, give me one thing. He didn't say anything. You didn't even bash on the guy. Like, even in the debates, you should have been bashing on the guy. Like, I would have been just throwing shots. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he was so Trump was so annoying and disrespectful, and such a little kid on the first one wouldn't let him speak. I would have been the same way. God damn it, play the same game that they play, but we don't. It's Terrible. Don't blame us. Blame the system. Don't blame the non-voters. Don't blame the people that are voting for the Green Party. How about you blame yourselves? How about you blame the establishment? But you're not, because you're clearly the same thing.
Yeah. 100% right. So look, guys, as this is coming now to an end, getting to the end of the day, absolutely the count is not finished. So who cares what the Cheeto in chief is trying to say right now and get his orange fingerprints all over it? The rest of it is up to us to fight every single day. And once again, just like we've been saying here, if by some grace Biden does get in, it still doesn't matter in the way that we all have to still fight. We still have to fight for economic rights, for racial justice, for equality, for all, for protection for the planet. So, just in closing, I'd like to get, everybody's thoughts on, what do we do from this point forward, and really to activate change. You know how earlier, Chris Smalls, Omar, you both were talking about, how, we hit the streets whenever there's something wrong. And also when some situations happen, we kind of go, well, what can we do about it? My thing is, yeah, really, so I just kind of want to, just start off by saying, what can we do about it? We can go to the streets, we can have our, petitions, we could tell people to stop shopping Amazon, but they're still making all these profits. But we are on the right side, and we do have to continue until someone listens. But the thing is that I don't know anybody who does want it to become violent, but there are some people who say stuff like, hey, maybe that's the only way that they'll listen. But I don't want to go there. I want it to be, I really want it to be about, love and change and everybody coming together to actually effectuate change. I'm just not sure exactly how we can legitimately do it. And that's why I want to get some of you guys' opinion on that. And actually, before I stop, just a little bit of note here. I want to let people know that there's still going to be a short Spanish segment to kind of wrap all this up, of what's been going on throughout the day. So actually then, Chris Smalls, let me start with you. Omar, Celeste, and then Annalise will finish with you on that. So Chris Smalls, as far as what do we do from this point forward, and everything I was asking there.
Well, once again, it's preparation. It's preparation for whoever's in office. Day one for whether it's Trump or Biden, starting tomorrow. God damn it, shit.
Yeah,
people don't listen to the little people at the bottom, and that's one of the issues as well. I've been calling for a general strike for the last 3 weeks, and I got less than 10,000 views just from posting it, and I did it every day consistently because I predicted it. I say, we need to prepare ourselves for the worst, and I called for a general strike weeks ago and I tried to invite on other organizations, and everybody's like, oh, we need more resources. Where the hell are we getting these resources from? Mm-hmm. We can't keep expecting them to pop out of thin air. Like that's, when I started protesting against Amazon, and I'm sorry, I got to keep going back to it because this is all I know.
Yeah,
my short-term organizing, and it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out in 6 months the fucking the silliness that's going on here. It's blatant. It's right in front of us. When I was organizing, the reason why I couldn't get people would make up excuses of why they can't get involved, and it doesn't make sense to me. It's like a general strike. What is it? What is a general strike? Nothing. You sit home and do nothing. That's all it is. Like what? It's not hard. What resources do you need for that? Oh, we need a mutual aid. We need a community aid. Yes, that's good. We do need mutual aid and community aid and all of that stuff and free public house. Yes, we need that. But if we don't apply the pressure to get it, how are we going to get it? If we sit here and wait for it to pop out of thin air, or wait for one of these $1 billion, $1 million donors to be like, here, Black Lives Matter, or here, Chris Smalls, TCOEW. It's not going. I'm not banking off of that. I'm not waiting for, people forgot to, well, certain people out there need to understand. I didn't have to do none of this shit I did. I did it. I still don't. I could walk away and wait for my legal issues to come through or whatever the case may be. And I can sit on my ass. I didn't have to do nothing. And I still don't. I don't owe anybody anything. I could just take care of me and mine. But I said, no, this is not about me. This is bigger than me. This is about the movement. This is about everybody. This is about the next person. This is about my own community that Amazon is profiting from. They're setting up shop in our communities, raising our property value, and exploiting our people. If I just sit back and do nothing, nothing will get done. If I get silenced, it's not just me being silenced, it's me and everybody around me. Just like it's AOC +3. Okay, it's the same shit with the working class. The ones who are speaking up on our behalf, it's plus everybody. And if we don't all do it at the same time, nothing's going to get done. We're going to get singled out. If I'm the only one calling for a general strike, nobody is going to listen. And people know that we need a general strike. If this don't give you a reason to stop doing something tomorrow, I don't know what else would. Because what are we going to talk about tomorrow? What are you going to see on the headlines tomorrow? Everybody pissed off. Oh, I don't know what happened. We know what happened. We predicted. We knew. They boarded up every Louis Vuitton store in Beverly Hills and boarded up every Louis Vuitton store in Fifth Avenue right here in New York City, from the East Coast to the West Coast. They predicted this. This was supposed to happen. Trump was supposed to win this shit. Biden was not the person. We knew that. We all were saying it. We were saying it from day one. Biden, yeah, like, come on. What you expected Biden to really beat Trump? No, we didn't. Maybe we. I don't know. No surprise. That's why we say no. It's not a surprise. So what can we do?
Yeah.
General strike. What else can we not do? What else do we do? We've been protesting for over 200 days. We've been protesting every day. We ain't stopped. This has been the largest civil unrest in history. We already accomplished that. So what else is left? We don't need no damn resources because we don't have none now. I have no health insurance. I could die right now. No life insurance, no health insurance, nothing. I can get sick from coronavirus tomorrow and don't have no way to pay for it. We have no resources. Wake up, people. For the last 7 months, newsflash, Chris Smalls ain't got a check from an interview. Nothing. Zero. I've been making my unemployment, and my GoFundMe has been keeping me afloat. My GoFundMe, which is, I'm not getting any more money now. Nobody want to give me no money because they, I'm not one of these people that's scamming everybody. I'm actually paying Amazon workers. I gave out $35,000 in the last 3 months. Correct? 3 months. Me, a broke, unemployed, with no health insurance, by the way, I gave out $35,000. I don't even make that in a year. Never did. I mean, at least we're bringing it home after taxes, by the way. Right. This is wake up. I'm unemployed. I don't need no resource. I need community help. We need community to come together. We need the people to come together. We provide our own security. We can give ourselves resources if we come together. I'm unemployed, and I've been doing all this great work against the richest man in the world. If that's not a testimony for you, I don't know what else is. Chris Smalls, Jeff Bezos spent $9 million on me in his meeting that he called me not smart or articulate. That 1 hour, or possibly more, I cost this man millions of dollars. I cost the company $4 billion from me being a whistleblower. Oh shit, we gotta protect our workers now. This Chris Smalls, you're killing me, Smalls. $4 billion. Yes. This is the power of speaking up and speaking truth to power. So wake up. I don't understand what else is going to take. I already tweeted it while we was talking. General strike when? Now? Yes, please. Stop shopping. Stop supporting major corporations. I promise you, they'll bend the knee. Bend the knee. They've been putting me on our necks for 400 plus years. Time to change something. Abolish the system. Fuck defund the police. Get rid of the police. We could police ourselves. Get rid of them. The police were built off of slavery. They were slave patrol. The $1,200 that they gave us, you know how much they used to give people who captured a slave? $1,200. Wake up. We are worth the same amount as $1,200 as a slave. That's what they say. Here you go, America. $1,200 a person. You the same price as a slave back in the day. Wake up. This is truth. The $600 that they took away from us back in July, that's only $15 an hour, 40-hour weeks. That's it. It's a 40-hour work week. That's all they gave us, and it's still not enough. Wake up. I don't know what else is going. You think Trump is going to take care of us now? No, we are fucked unless we do something. And if we don't do nothing, guess what? 4 more years of Trump it is. 4 more years of civil unrest. 4 more years of social injustice. 4 more years of white supremacy. 4 more years of police killing black men and getting away and getting death duty. 4 more years of environmental, fossil fuel, fracking, yes, all that. This is what's going to happen. We know this. What are we going to do, America? That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for that. Omar.
Brother, I think you've said it all, man. I don't need to say much
beautiful.
because you absolutely said it all. I will say this, though. These guys have a monopoly on violence. We need to be careful. If these guys wanted to, they can wipe us all out in no time. I mean, now, saying that, we need to come together and get this thing done. Exactly what Chris said. We stop shopping. We stop doing the things that they want us to do. They consider us a field, a daggone farm. They consider us their crop. And what is the fruit that they want? Our freaking money. That's what they want. If we stop giving them that fruit, if we start doing for them what they want, that is when they're going to finally start bending the knee to our demands, to the things that we want. What can we do? Already, we have union leaders all around the country coming together, preparing for a coup in case Trump decided not to give up the presidency. We don't need to stop. We're already together. We've already made the plans of what we're going to do if Trump decided not to give up the presidency. Let's keep going with that. What are we going to do? That's why they don't play this mess over in France, over in Germany, and all those other places. Because those guys come together and be like, what? You're going to do what? Okay, let's see. We're going to go out into the streets and see what's going on. There's more of us than there are of them. There absolutely is. Now, the thing that we need to be careful of is these agent provocateurs. When we're out there on the street, we see somebody doing some kind of nonsense. I don't know what we need to do, because then they can say we're attacking each other. But man, guys, we need to come together. We need to do something. Even if we stay home and just announce from Zoom or announce from somewhere, hey guys, we're not coming into work until you guys fix this system and give us everything we want. We need to put a demand on Trump. 100 days, the same 100 days that we gave Biden to start doing things every freaking 5 days or whatever, it's the same thing that you need to do. By the end of those 100 days, we need to see something happening for us. And that's it. Chris put everything perfect. He put everything perfect.
Cool. So, for my final thoughts, I had a lot of fun with you guys today. So I want to start just again with gratitude. I think, again, I am just surrounded. You're only as good as your community. So I'm surrounded with great people. One of the reasons why I started or wanted to participate in YRLA and sit rep and what Jerry was doing and starting progressive news channels all over was because when I was campaigning, knocking on doors, connecting, talking to voters, I seen the lack of resources that we had, political resources that we had, right? I seen the lack of information that was out there, especially with my Latino community, right? I seen some of my Latino people that care enough to vote, but didn't know who to vote for, or didn't know where to, or how to fact check these people, or, they'll get newsletters at home and they look nice, but then yet they're receiving money from fossil fuel companies or whatever other lobbyists, right? So it was, so I wanted to educate my people. I wanted to make sure, and that was and then again, it started with the passion because, and again, wanted to make people, but I want to educate everyone. I want, because they suppress us with information as well. They suppress us with food. They kill us slowly with food. They're killing us in the environment. They kill us with again, everything else. So I wanted to, again, be an educator. And so I'm definitely disappointed. I'm sad. It'll take me I'll just give myself 2 days to get over it. I'm back at it again. Smoke some weed and get over this shit, because again, we gotta just continue to participate. We can't get discouraged, because that's what they want us to do. Sometimes we're gonna get good legislations, like Chris Smalls, New Jersey. He mentioned they legalized weed. Cool. That was some people voted there, right? So maybe we didn't get the presidency, but we get other type of legislations or other type of propositions or whatever the case might be. We can't allow them to cheat easily. We got to put up a fight. And so that's my final words. I just had so much to say throughout the night. I think that for any of you guys listening, support us. Please share, please like, please spread the word, because we need news channels like Your Revolution LA to tell you the things that MSNBC, ABC, CNN does not tell you. Propaganda is our biggest enemy. And you know what? Republicans are just better politicians. And I hope one day Democrats, and I hope, Movement for the People's Party also learns a little bit, not trying to be corrupted. I ain't saying that, but just learns how to, because it's politics. We just got to be better politicians. Okay. We got to find a way to just beat them, just like they've beat us so many times. So I appreciate you guys listening, to my family supporting me out there, to my sister who is battling ovarian cancer. I love you. I fight for you. I hope one day at least we can get Medicare for all in California, or whatever other state, and we'll move to that goddamn state.
Thank you so much, Celeste.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, guys, so I'm going to tell you guys my final thoughts really quick, but just want to let you know, right after we're done with this right now, don't go away, because we are going to do just a few extra minutes in Spanish so that Celeste can go over the proposition results, and it's going to be myself, Celeste, and Omar. So we're going to do that in just a couple minutes. My final thoughts are, for some stupid reason, I was like, I don't know, Biden's probably going to win, right? I don't know why. I was just like, his numbers seem better than. But there was always in the back of my mind, well, we thought Hillary was going to win, right? And this is a perfect example of what a failed state brings you. We can't provide basic necessities for our people. There's rampant racism for anyone who is even slightly different. It doesn't, pick a day of the week. One day it's Black people, the other day it's immigrants, the other day it's Muslims. I mean, it's insane. We're supposed to be a melting pot, but we have completely forgotten how to live alongside people who are even slightly different from us in any way. And it's become we're resegregating America. It's crazy. It's crazy. And we're doing it one day at a time. It's insane. Look, my point is what I've said throughout the entire night, and it's going to be my closing thoughts. We weren't given anything to vote for, okay? This was supposed to be a landslide victory for Biden. Supposed to be. We're in the middle of a pandemic where the people have gotten no assistance, with a president who got COVID after saying it wasn't a real thing. I mean, this, like I said, this should have been a layup. This should have been so easy.
Just blew it.
Biden should have been like LeBron James, okay? Like at the finals, just like, I got this. But no.
Or like LA baby, Dodgers and Lakers.
Yeah. No. Biden lost. Okay, Biden has not officially lost yet. But right now, it's looking like Trump is going to win. So if Biden does lose, and I guess we'll find out tomorrow, it's going to be for the same reason that Hillary lost, because they gave us nothing to believe in. And it is shameful that Barack Obama, who ran on hope and change, literally, that was his slogan, endorsed a guy who said the words, nothing will fundamentally change. And this is what we get for continually being hypocrites about the Democratic Party, for continually ignoring the faults within these candidates because we want them in power because they're the ones that Wall Street likes. They're the ones that the pharmaceutical industry likes. Instead of actually pushing through a candidate that was electable in Bernie Sanders, that could have won, and that would have given us all of the basic necessities that we so desperately need. So my final message to you is go to peoplesparty.org, get involved, donate, volunteer, start a hub in your area. We are coming for the White House in 2024.
We sure are. Hey, you know what? Sorry, I had just one last thought. I know I can't stop talking. Only in this system where we reelect and impeach president, like this is so stupid.
You're impeached, but that doesn't mean you're fired. It just means we were like, stop it.
Right.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So overall, guys, we really have to change this system because as much as our country's propaganda has propped up capitalism, like that's the best form of economics that we can do. It's obviously BS. I'm not saying that all of it is, but this is something that we absolutely need to change. We need to change the money out of politics. We really urge all of you guys to help us out, YRLA, at what we're doing to try to get the commercial money, make that illegal for news agencies to be able to accept that, because when they do, then they have a profit motive to disseminate information, and therefore it will be lies. So with that, we're wrapping up the English portion of this. Everybody who watched it, commented, liked, and continue to add us today and everything. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts, because we really want to progress forward and let this work, because in your community, if we can make this happen, in our community, we can make it happen in your community, and keep your local politicians to actually represent you. And so this national fight was never anything that that we were in charge of or in control of, and I think that's probably the worst part of it all, right? But to your guys' larger point, especially what you were saying there, Chris Smalls, that we got to realize that our leverage, the one leverage we have against the behemoths, is the fact that we produce. Our labor produces. So if we stop our labor, then we have the power. So with that going on, I'd like to be able to just wrap up the show. Thank you guys so much, everybody here, being involved. And you guys, we're gonna have Omar, Celeste, and Annalise take it away for the rest of the Spanish portion of this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, ahora vamos a hacer solo unos minuticos en español.
Solidarity.
Yeah, thanks so much. Ahora vamos a hacer solo unos minuticos en español. Vamos a hacer yo, Celeste y Omar para dejarles saber, bueno, qué es lo que ha pasado. Celeste, ¿quieres dejarnos saber los resultados de las proposiciones?
Sí, ok. So, los resultados de las proposiciones ahorita todavía no hemos presentado, no han todos los resultados, pero te voy a dar lo que tenemos ahorita, ok. So, para proposición 14, yo me recuerdo que les dije que ustedes voten como ustedes quieran, vea, pero les expliqué la proposición. Ahorita para 51% es sí. Su proposición 15, que era para que podemos darle más taxes a los ricos, la proposición esa no, ahorita eso no va a pasar, no va a ser en nuestro favor. Proposición 16, ahorita es no, y ese es 55.7%. Para la proposición 17, esto subió. Eso es para que gente que tenga una felonía pueda votar. Ahorita es a 59%, so es sí. California, perdón, la proposición 18 para dejar a que gente que vote que sea 17, el cumpleaños va a seguir a la siguiente elección. Ahorita es no, con 54%. Proposición 19, ahorita para eso de cambiar los taxes de propiedad, sí, con 51%. La proposición 20, para que sean más las reglas estrictas para cuando tenés parole, que significa cuando vos tenés como vas a la cárcel y un policía está asignado a vos. Ahorita es no y es 62%. La proposición 29 es para controlar la renta, es no y es a 59%. Proposición 22, que es para lo que les conté de los Uber drivers, que esa ley fue escrita para Uber, no para los empleados. Ahorita es sí, con 58%. Proposición 23, que es diálisis, eso es no y es a 64%. Ahorita para la proposición 24, de la privacidad que les expliqué, es 56%. Y así, 56%. Proposición 25, habla de cash bail, es no a 55%.
Ok, gracias, Celeste. Bueno, el voto no está 100% contado todavía, no está terminado, no ha sido decidido quién va a ser el presidente. En este momento está luciendo como que va a ser Trump. ¿Ustedes se acuerdan todas las noticias que estaban diciendo que Biden, que va a ganar por no sé cuántos puntos, que eso va a ser tremenda victoria? No, eso no fue lo que pasó. Eso no fue lo que pasó. Es más, lo que pasó fue mucho más cercano a lo que pasó en el 2016, cuando vimos que Hillary Clinton, todo el mundo dijo que iba a ganar y perdió. Entonces, no tenemos un resultado final esta noche. Queríamos tratar de traerles a ustedes un resultado final, pero no hay. Vamos a averiguar mañana qué pasa. Y no sé si ustedes vieron a Trump hablando, pero ya él ha dicho que en este momento tenemos que parar de contar porque ya él ganó y que él va a ir a la Corte Suprema y entonces imagínate, ya la cosa está, esto se parece a Bush cuando fue a la Corte Suprema con Al Gore y terminó agarrando la presidencia. Bueno, esa es la situación en este momento y en realidad nadie debería estar sorprendido, porque lo que estábamos diciendo en inglés es que no nos dieron nada para que votar, nos dieron algo para que votar en contra de, pero no nos dieron una visión para el futuro que nosotros pudiéramos usar para ser inspirados. Entonces, yo pienso que ahora lo apropiado es ir a peoplesparty.org y ya sea voluntario, ya sea si puede donar, si quiere empezar una hub, que es como conectarse con otras personas en su área para crecer el movimiento. Ya tenemos más de 100,000 miembros, más de 120,000 creo, actually. Y ya es tiempo de crear un partido nuevo porque es la misma basura cada 4 años. 4 republicanos, 4 demócratas. Y después los demócratas hablando mierda de los republicanos sin darse cuenta que la foto que están enseñando de niño en jaula es de Obama. Entonces, ¿hasta cuándo? ¿Hasta cuándo? Por eso seguimos perdiendo. Por eso seguimos perdiendo. Entonces, pues nada, ¿qué tú piensas, Celeste?
Bueno, yo pienso muchas cosas. Estoy bien, ¿cómo se dice la palabra? Disappointed. No estoy bien, no estoy feliz por lo que pasó, obviamente. Mi humor cambió. Aquí quizás yo tenía esperanza que a nosotros lo que Trump hizo con administrar la coronavirus, la pandemia, como vieron que no lo hizo bien, eso la gente hubiera dicho, ok, este hombre no sabe manejar ni mierda, porque no sabe manejar sus negocios, no sabe manejar su vida, ha tenido tres infidelidades de matrimonios, no sabe manejar hasta charities y obviamente no sabe manejar aquí a el gobierno. No sabe atraer como gente junta, él solamente divida con su racismo y con su odio a personas que no se miran como él. Y digo eso porque es parte de, él es una, todos los republicanos son hipócritas, porque ellos no solamente no quieren a la gente inmigrante que es de color, que de sabor, lo que yo digo. Porque los inmigrantes, así ellos quieren inmigrantes que se miran gringos, ¿verdad? Porque su esposa es inmigrante, pero se mira gringa, pero cuando habla, no es gringa, pero se mira. Y esos son los inmigrantes que ellos quieren inmigrantes que se miran gringos, blancos, no quieren inmigrantes que tienen color. Que es una hipocresía. O tampoco los asiáticos que tienen ellos la estereotípica buenas, que está bien, no está bien, ellos vienen aquí, se educan, yo entiendo, es cultura diferente, pero es cierto, ellos también ahí se adoptan como que si son también gringos y nadie habla de él, pero ellos también son inmigrantes, ellos también vienen aquí a trabajar sin papeles, pero ahí quizás porque no hablan y porque no dicen hola en la calle o porque lo que sea, pero ahí la gente tiene problema con la gente de color y es porque son asociados con afrilatinos, afroamericanos, porque cómo los miramos. Y lo que yo digo aquí es que nosotros tenemos que estar unidos. No hay que pelear entre los negros y blancos, y latinos, porque también no hay que pelear entre nosotros los latinos, peleamos cuando le damos bula, cuando los latinos no hablan o se miran mira, la cultura aquí, vienen como le estaba explicando antes, ellos vienen aquí para hacer el sueño americano, dejan la cultura latina, le enseñan a los hijos solamente a hablar inglés para que sean más aceptados, pero después no le enseñamos para participar en el proceso político. También nos damos bula acerca de nosotros, la gente que nace, los latinos que nacen aquí o yo nací aquí. ¿Qué importa si naciste aquí? Porque los gringos no, mira, si vos sos de color, ellos no importan que naciste aquí, porque te miras negro, te miras latino, lo que sea, eso significa que no sos gringo, que no sos blanco, eso no los aceptan y nunca lo van a aceptar. Ellos solamente lo están usando por votos, lo están usando por el apoyo, lo están usando para que nosotros peleamos entre nosotros y para que ellos vayan en puertas cerradas y hagan lo que ellos quieran, porque de todas maneras esto es una democracia, y todavía tenemos que seguir el proceso, pero ellos quieren que todo el proceso sea fácil para que ellos puedan hacer, ¿cómo se dice? Trampa, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, lo final de aquí, yo empecé este programa para educarlos, espero que ustedes sigan apoyarnos, yo estoy desanimada, pero voy a seguir, me voy a dar unos 2 días, pero después lo voy a superar y voy a seguir adelante, les voy a dar información, porque algunas veces sí vamos a darle, algunas veces sí vamos a tener ganancias, vamos a ganar unos tipos de proporciones o de otros políticos en oficinas, si no será la presidencia, ¿ok? No hay que desanimarnos, hay que seguir adelante, hay que hablar con la gente y recuerden, cuando ellos digan de socialismo, solamente díganle que ellos solamente aceptan socialismo para los ricos, porque las corporaciones les dimos tanto dinero y millones de dineros y a nosotros le dieron ni mierda, nada. Ok, eso hay que seguir adelante. Se acuerda que sí se puede. Gracias por apoyarnos, a mi familia y a todos. Hay que seguir, donar si pueden, para que nosotros nos sigamos dándoles contento. Ok, muchas gracias por estar conmigo.
Gracias, Celeste. All right, let's bring Omar in. Y ahora, por supuesto, Omar, que ha estado con nosotros toda la noche. Bueno, no los resultados que queríamos, Bueno, en realidad ninguno de los dos hubiera sido el resultado que queríamos, pero
Así es.
era el resultado que dijeron que supuestamente iba a pasar. ¿Qué tú piensas, Homer?
Bueno, yo lo que pienso es eso. No voy a hablar mucho tiempo porque aquí en el New Hampshire ya son las 3:13 de la mañana y el español se me acaba como por ahora. Pero mira, yo lo que le quiero decir a mi gente es que nosotros somos parte de estos Estados Unidos, que nosotros necesitamos estar juntos. Agarran su enojo, agarran toda esta depresión que viene ahora y vamos a agarrar esa energía negativa y vamos a hacerla una energía positiva y lo ponemos con el partido del Movement for People's Party. Lo que nosotros queremos está dentro de ese partido, porque toda la plataforma de Bernie Sanders y lo que queremos nosotros ya está ahí como vamos a decir, como un esqueleto para el partido que queremos, pero todavía falta las opiniones de ustedes. Todavía necesitamos las ideas de ustedes para que cuando este partido por fin se haga algo real, tenemos las ideas de ustedes, tenemos las ideas de los hispanos, de los latinos africanos, de nosotros. Y tenemos que comenzar a vernos a nosotros como hermanos y hermanas, porque esta gente rica, y yo no tengo nada contra los ricos, qué bueno que se ganen los billones y trillones de dólares cada segundo, qué rico. Pero nosotros, pues sí, el sueño americano, qué bueno. Pero mira, para nosotros también que estamos aquí fajados, trabajando a todo lo que da, trabajando nuestras 40, 50, 60, 80 horas, barriendo y haciendo todo. Ya ustedes saben cómo nosotros trabajamos. Ya ustedes saben que nosotros somos los que venimos a este país y hacemos las cosas que nadie lo quiere hacer. Y la única razón que nos dejan a nosotros entrar es para hacer esos trabajos que nadie quiere hacer. Y lo hacemos a todo lo que da, con todo el ánimo para mandarle dinero a nuestras familias en otros lugares, porque nadie quiere hacer ese trabajo. Pero mira, nosotros tenemos que comenzar a tener sueños, a tener ¿cómo que se dice? A tener ese ánimo de decir que ya llegamos hasta aquí y ahora vamos a formar este partido que queremos nosotros formar. Vénganse, si tienen papeles o no tienen papeles, pónganse con el Movement del People's Party, que nosotros estamos para ustedes, que nosotros queremos eso. Queremos que la gente que trabaja a todo lo que da, la gente que hacen todas esas horas, esas 80 horas en una semana, que vengan también fajados para arreglar este país como debe de estar. Vengan, pónganse con nosotros y sí, pasó lo que pasó, ya sabíamos. Cualquiera, si era Biden o Trump, ya sabíamos que esa gente no le iban a dar a nosotros lo que nosotros necesitamos. Así que lo que íbamos a hacer si ganaba Biden, hacemos lo mismo ahora que a lo mejor ganó Trump. Esto lo podemos superar. Esto se puede, sí se puede. Mira lo que hicieron en México. Se puede. Mira lo que hicieron en Venezuela, en Bolivia, si me acuerdo bien, que lo sacaron a ellos a trancazo y todo eso, y esa gente todavía regresaron y hicieron lo que deben de hacer. Así que no pierden el ánimo, podemos, ustedes podemos, nosotros podemos. Gloria a Dios.
Gracias.
Amén.
Muchas gracias, Oma. Muchas gracias, Celeste. All right, everybody. This has been the YRLA Election Night Coverage 2020. Thank you so much to everyone here who has worked so hard. From our hosts, Chris Rod, Celeste Huete, and of course myself, to our panelists, Chris Smalls and Omar Fernandez, to our incredible production team, Jerry Perez, Jake Abetta, Eldwood Emmer. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget, patreon.com/YourRevLA. You can find us on social media at YourRevLA, and go to peoplesparty.org to build a brighter future. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you again next year.
Bye, everyone.